Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm here with you to host the fourth morning of the first test between England and Sri Lanka from a sunny Manchester, would you believe? Especially when you get up in the southeast of England and discover there's going to be 70 millimetres of rain here, and there's a yellow weather warning. It's not so bad in Sydenham. It's just drizzling a little bit and a little bit grey. So I'm going to do a little bit of a climate skid through and see what it's like from two gentlemen of wisdom joining me first thing this morning. First of all, it's the denizen of the weather cave himself in Western Australia. It's Messy Jez. What's it doing in the weather? Well, not necessarily in the weather cave. What's it doing in Western Australia?
I can tell you it's 12.7 degrees here.
Chilly.
We've had 13.9 millimetres of rain so far today. So it's wet and cold.
Wet and cold.
Although it's drizzling at the moment in Sydenham, I can tell you it's going to piss down later.
Oh, in Sydenham?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But as far as Old Trafford's concerned, I think the worst we can expect is just an occasional short shower. On the whole, I think it's going to be very fine there today.
Now, I can't believe, I tell you what, I'm not really good with my seasons. I don't think it's the monsoon season yet. Is it in Mumbai? And Nindo, who I haven't been on with for absolutely ages, but it's great to remake an acquaintance with him. What's it doing there? What's it doing there, mate?
You couldn't be more wrong. And
I couldn't be more wrong. It is the monsoon. It is
in the middle of the monsoons.
Oh, is it really? Okay, there shows what I
know. We had a month of non-stop rain. Non-stop. When I say non-stop, I mean non-stop. And then we had 2 weeks of respite. And starting today, we're going to have another 5 weeks of non-stop rain.
So it's basically what the monsoon lasts about 3 months in total, or
July, August, September, the entire 3 months of that, and sort of sometimes starts a bit earlier and comes a bit later.
You know all those parts, all those maidans in Mumbai. Does everyone still play cricket during the monsoon on those? I imagine you're so crazy that you do.
Well, there are lots of maidens in Mumbai, but I think you're talking about the Maidans. Are more the grounds. So both are played on. One are played rich, and the other is played on. The Maidans, unfortunately, are underwater a lot of the time. But when you do get respite, you can see a few people there. But this is not a time when you really play cricket outside.
Okay. I don't know whether how it's coming across to you and how it's coming across to everyone at home, but you sound a little bit garbled, Anindo.
Oh, do I?
Yes, I don't know whether it's something to do with
Sorry, I think it's something to do with my network here.
Maybe it's the monsoon. Yeah,
is
absolutely.
That better now?
Yeah, that's much better actually. Okay. Well, here we are. 204 for 6 Sri Lanka. Now, due to my various health maladies, one of which is insomnia, and I didn't sleep at all after it came in here on Thursday, so I slept most of yesterday until tea, and that's when I got up and looked at the cricket, and I feared that there would be no or little cricket today, but there's been a bit of a recovery from Sri Lanka. I mean, they've still got 2 recognised batsmen at the crease, even if one is got a really sore hand in Chandamal. What do we think? What do we think, Anindo? Can Sri Lanka get a lead here of 200, take it into sort of late in the day, maybe?
I think they can. I think they can get a lead of up to 200, especially if Chandimal stays on for a while. I mean, Angela Matthews did what Angela Matthews has been doing, it seems like, for the past 100 years.
Yes.
Just before we came on, Sky was showing, the effect of the ball change with the seam. But I mean, my conclusion from that was before the ball was changed, it was bowling on the middle and leg, and after the ball was changed, they were bowling in the middle and off. Which probably explains how they got Angela Matthews.
So it's more about improving their line rather than the ball itself. Yeah.
Exactly. Although the ball did look very better than the show.
Yes,
the seam looked very bad. But I think they can do up to 200. The question is, I don't think it's going to be enough against Harry Brooklyn and your young genius wicket-keeper. So, much as I did not like Fox being dropped, young Jamie seems to have done himself proud.
I think you're right. I mean, in terms of keeping wicket, especially, I mean, he's not been spectacular, but he's done pretty well, hasn't he? He's been quiet. You haven't had to comment about mistakes or not looking proficient at all. I don't think. Messi, how do you see it? Were you a Folkes man?
Well, I'm a Folkes man, but I agree that Jamie Smith is a better keeper and a better batter than Bairstow, so there's a plus for England in both categories. I'm of the view that Smith is a good enough batter to be selected for his batting alone, to be honest. I see him as batting at number 3 for England in about 3 years' time, and hopefully them having a full-time wicketkeeper, because I don't know, if you've got someone of that rare talent, I think it's better to make sure they really focus on that batting and not get distracted. I know, you get the outliers like Gilchrist, but on the whole, I think you're better off to really have a good keeper who can bat and a person like Smith as a batsman.
Okay, we'll come back to that, but the first ball of
He
the
did
morning.
miss a stumping yesterday, by the way.
He did, yeah, a tricky one. First ball of the morning has been bowled by Chris Wokes. It went across the left-handed Kamindu, died a little bit on its way to Jamie Smith, and he did, however, take it cleanly. He's in again, bowls, and he plays a straight one back in front of his pad up towards mid-on, and there is no run. I'll just do a little bit of jingling. I'm not sure whether to do Kamindo because it's quite a long jingle, but I might have to break into it.
If you're Boyd, or he should be now, this girl will put him right. And also left, she'll show him how. Just give her one night.
I think we need to
She's
have
a
a rule here, Hindo. Sorry.
Yeah.
For Sri Lankan, sorry.
Wokes bowls is left alone by Kamindo outside the off stump, just 78 miles an hour. Sorry, what are you trying to say, Anindu?
No, I was just trying to say that we need to have a rule on guerrilla cricket
Yep.
that for Sri Lankan names,
Yep.
the length of the jingle needs to be inversely proportional to the length of the name.
That means that some of them would never end, basically. Chaminda, if we still had Chaminda Vas...
They said inversely proportional.
Oh, inversely proportionate. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yes. Wokes has 2 for 34. He's into a 13th over. Kamindo is looking very concentrated as he plays this one just outside the off stump square to Dan Lawrence, who's... Well, he is at a square cover, but it's a fairly short square cover. I'm not quite sure what England think they've seen there. Maybe he's a man who likes to play off the back foot if he possibly can. But anyway, it's an interesting fielding position. We will come to your tweets fairly soon, and of course whatever's on YouTube. Wokes in again, and a nice drive, and he's found the gap. There is a man at extra, but he's struggling to get going, and he's not going to make it in the end. Who is that rather lanky chap? Oh, it's Bashir, and it's gone all the way to the boundary despite his attempt to slide and prevent it. It's the first one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that looked like a good shot. It was nowhere near a half volley.
Yeah.
Very much on the up.
No, it's a lovely shot.
Oh, we'll enjoy that. I mean, I know we say this about other teams, but it takes you back to the golden era of Sri Lankan cricket against England. Onto the front foot he comes and defends into the covers. There is no run. 208 for 6. The lead is 86. Chandamal 20. Kamindu 60. And Messi has some messages.
Yes, we start with Mog, who says, "Hi, Hendo," and those of you who too cool to wave. I did wave. Matthew Cullen says, "Good morning, gorillas. I'm about to trek across a rainy Bristol to buy some rock climbing gear and then make poor use of it. Shame about Mark Wood. Hope he's back in time for Pakistan." Yes, Mark Wood is not playing today. He was injured yesterday. I would be amazed if they don't rest him for the next test at least. Leah says, "Morning all." Jonathan Shorland says, "Morning all." And Wog says, "Now you wave." In the bag, people, says M. Leah says, "Do not," repeat, "not get me started on the difference between weather and climate, Hendo."
Oh no, I know. Even when I said it, I knew that. Yes, I know. But yeah, I'm kind of using synonyms. I know it's not exactly the same. That's what you do when you're a sub-editor. You're always looking for other ways to describe the same thing as you are as a commentator. Gus Atkinson is going to bowl with his blonde bleached hair, and here's his jingle.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
First ball is wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass through by Chandamal, so I probably should jingle him up.
Chandamal, unstoppable. Except they suspended you, overrate value. In T20, you lost the captaincy. Oh, Chandamal, you're unstoppable.
Oh, I've not heard that jingle. I love it. This one is angled into him and bounces a little bit. It's taken on the thigh a little bit. Ball drops out into the offside. There is no run.
I've sort of been off cricket this summer, much of this summer. So what's up with Jofra Archer? Is he injured again?
No, he's not. He's been playing the 100. They don't seem to.
Lovely choice of careers.
They don't seem to want to release him into the wild just yet. I don't know how much longer you can hold him in reserve. You've got at some point, if we want him to bowl against India next summer and Australia, those would be the two series that we desperately want him for. Then you've got to take him out of the cotton wool, haven't you?
Let him play for England.
He's in bowls and it's full. It's driven, but up to mid-on, no further. There is no run. Sorry, I missed what you said there.
Yeah, so I was just saying that you keep paying his hospital bills and don't let him play for England.
That's right. Yes.
I just don't get it.
Well, basically because the NHS is collapsing, he's becoming more and more expensive by the day. I blame the Tories basically.
You supported them.
Yeah, for the way they've dealt with Jofra Archer. Let's see, what sort of crowd have we got at Manchester today? I guess because it's another Premier League day, second weekend of the Premier League, that crowd is going to be down. Not that it's been that good at Manchester in this match. Oh, that's a really good ball. Turns Chandimal round. I thought for a moment there might have been an appeal, but he was looking to play that slightly leg side, and I think it straightened on him a bit. But he's got away with it, and there is no run.
Speaking of the crowd,
very lucky it didn't fly off. Yeah, sorry.
Indeed. Speaking of the crowd, Matt Searle has sent us a photo from mid-on at Old Trafford. The clouds scudding by, but saying no, you won't need sun cream or sunglasses today.
It looks better than it feels, I imagine, because we were talking about Nasser and Brody as Atkinson is in again, bowled, and he's not looking entirely comfortable, Chandimal. I wonder whether that hand is worrying him. It almost felt as if it was snatched away a little bit from the bat there as the ball thudded into it. He did, of course, go to hospital and had an X-ray, and it fortunately wasn't broken. But I imagine still quite badly bruised, and possibly will have had a pain-killing injection. I would imagine. One ball remaining of the second over of the morning. There's a leg slip. But he's not in action. It is the mid-on who's in action, because that's beautifully played off his legs by Chandimal. He's going to get a couple and might come back for a third. It's the England captain Pope who finally retrieves the ball from fairly close to the boundary. They get through for 3, and Chandimal is also underway then. Sri Lanka move on to 211 for 6, the lead up to 89. Messi.
Yes, I can tell you it's currently 16 degrees at Old Trafford with a steady southwesterly breeze around 8 to 10 kilometres an hour. So, and it's going to soar to 18 degrees during the course of the day.
Positively tropical.
Yeah. Leah says, she explains the difference in weather and climate. M says, I always feel Lenny Henry could have been slipped into that Guerrilla Cricket theme, so lots of people could have been. I wasn't there, but I can imagine what the party was like, where decisions were made as to who should be in there, who shouldn't.
As I recall, there were a lot of sort of messages from Sherwood, who wrote the well, I mean, it was a joint effort. I wrote some of the lyrics effectively, and he wrote most of those ones. But in real terms, he was just WhatsApping everybody and saying, "Have you got? Can you name a cricketer? And can you name a gorilla that rhymes with a cricketer?" As I recall, Wokes is in again. Bowls to Chandimal for the first time, and ball comes back into him a little bit. He adjusts and defends into the onside towards mid wicket. There is no run.
I'll sneak in a couple more.
Captain Pope.
Sorry, and we get quite a lot early on. I want to sneak some in if I can. So Pokey says, morning, all showers here, proper rain but with breaks. Need a dry week to finish off my firewood stash for winter. Not looking promising. It's going to piss down across the south today.
Lovely. Wokes in, bowls. Oh, now what's happened there? He's chipped it in the air somehow past Wokes, who then stands with his hand on his hips and thinks, oh my goodness, I didn't quite realise that was catchable. I think it actually came off the bat so much more slowly than he expected that it caught him by surprise, if that makes sense. But very strange indeed.
Maybe off the top of the bat, near the handle.
Oh, it probably would have ended up being too high for Wokes, actually, when you see it from side on. But because it was hit quite softly, you tend to think, oh, maybe someone could have grabbed that. Dropped short of mid-on. Wokes in again, bowls, and that's played off his leg slightly in the air again. And Bashir, for a big, tall man, does well to get down and prevent any runs. So just interesting little period. First thing this morning. A couple of nice shots, but a couple of moments of alarm from Sri Lanka. Maybe the ball just holding up a little bit at the moment, Indo.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I've not been watching, or my feed is not great, so I can't see the speed. So
right.
I don't know if he's varying his speed or whether that's just holding up.
I don't think so. I think it's just holding up. And interestingly enough, England are taking out the gully. They've got 2 slips and a leg slip, and they've brought a man in at. I don't know what to call it really. It's a short mid-wicket, but it's much squarer than Bashir, who's at orthodox mid-wicket. Ben Duckett is the man who's gone into that position. He's now telling Bashir to move a little straighter and a little bit deeper. Wokes is in again looking around that area of middle and leg, but this time Chandimal tucks it away quite sweetly behind square. They get back for a couple, and Sri Lanka move on to 213 for 6.
It's a good plan, but I think he just pitched it too far ahead of where he intended it to.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Now we have a sub-fielder on. Obviously we'll have one of those all day because Mark Wood is not partaking. If I'm not mistaken, is that Singh? They said he was on the Lancashire staff. Was it Charlie Singh? I'm just trying to remember.
Harvey Singh's son?
Wokes bowls, and this one comes off a thick outside edge as Chandimal plays forward. It will bring him another single, and Sri Lanka moved to 214 for 6. Sneak a couple in if you've got them there, Messi.
Okay, Alan Turfmore says, good morning, Grillers. Could be a stop-start day today. Weather's fucking crap. Not so much up in Manchester. For once, Manchester's a dry place to be. Richard Purvis says, it appears that Wood is made of said name. Let's hope Potts isn't of the same ilk.
Well, I thought Potts bowled okay yesterday. Didn't bowl very well in the first innings, coming back into the team, but it was much better yesterday. Wokes into Kamindu, who's started the strike for the last couple of overs. He forces off the back foot, but only as far as mid-off. There is no run. End of the over, 214 for 6. The lead is 92. Messi.
Leah shares with us the link to a new podcast from Addit from White Line Wireless for anybody who's looking for a bit more cricket content. Alan Turfmore says, I'm in Rochdale, a few miles from Manchester. It's pissing down here.
Oh.
The wind's blowing the weather east, so it should hit Manchester soon. Oh dear, that's not a good sign. I think though they'll be short and sharp when it does rain. It doesn't look like there's anything solid coming through. Kate Eleanor says, good morning team. G'day all.
G'day.
And Michael Bedford says, as Rochdale is east of Manchester, I don't see how that works. And Alan says, geography is not my strong point.
Fair enough. Atkinson starts a new over, bowls to Chandimal, and I wonder if he's trying to get him to just flick that ball into the hands of leg slip. I think you have to be quite lucky to get a catch at leg slip. I mean, it really has to go straight to you. You don't have any time to react, but the ball is disguised by the body of the batsman when you're in that position. He's also got a short square leg and a short mid wicket. When I say short, they're not close fielders, but they are not in orthodox positions. They're probably 5 or 6 metres in from where you would expect them to be. Atkinson in again, bowls onto the back foot goes Chandimal, pushes out into the offside straight toward extra cover, and there is no run. And England not over attacking, although those positions on the leg side are catching positions in one sense, but certainly in terms of slips they're not over attacking. Maybe not expecting the ball to do that much at the moment. 63 overs bowled. Atkinson in, bowls onto the leg stump again, tries to tuck that away but makes no contact off the pad. Sorry, Anindo.
I think that there isn't much bounce actually. Maybe that's why.
Yes. It's been a little bit like that for much of the game, hasn't it? We saw that incredibly strange dismissal of poor old Chandimal in the first innings, where the ball just crept on the ground from Bashir. But when fortunately for the batsman, when it has done that, it generally hasn't been straight. So they've got away with it. Atkinson in, bowls again, probing around that leg stump. Definitely a plan here, but he plays that nicely straight to mid-wicket. There is again no run.
Well, De Silva caught one as well yesterday. The one from Potts that just didn't get up, and he got caught ill.
That wasn't nothing like as bad as the one that Bashir bowled to Chandimal, although a lot quicker, of course. But I thought De Silva maybe just misinterpreted the length a little bit. Atkinson bowls. Oh, it's come back into him. I think he's got an inside edge. Not really any foot movement, but he did throw the bat at that. I think he got an inside edge onto pad, and the ball went out into
again. The ball kept low. As we were talking about.
I don't think it's a great test pitch, to be honest. I really don't.
No.
I know you were saying that the other day. I don't think it's the worst test pitch. I mean, that said, maybe
it would be declared poor if it wasn't in India.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it had if it continued to do that for Bashir, I think everyone would have been going, "My goodness me!" Again, Chandimal looking to turn on the onside again, making no contact again, coming off the thigh pad into the offside. End of the over, 214 for 6. Messi.
Excuse me. I should mention that we're on Blue Sky these days, and we'll do our best to monitor messages there. If you get onto Blue Sky and follow us, we will follow you. YouTube's great during matches, but when cricket's not on, we do like having a means of communicating with you, and it'd be lovely to be able to think Blue Sky could replace Twitter in that regard. So by all means, get onto Blue Sky. We don't have any messages there as yet. And Farong has joined us on Twitter. Says, Saturday, 4th day greetings to all. How everyone has a glass of something in hand. Sri Lanka occupying the crease and building a lead. Mushfiq Rahim closing in on his 4th test double century. Cheers. I'll give you the score from there. Bangladesh are 495 for 6 in response to Pakistan's 448 for 6 at Rawalpindi, which is clearly headed for a draw there, which wouldn't be unusual in Rawalpindi, as I recall.
I just saw a tweet from the Kenyan coach of ex-Indian medium pacer Dodak Ganesh saying, "Why on earth would fans ever want to watch matches in Pakistan anymore if every pitch is going to behave like this?"
Defended by Kamindo as
that's a fair point.
As Woke starts from this over from round the wicket, and there is again no run.
When England played there, it was the same, right? I mean, you got results, yes, but I mean, they were just ropes.
Well, England got a result by batting like crazy dervishes, didn't they, basically?
Yes.
Which is probably what they'll have to do when they go again.
It's just the speed.
Yeah. Wokes in, bowls to Kamindo. He drives. Perhaps didn't quite get that in the middle of the bat. A little bit low. But pleasant enough shot, straight to extra cover. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, again, that's another problem, isn't it, for Test cricket? Although, going back, of course, you know, there were many, many times when you didn't get results in India and Pakistan. But India seems to have got a grip of, to some extent, on with regards to, pitches, doesn't it?
They went. I think they did the pendulum swing and realized that when it spins too much, Indian bowlers cannot bat. So.
Yes, Kamindo throws the bat at this one a little bit wide, a little bit short, and it goes away through gully. He's going to get 2. Will he get back for a 3rd? No, he won't. Bashir again being kept busy. Does the fielding. 216 for 6. I mean,
what's remarkable is that Pakistan has produced so many good fast bowlers, despite them having to bowl on roads.
Well, to be honest, you have to be bloody good to get wickets there, don't you? That's why. It's almost like it makes them into good bowlers, because you have to be brilliant to get wickets.
You have to bowl fast first to make any impact.
Yeah. Yes.
Wokes again to Kamindu, and he's forward in defence to a fuller, straighter delivery, and goes rolling back to Wokes. There is no run. I don't think I did a Wokes jingle this morning. I'll just have a little look and see if I can find him. Where's he gone? I don't know. I'll come back to that anyway. But, so far, Sri Lanka surviving and adding to their lead. Can they keep this going? The lead is 94. Kamindu 62. Chandamal 26. And Wokes.
On that point on Pakistani, sorry, go ahead.
Wokes, look, that was a real floaty, swinging delivery. Did seem to hold that one back. That was quite fun. 63 miles an hour. Nice. I like to see that from Wokes. I like to see changes of pace. You get so much of it in white ball cricket, and very little of it in red ball. But that was a definite change. Yes, Aninda.
No, I was just saying the fact that you had some great spinners coming out of Pakistan even maybe a decade and a half ago, and now you can't name one. Is a reflection of how difficult it is to bowl on those.
Final ball of the over is turned to square leg. There is no run. 216 for 6. As I say, Chandamal 26, Kamindu 62. I was going to talk about the GPL, but it probably isn't much. It's very difficult to say whether there's much point in doing a GPL this morning.
It is open.
It is open. It is open. The Guerrilla Prediction League. You pay us £1, and you estimate how many runs we scored in the day. You have until lunchtime to do so. Hopefully, lunchtime.
Actually, I tell a lie. It's not open.
Oh, it's not open. Well, I did discuss it with the bear earlier, but we sort of went, should we? So it's not open. Okay, well, I won't talk about it then.
I have stimulated some people to speak to us on Blue Sky, which I'll come back to.
Oh, that's a horrible shot from Chandamal. What on earth was he doing there? But somehow he's probably going to get 4 runs. That was rank. It was horrible. He just seemed to slog that one. It swung into him, took a thick inside edge, and has somehow gone over square leg for one of these.
His bat, legs, and wickets were all in different places. Yeah,
that was ugly.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Now, if you were a coach and you saw that from your under 11, you would say, hang on, lad, get your head over the ball, and you wouldn't be happy. You'd probably make him do 15 laps of the pitch. Anyway,
yeah, but these days the under 11 would tell you it got 4 runs.
That's true. He's hit on the pad again, angling in to that leg stump area, and Chandamal is getting a little bit frustrated that he's not getting anything wider of off stump to maybe throw the hands out. A scrambled seam. Now, I'm curious about this scrambled seam because the prevailing wisdom is that the ball moves off the seam, and I'm guessing when it's scrambled it doesn't really hit the seam fully, and yet
it can do.
Well, it can do. Atkinson in short, and that's played with a lot more elan by Chandamal, almost calypso style. He's going to get a couple to square leg, deep square leg. Bashir running round to do the fielding. The lead is 100. The 100 lead comes up. Chandamal moves to 32. But what is interesting about, I think, Wokes and Atkinson, when I guess when there is a bit of movement in these pitches, that they tend to bowl that scramble seam, especially Atkinson, and the ball does jag. Now that is kind of counterintuitive to those of us who were brought up believing that you had to hit the seam to actually get the ball to move. Strange.
Well, presumably you've still got a 30% chance of it hitting the seam when it's scrambled.
But I mean, I always thought you need the full seam. You need to hit it dead on the seam to really do. I suppose it may depend on the standard of pitches. I suspect that English pitches were more batting friendly. Short, he tries a pull shot. The cameraman has completely lost that. He's got an under edge. He was looking for that somewhere up in the skies. But as it is, it's kept Bashir busy again down at long leg. Not successfully. because he couldn't get round to it, and it's another rather fortuitous for Chandimal. Leading a bit of a charmed life here, wouldn't you say, guys?
Yeah, totally.
Well, he's moved on to 36. Long may it continue, as far as I'm concerned, because I want to see good cricket today. I want to see England tested.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 balls to go in Atkinson's 13th over. He's in again. Oh, he's driven at that one. And again, no timing, and it was slightly in the air. But it's far enough away from Wokes at extra cover for him to come through for a single. Moves to 37. He's monopolised the strike so far this morning, Chandimal. And Kamindu on 62 has just played that one very pleasant drive in the first over that brought him a boundary.
I thought Nathan Lyon said something very interesting in his interview the other morning about using the scramble seam himself.
Oh, what did he say? Himself?
Well, he said, when I do it, I've got no idea where it's going, so there's no danger of the batsman reading it, because I've got no clue either.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I get that notion totally, which is, it's quite fun. It's to talk about the natural variation, and you can never be 100% on what a ball is going to do. That's the unpredictability of cricket, isn't it? Atkinson to complete the over, round the wicket to Kamindu. He's chipped that one again in the air, but there's no mid-wicket. There is a mid-on, and Wokes, who's been getting through some bowling this morning, struggling a little bit to take off there in pursuit of that. They're going to get back for a second. It's the end of the over, 229 for 6. Chandimal 37, Kamindu 64. The lead is 107. Messi.
So over on Blue Sky, an anonymous jingler whose handler's just fuck off says, I've been blue skying my ass off at you and you never read them. Well, bear with us, because the social media people are slowly getting used to it, and it'll take a little while, I think, Bob. Dave Emrys says, hello gents, may as well stalk you on here as well. And Old Fart at Play says, hi, thanks for the commentary. I'm having to watch my daughter trotting in a circle on a pony. Well, that's your Saturdays taken care of for the next 10 years, Old Fart at Play. Good luck with that. And Leah also tweets the link to Adit's podcast again.
Should a social media platform for cricket not be bluesky.com? It should be very, very dark sky.
Cloudy sky.
Yeah, I think it should be. One slip for Chandimal, a leg slip, a short mid-wicket, a square leg, a mid-on, a short cover, an extra, a mid-off. And so a little bit of a funky field. As Wokes is in, bowls to Chandimal, onto his leg stump, and almost as if Chandimal is now aware of the ball seemingly sticking in the pitch there, and he seemed very keen to get over the top of that and not go through with the shot, really, so that he pops it up. And, so I think there is a little bit of a struggle going on here for Chandimal. Again, it's difficult to say how that... I think it was his bottom hand, wasn't it, that was hit by Wood yesterday. That might still be troubling him quite a bit. He's putting on a brave face. And Wokes goes wide on the crease this time, and this one keeps a little bit low, but it is straight, and Chandimal quite sensibly plays it in orthodox fashion up to mid-on. Bear with us, someone just said, and the bear will be with us very shortly to take over ball by ball. He'll be joined by Mog and Ajit. Ajit, I've got to get back to you, haven't I? You were asking me to go on your podcast, I think. Is that right? And
you may need to let him in.
Oh, good point. Let me. He's in the waiting room. I can see he's in the waiting room. I'm going to admit him. Admit one, as they say on cinema tickets, or they used to when you used to get a ticket. Wokes has got a man now at short straight mid-on, about I don't know, a third of the way down the pitch, and just a foot or so to the side of it. Ball is defended back to him by Chandimal. Cloud
is the first ball he's got in the middle of the bat in about the last half an hour.
Yes. Cloud does seem to be building a little bit over Old Trafford. We're looking from the stump cam position. And in comes Wokes again, bowls onto the back foot. Definitely seems to be taking pace off more than anything. That was it wasn't 63 miles an hour like in the previous over. That was 78. It's almost as if Wokes is thinking, actually, I don't need to bowl at 82 because it makes it more fun. It makes it more difficult for them to time the ball. 229 for 6. The lead is 107.
There is a small but dense band of rain that may hit Old Trafford in the next 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
But once that's passed, there's not a lot else coming.
Defended on the front foot. Good length ball just outside off stump from Wokes, who has 2 for 43. I thought bowled beautifully last night. And thought he had a couple of wickets, didn't he, LBW? And they were both given out, if I recall. And then had to be overturned because of very faint inside edges. But he was bowling a lovely line. And if you can bowl a lovely line and get it to nip, then you're in business. He's into Chandimal, and that's just absolutely grubbed along the ground. Chandimal will be moderately happy because although he tried to grope down and dig it out, it was just wide of the off stump. So had it been straighter, I think he would have been in a lot more trouble. Anyway, that's it from me for a little while. It may be from me for the rest of the day, because I'm not on again until the first session of the afternoon. But
I think it's fair to say that England aren't going to dismiss Sri Lanka and then score the necessary 100 plus before lunch.
Well, we'll see. We shall see. The Bears coming in. We welcome Mog and we welcome Ajit.
Hello all. Good morning.
See you guys.
Hi, Mog. Been a while.
Hello. I don't know why Messi thought that someone called Just Fuck Off on Blue Sky would be me. That's highly offensive, and I will be having words with him about that later on.
Absolutely. It has nothing to do with services of the hand or vice versa. Why should it be you?
Morning, boys. Right, let's get on with this.
Morning.
Atkinson is around the wicket, horrible ball down the leg side, and there ain't no run. How are we all? Everyone well?
Pretty steady.
Yeah. Playing cricket today, this afternoon, Ajit?
No, I'm not playing this weekend. I have some guests tomorrow. I had a game tomorrow, but I had to beg off. So.
And where are you, Mog? You're in a Gothic church, I take it?
That's the Sedlec Ossuary, I think.
Which is what?
I mean, yes, I'm in a Gothic church, so I'm broadcasting from a giant church as we speak.
The acoustics are perfect.
The acoustics are amazing, yeah. Not
not
echo at all.
Not shit.
That is defended back down the track by Commander.
I have a lot of time for this lad.
He does look good, I'll give him that. He got out cheap in the first innings.
Solid. He looks like Manabon at the highest level. Now his average is 100, but it will reach some reasonable proportion. But also, if I were to be Chandimal, there's nothing wrong in playing the way he is. Chancing his arm, as it were, a little.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got a seriously bruised finger. Oh, do you want your pillow, Hendo? It's too big for me. It's very heavy.
I'm also a bit worried on who's keeping for Sri Lanka in the second innings. I think Kusal Mendis might do it.
Oh, well, yeah, he'll have to, won't he? And that one's short, ridden well by Kamindo, and guides it down towards third man. There ain't no third man. It's going to be 4 runs? No, it's going to get hauled in by Dan Lawrence, who then turns his ankle. That's not good.
Oh, he's doing a one-leg jig there. I hope he's going to be...
There's an invisible minefield happening out there today. Yesterday as well.
He'll be alright, he'll run that off. He's a young
man.
man.
Why do they breed these cricketers' ankles so weak? Shouldn't they have selected out that kind of person by now?
One would think so. Oh, that's when he threw it. I think his leg got stuck in the
turf, yeah.
Bit of a wet patch or something. But yeah.
Yeah. His ankle got stuck in the turf.
Weird.
I think he'll be alright.
I think it'll be okay. Something you walk off is already nearly back to normal movement. Alright.
Just strap it up and get on with it.
Couple of overs from Woody before this squall hits, do you think?
Woody, he's out for the day, mate. He's done.
Oh, I missed it.
No, he was running in last night and he had got a little thigh strain of some description. Couldn't complete his
but in
up.
that case, that's a good thing if you're Sri Lanka, of course.
Well, of course it is if you're Sri Lanka. That goes out towards deep square leg. It'll just be one. Potts is out there. He'll be on soon, no doubt.
He was ambushed by a bunch of lumberjacks.
Yeah. Chopped up.
Yes. Wood, you see. That's a good one. Also, you can make equine jokes and references while you're at it. maybe it's then time for one more go with the spinner, just to see if he can bowl that grubber, the Daisy Cutter.
Well, the ball doesn't seem to be doing much. I don't think it probably will now till the new ball. Sri Lanka have really got to make hay until then, haven't they? They can get 5 and over, roughly. Kind of. There'll be a lead of 175, and if these two are still there, that's good. Could actually put pressure on England.
Beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot from Kamindu. Another cover drive down towards the boundary at extra cover. And we have to say it's 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, their experience.
He played that from on the up. It was a back foot or not a back foot, but a drive through cover. But he played it on the up. That looks so elegant.
Indeed, they are trying too much scramble seam here, though. I wouldn't mind seeing if they, if you try and put the seam in the right position, if it actually does anything.
At this stage, England look to be bowling for the rain almost. I mean, there's intent for sure, but somehow it looks a little damp.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? This is where actually, as that's pulled out towards deep back square leg, and it's 4 more. Kamindu's in on the act now.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Experience,
Yeah,
the experience in your, bowling attack on Broad and Anderson.
Absolutely.
Does a lot,
That's what I was going to say. No, they're having some catching fields, but somehow for Chandimal as well, he beat that, not looking to hit there, for example, and with that Caribbean looking shot. But this one, there's no hope of catching it if the batsman nails it like the way he did. Anything on socials?
Yes, Michael Bedford says admit Juan used to be on Spanish cinema tickets, and then Leah reminds him about an interview with Juan Pablo Montoya, where a journalist came in and said, "What would Juan do, Juan, if Juan found oneself in a Formula One game in position 1?" And it's actually quite funny, so look that out. She also says she's quite disappointed that I didn't use the Cologne Cathedral as a background. Well, I didn't use that because it doesn't have a whole load of spines hanging off the wall.
Absolutely.
So that explains that.
Right, Chandimal is facing out. Wokes is going to continue. He's looked the better of the more likely to get a wicket this morning, has to be said.
He's playing a few slow balls in the legs.
Yeah,
let's see.
He's trying everything, really, isn't he? We've got an on Hayden now, Dan Lawrence.
Oh, and an off Hayden.
And an off Hayden, Harry Brook.
So, I mean, England are trying a few things. There were 2 catching mid-wickets last over. Now there's
because you also England feel, and rightly so, one would think that if they can get through this, they can probably wrap it up reasonably quickly, right?
Correct. No, absolutely. I mean, I really can't see.
We got 2 Fernandos to come, and 2 Fernandos
today, won't it?
Well, yeah, theoretically, unless these two put on 100 each, and then they could win. That was defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. So we got Prabhat Jayasuriya, Sita Fernando, and Vishwa Fernando to come.
I'm seeing. Look, 200 lead is the minimum Sri Lanka will want to make a game of it.
Yeah.
Anything short of that, it'll be quickly over. But then I wouldn't write the Sri Lankan team off yet. With the rain still in the air, even if they get to 200, 210 lead.
The thing is, I think there's going to be more rain tomorrow than there is today. That's down the leg side and there's no run. I think they're going to get a lot of today's play in. If you look at the weather forecast, the actual most of the storm went through last night. And there's patchy squalls all day, and they may even miss the ground. So they might even get a full day's play. If they get a full day's play, I think this game's done today.
I think so. England will look to wrap it up. England will probably need anywhere between 40 to 50 overs, unless they're looking to chase something beyond 250 or something. So yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think they want to be chasing that. I think they want to be chasing under 150, but Sri Lanka are doing a good job of that not being the case, as that one is nicely ridden by Chandimal. Guides it down to third man, just past the solitary slip, who is Ruti. And they get a single. And of course, they're also looking at the fact that the new ball is due in 11 overs after this.
They won't want to let Sri Lanka even make another 30-35 runs. These two sort of bed into the day, and then, there's a good chance then that with the new ball coming, they may get a 50-run quick fillip there. We see the skipper sitting out. I think he's
just gone for a pep talk, hasn't he? Instructions.
Yeah. Okay.
It's quite an experienced side when you look at it for England. It's defended out to the offside. There's no run. It's got, with the exception of Wokes, there's not a lot of Woods out now. The bowling attack is pretty callow in real terms. Bowl and you know, you look at it in the other sense, you've got Dan Lawrence in at opening. So the rest of the top 5 is pretty settled.
No, I think he did okay. I mean, another quick fire 32-35. He'll want to do more, but England will take that much from him.
Yeah.
Lot of catches. Now we see a short cover, an off Hayden, an on Hayden, a catching mid wicket, and a catching square leg. Interesting.
And now he's going to bowl a long half volley outside the off stump that gets hit to the cover boundary. Well, no, not quite that. It was straighter. And it was hit back to him.
Wow. That's a really attacking field.
Well, they want to break through, don't they? They want to try. I guess, and when you're trying to do this, you do leak runs, but I guess they think the prize is the wicket. And if they, exactly that, if they can prize this wicket out, then they've got an end open.
Yeah, I mean, two fours for a wicket at this stage, you will easily take. Yeah. Makes sense.
Last ball of Wokes' 17th over. He's got 2 for 45. Bowled pretty well. Up to the crease. Short. So slow. I just sat up and said, hit me. And
he did.
He did. Chandler has pulled that before. Deep square leg.
4 on the floor, and one more fall than the 4 to 4.
That was 69 miles an hour.
To get funky on the dance floor.
It was a slow ball. I think he got it wrong, and I dare say he was not out here. That was like a tennis ball bounce.
Exactly.
That was actually how you practice playing a pull, I suppose. So yeah.
Looked like it was a no ball as well. But, yeah.
Exactly. That was the only thing I was going to say. Probably they missed a no ball.
They don't miss them these days, so if it is, they'll call it back. Maybe it's just a camera angle.
Okay.
Trick of the light.
Yeah, it clearly was.
It looked like his foot was, no part of his foot was behind.
Here we go.
Nonetheless.
Changing the bowling. He looked pretty good last night as well.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Well, he had a point to prove sort of in the beginning of the second innings. He looked a little listless in the first one, but he has missed parts.
Yeah, and he had bowled reasonably okay. He had 2 drop catches off him. In fact, he dropped Comindo off him, which could be. They also dropped Angelo Matthews. That didn't cost that much. Fortunately,
of the newest between him and Atkinson, whom do you like so far?
Well, I like Atkinson. Atkinson's having a great game, and you know that happens. Otherwise, it's very difficult to keep up the level that you came into Test cricket when you get. What did he get? 13 wickets in his first Test.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean,
Anderson's last Test. Yeah.
Exactly.
More importantly, what is that fucking haircut he's rocking there?
No, it doesn't suit him, Potts. It's a Vinnie Genius extended mohawk. That's cut. Is that out? No.
Oh, just fielded. There was no excitement, but that was very well fielded, I must say. He had hammered that.
He did hammer that square.
We see the 2 drop catches.
Yeah.
So Root of all the people.
He's
so stable.
Root, he does drop a fair few in the slips, it has to be said. And this one, that was Comindo, and that was dropped.
That looked like Atkinson, actually.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, okay.
And he should have caught that. It was dying on him, but
he had to take a step forward. From where he was in the matches.
Exactly, and you've got to anticipate it. That's outside off stump again, cut once more. Presumably there's someone out in the deep. There is. It'll just be the one.
Is it just me, or does Comindo look like he's looking after a few runs, probably?
Yeah.
Right? He looks a little aggressive, his body posture. If the ball is anywhere closer to him, he looks to be going after it.
Well, it's the way to, best form defence, etc., etc., etc.
This side of the English bowling isn't particularly threatening, so he's going
it isn't either.
Fill his boots.
The ball is not doing anything at the moment, and the pitch is not fast.
Interesting field again. Catching on Hayden, catching mid wicket, walking in, and slightly wideish mid on, but well inside. So.
He looks like a monster, really, doesn't he? That's onto the pads. Played up to the on Hayden. Here's a skipper, Ollie Pope.
Very clear what line, because there's also a leg slip.
Yeah, but it sort of telegraphs it as well, doesn't it?
No, but that's the one where you then get to nick him out at the 4th stump or something.
This is the thing, but that's the discipline, isn't it? The discipline is you've got that leg side feel, but Test match players will play off middle and off into the leg side, so you've got to still hang it offside-ish. Even if you're going for the stumps, it's got to be middle and off and off. Still, you can't just be bowling at middle and leg. especially the pitch is doing nothing. It's just going straight on like that. And it all looks great. It crashes into the pad, they miss it, but it's always going down leg, and there's never any appeals. So it's no run.
But there's a plan. We have Ben Duckett, I think, who's at catching square leg, or catching mid wicket rather, who's walking back after having picked that ball up. No, but I like the intent here. England are not waiting. They looked a little lackluster. I said myself, I'm wrong. They seem to have come in with a plan. Maybe when he went back in, he had some ideas blown into his ear.
Well, yeah, as we said, you leak runs when you're trying to get that wicket, and England desperately want to get this wicket. That was clipped into the leg side again. Keep finding the gaps though, which is very good. To go single out past mid wicket.
There are two deeply set fielders as well for the right-hander. I mean, what does this do whenever the strike changes? I'm thinking such a elaborate field on one side of the batting side, and then you have the strike changing and a lefty coming in.
Yeah.
Well, I see that not a lot changes. So all right, but he has two slips though, and almost like a backward point rather than a point. So that because for that cut, the one where he got dropped.
Well, they've left cover open, and Potts is coming around the wicket, probably to entice the drive. That's a decent ball outside off stump. Bit too full possibly, and a little bit too wide, and
he's up to it. He's waiting on that.
Yeah.
Good for him.
No run, 249 for 6, lead of 127. Chandler Miles on 45, Kamindu on 76.
Well, I must probably join this blue sky revolution now that I heard it this morning. Do we have any messages?
I don't know about blue sky because I can't be bothered looking it up. But Leah does say, do I know that there's a bar designed by H.R. Giger in Zurich? I do. I have a friend who lives not far from Zurich. Hi there, KB. And she sends me photos from it quite often, and it's really a pain in the ass because I haven't been. Over on Twitter, Dave Wood says, small but dense, referring to a rain cloud earlier on. He says, seems like a description of the GB News listenership. Small but dense.
Oh. Well, we do have a blue sky. We have a bluey, as we are going to call them. It's a bluey. It's Ben McCormick. He says, morning. From a distinctly wet Nunhead. No, Gorilla Towers used to be in Nunhead. Sounds like Sri Lanka have made a decent start. Any chance of them pushing the lead anywhere near 200? That would make it interesting. Well, they could do. It's a fair way off now. England will want that wicket to happen. And then try and keep... I mean, it's still possible. We could get them out for 150, but that requires England to take the wicket now, sort of thing.
That finger injury we're getting a look
at.
Yeah,
it looked really bad yesterday. You couldn't see him coming back. Oh well, we're going there already, which is not a bad idea. There's 10 overs to go to them.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
He has got a leg slip. Shortish mid-wicket, slightly longer mid-wicket, square leg, man on the 40, leg slip too, and that's a shit first ball. Gets exactly what it deserves. Well, it doesn't get what it deserves. It deserved to go for 4, but they got a deep square leg out. It was short, didn't get up at all. Chandimal just pulled it out to deep wicket, and probably deep square leg, and probably thinks he missed out.
Of these two, I dare say he's probably happier bowling to come into the left-hander.
I'd have thought so. There really isn't a lot in the wicket for the spinners still. It's not. The odd one is turning sharply. There were two. I don't know if you've seen the wickets from Jaya Sarir, but they were about the only two balls that turned, and they turned sharply. But everything else just went straight on. So you can see why the batsmen were a bit baffled when it happened.
Nice.
Bashir around the wicket. Oh, that one did keep low. And shot on to Kamindu. He managed to jab it out to the leg side. There ain't no run.
So what I'm hearing is that England's bowling attack is in disarray.
A little bit. Well, this is it.
There's basically no future for English cricket. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, there is. But this is it. When you've got a young attack that's defended back to the bowler, and there's no experience. That's when things can go wrong, can't it? You know.
In typically Australian fashion, he seems to have sensed out a weakness.
Yes, of course.
Does this mean that what's his name, Pennington, might get a game if Woods?
He's injured. He's out for the rest of the season. So
No, man. And what about Stone? I hope he gets to play.
Well, Stone
no
will
Stokes at all.
almost definitely be in the next test, as that one's played out to the offside and there's no run. Stokes is out for the series. Now it looks like Woody is, depending on what his grade of injury is on his thigh, I think it's a quad, not a hammy.
They'll save him.
That's presumably that's him out for the rest of the series, as that's defending to the offside and there's no run. Which basically just leaves you with Ollie Stone and what's here today. Unless they go somewhere else. I guess they could call up that guy from Essex. Can't remember his name.
Also, are we thinking of another spinner in one of the upcoming tests?
When do you need that many spinners in England? Come on, and you got Joe Root as your backup spinner. Anyway.
Yeah, don't have any fast bowlers left by the sound of it.
Well,
so
exactly.
Stack them up.
That one is guided down to fine leg. It was 2 leg side and swept nicely by Kamindu, and he will get.
It's an over wasted because he was actually bowling well in that over.
Yeah.
The flights, the lengths were good.
4. Just 2 leg side.
Yeah.
Bit of an under edge, but scoots past the leg slip.
Beats the leg slip there, and you can't set a field for that. Edges. But yeah, well done him. They're getting the runs like they would like Sri Lanka. Anything on the socials?
Warren says, good morning all. And Toby Reynolds threatens us all by saying he'll be back on Guerrilla Cricket today. First stint at 12 and then a few more after lunch.
Nice.
Was yesterday his first day?
Yeah, it was his first day. Very assured debut, as always, for our youngsters. They're very confident, these young people.
It's because they haven't been kicked in the balls like you old bastards yet.
Yeah, that's true. Let down, thrown on the slag heap of life. That one's into the mid-wicket. Into the middle stump, sorry, and Chandimal's clips it quickly straight to mid-wicket.
Well, they are back to the same field, but in terms of weather, did I see that it's brightened up a little bit? Maybe that squall has passed us by.
Well, this is what I mean. I think it's going to be like this all day. I don't think it's going to be a bad day for cricket. I don't think it's particularly warm, but I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of rain about. Which I imagine this game finishes today.
Rain in the background or not.
Unless, if Sri Lanka do something special and bat Pujil T, then they'll have a lead of nearly 300 somehow, which is always possible. Defended back to the bowler, there's no one. I imagine things will change quite dramatically when a new ball comes.
Correct. But these two are doing well so far.
Yeah.
They're taking the runs that are on offer. Come the new ball, you'll have 2 people on 50 plus potentially.
Yeah. Exactly that.
One guy approaching 100 rapidly. That's a good place to be, I guess.
And I want to make hay before that new ball does come as well. Now, presumably that'll start moving off the seam. They'll go back to Wokes, and they'll get good use of that because they'll get it just before lunch and then just after. That one is clipped out to deep square leg. Good running. Throw couldn't come in quick enough. They got back for 2.
It looked like the field in the deep was dawdling, but now he had a bit of a ground to cover, and they have capitalized on that, Sri Lanka. Chandimal has moved on to 48. Kamindu is on 80. So, well, these are set batters now. Much like in the other test where I saw Bangladesh batted to parity and now have taken a 40-odd run lead by lunch. That's the 4th day, and I don't see there's enough time for a result there, but who knows. Usually in Asia, the last 2 days can happen at breakneck pace.
Bangladesh 7 for 528 currently.
All right. 80-run lead, 3 wickets in the bank. Well, they could make it interesting.
You're saying that's only day 3?
4.
So
okay. One more session effectively left, 33 odd overs.
So they've got
he made 191.
No, he didn't get his double ton.
Couldn't get it 200.
Driven, but straight to the on Hayden, where Ollie Pope is fielding.
I think it might be important to suggest, though, that Shakib has been accused of murder.
Yeah.
What?
So there could be some issues with that.
147 people along with him have been named in an FIR in Bangladesh, is what I read this morning.
Explain more? What do you mean? Freedom of
He's
information?
got some connection with... you're aware of the unrest that's been going on in Bangladesh? He's got some connection with people in power, so someone's decided to throw his name in the lawsuit. But it still sounds pretty cool.
Sounds pretty cool. I thought he'd actually gone, actually tried to murder someone. That's clipped nicely by Chandimal. Are they going to go for the single? They do indeed.
I think they easily cross over because that was a wide-ish long mid-on. He's kept there for that good shot. So it's very clear they're attacking the leg stump, different lengths, catching setup on the leg. Coming back to Mr. Al Hassan, maybe his mind is not entirely on the game. But he's been accused, as Mark said, there are some connections there. And
he's no Navjot Sidhu. He didn't beat a man to death in the street or anything.
No. I dare say he might not even have been in the same postcode. We don't know how these things go.
Or country.
Or
possibly.
country. Well, country, I suppose, because there was a curfew at that point in time. Again, for the off of a lefty, again, a very catchy field.
Around the wicket, pots into the pads of Kamindu.
He cuts it, pulls it on the pads.
And Bashir is out in the deep. He'll field that. It's 2 balls. They keep bowling for kind of wonder balls, but the ball isn't, they're bowling that line, and if it straightens off of that, it'll be an absolute corker, but the ball's doing nothing.
That's a Hail Mary. Come on.
It is.
1stTest if you're lucky.
And they are bowling full. I mean, they are trying to give, mostly, they're trying to give the ball a chance to do something. It's just not doing anything, is it?
Very stable at the crease, the slide. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Leah exhorts you to get on Blue Sky, Ajit, and everybody else. And Messi says Hamid was very impressive in the 100. Which is absolutely no indicator whatsoever because it's the 100. So. And nothing on the Twitters, by the look of it.
Fair enough. We get to see a montage of Kamindu's shots on the off, how he rides the length, how he approaches.
Well, that's just dropped into the offside and they go through for the quick single.
Very aware.
Very aware. And they're certainly trying to push on here, aren't they? Lee's 138.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a 50 for Chandimal. We can get a little jingle for that because he's got a milestone. We'll give him this one.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Good to see him come out and battle it out, injury or not. But the other thing, both the senior pros in the team have shown up in the second innings. Chandimal making a 50. Angelo, I think he looked increasingly odd towards the end of his innings. But
he looked tired at the end of his innings.
Yeah. But
he's 400 years old. Come on.
He at least they turned up. They made some runs.
Well, that's into the pitch. It's just too fucking short. Come on, give it some air for fuck's sake. It just irritates me, man. It's 4 runs out to deep mid wicket.
Just four.
Looks like he's had some treatment, is what I read online, Chandimal, for his thumb. So he's gotten there, got a couple of stitches or whatever in, and now he's back with some Novocaine. And in the meantime, Kamindu's not missing out on any hittable balls.
No, and there's a lot of them.
This is very sensible cricket. The lead approaches 150 now.
Yeah.
How many runs have they made this morning?
Fair few. They had a lead of 83 at the beginning of play, I think, or something.
Check that. At the end of the day's play, Sri Lanka were 204, and they've made 60 runs. That's not bad in an hour's play.
No, that was a much better ball. See, that was too flat.
No, the second one was good.
Yeah, exactly. Enticing down the wicket.
To run down the wicket, but he held it that much back. But there was a loop on it, inviting Kamindu to do something silly.
Exactly. Buy the wicket. That's what you are. You're a spinner.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, you have a few fields to help you.
Again, tossed that up, but it was too wide.
He did something with his wrist at the time of delivery. I thought he might have bowled a carom ball. The way he released it.
Well, that's the one thing he was going to have to learn. He's going to have to get someone to teach him some variations.
Well,
if he's going to succeed.
Come play in the IPL. Make good friends with somebody like Ashwin.
Yeah, exactly. Or just pay.
Sure, they'll listen.
Yeah. Defended into the leg side, and there is no.
The last 2 balls have been better. He's now sort of targeting the stumps and tossing it up a little.
Yeah, exactly. What happened there?
Are we due
a change? Oh, you are due a change. Toby
drinks break
is due to come in.
Messi is the most recent message we have to read out, Messi, and I will now.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Into the shadows.
Thank you, Mark. Muggley says, woof, morning, just, primates, half asleep here, just woke up. May go back to bed. Go, England. Love and sausages. Thanks, Mutts. And there was a message from Wowo Pom, aka Josie Oak, on Blue Sky, just saying we're doomed, which is pleasing to see that he's maintained his consistency across platforms. It's good to see. Farong says, well, Mr. Vickers fell short of his 4th Test double century out for 191. Never mind. It's good to see so many people coming across on Blue Sky, and we will grow and grow and grow over there, I have no doubt.
Indeed.
Hello, Toby, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you, mate?
Excellent, excellent.
Well, you're doing ball by ball. This is your ball by ball debut, Toby.
It is, yeah.
Oh, we haven't taken a drinks break yet. That's odd.
No.
It's probably lengthened session again, isn't it?
Maybe. Over to you.
Potts comes in and just dabbed into the leg side there and gathered by Pope. It's a lovely 50 so far by Chandimal. It's been quite impressive.
Yeah, he's looked good. Certainly not troubled by his finger, it would seem. The painkillers are working.
Yeah. And seemingly working better than pre-painkillers.
Well, yes. I mean, England have looked a bit ragged this morning, it has to be said. 2 really good innings and 2 good batsmen.
Yeah, I think no wood is a big issue. Probably just playing on Pope's mind here as Potts comes in again. Just flicked into the leg side, same again through the gap, and they're going to take a quick single and safely home in the end. They are really bowling to this field here, aren't they? They've got 3 men tight in on the leg side, sort of a short mid-on, a sort of regulation mid-wicket, and a sort of short square mid-wicket as well.
Yeah, well, I think the ball's doing absolutely nothing, which is a bit troubling. But I guess England are trying to get through to the new ball, and as I said earlier, I mean, if they can get to 175 by the time the new ball comes, they're in a good, not a bad place. You could still go horribly wrong, obviously.
Yeah, it's a very good first-class record, if you can see here from Mendes. Best of 200 not out in his first-class career, averaging 65, 22 50s, 1500s. He's a proper batter down at number 7, which is good to see. Potts around the wicket this time and just played into brilliant stop there in the covers from the skipper Pope, I think that was, diving away to his left, just gets a strong hand to it.
Well, I've decided that England's only way of getting a wicket is a run out, so I've put the 5 on a run out at 25 to 1.
As the next wicket or just in the innings?
The next wicket.
It's pretty good. Odds.
Pretty good odds, it is, but it's very unlikely to happen, hence the pretty good odds.
Yes.
But they do seem to be trying to take quick singles, so maybe there'll be a bit of a cock up.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Potts in again here to Kamindu. Oh, he leaves it alone. It just comes off the bottom of his bat, the inside edge of his bat, down onto the ground and straight to Jamie Smith in the end. Slightly interesting there from Mendes, trying to get his hands out of the way, doesn't in time, and could have gone horribly wrong there.
It could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? Maybe it bounced a little bit more. Yeah, possibly.
I think he's just slow getting his hands away. He was looking to leave it quite early on, it looks like. And yeah, just doesn't get his hands up in time. that would have been the key breakthrough there. As Potts coming in for his final ball of the over. 1 for 34 so far. He's bowled much better in this innings. Straight and just dabbed back to him to finish off the over.
Messi.
So Jamal the Stats Man just says, "Hey Toby," and over on Twitter, Warren says, "Did I miss the update of Bear Cub's further education choices? I don't recall that you actually gave us a rundown of what happened with that bear, your O-level run around."
Oh God, my O-level run around. Well, the wife was really, really, really upset that my son only got 5 A's and 4 B's, which I thought was really good, and everyone else seemed to think was really good.
That's pretty bloody good.
It was pretty bloody good, but my wife was spitting the dummy. She really didn't want him to go back to the school he was from, where he was at. She wanted him to go on to the grammar school that his sister went to. So we went along there, and apparently he actually only needed 4 6s and 4 7s to get in, and he got 4 6s, 3 7s, and 2 8s. So he was fine, and we enrolled him there, and then the day chilled out, which was good. But it was a very hectic morning, as the wife was slamming the phone down on me, going, "He's not going back to that school." Put the phone down on me. "Where are you?" and all this sort of shit, even though I was the one doing the driving.
Bashir in again and just prodded into the leg sides by Chandimal.
Whilst trying to keep calm.
He got 2 more O-levels than I did, that's for sure.
Wow. He did really well, I think. Oh, look, that cloud looks pretty ominous, doesn't it?
Very much so.
It does.
looks like possibly a bit of rain as well. Hopefully it's just missing Old Trafford. Bashir in again, and same result this time. They scamper through for a single as it's flicked away into the leg sides.
I still much prefer him giving it a little bit of air.
Yeah, he's bowled a very tight line. I remember, I think Sky were looking at it in Trent Bridge when he got his fifer. First innings was very tight line, very conservative as you kind of expect, and then second innings when he got the fifer, it was much more aggressive attacking line outside off, and he got a fair few wickets with it sort of.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think there isn't a huge amount of turn here, is there? So you can't just throw it up outside the off stump. The old one has done something.
Bit of use of feet there from Mendes, but just blocked in the end for the third ball of the over. Bashir coming round the wicket to the lefty, as you'd expect. Yeah, it's not really turned a huge amount. I mean, Bashir's wickets have the one I really liked was De Silva last innings where he caught a leg slip. Bashir in again here, cut away up in the air, but flies past backward point there. It's going to run away to the boundary. No, Matt Potts gets there in time, and they're through for two in the end. And yeah, the De Silva wicket last innings, I really liked.
The little tickle around the leg side,
exactly.
Leg slip. Yeah, that was as a first innings wicket. That's really good as well.
Yeah, exactly. But then the other two, the shooter that sort of just didn't get up at all, and then it was a bit of a hike, I think, from
it was
one of the tail ends.
But that's fine. It was what's his name in the end? It was Ratnayaka.
Yes, yeah, it was. Yeah, left alone outside the off stump there.
But I don't mind that. You're buying a wicket. You know, no one else had anything to do.
No.
And he was really trying to take it on, and he mishit one, and the fielder was in the right place. So that was all good.
Leave Bashir with a threefer, so you very much take it, and I'm sure he'd be happy to.
But in his second innings, he's just bowled too flat for me, too defensive, and you're trying to get wickets.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
Left alone outside off stump.
The radar suggests that we may get just the edge of quite a heavy shower, but it won't last for very long.
No, I don't think anything's going to last very long. I think we're going to get a pretty full day's play, to be honest.
Hopefully so, yeah. I mean, weather forecast I've seen seems to suggest no rain at all in Trent Bridge. Not Trent Bridge, Manchester. Wrong place completely.
Yeah, Old Trafford.
Yeah. So I guess it depends on wind direction.
Yeah, wind direction and where the showers are, basically. Yeah. It's not bad considering it's shitty down here. It's pissing down. Well, it's not pissing down. It's kind of
sort of a mizzle of some sort.
A drizzle. Not more than a mizzle, less than rain.
Oh, bit of low bounce. Yeah.
Footholes too full though. Right.
They really need someone to be running straighter down the pitch, really.
Yes.
Matt Potts in again here. Chandimal on 52. Kamindu Mendes 88. The Sri Lankans 268 for 6. Leading by 146.
Sorry. Pornbot says not the first Pope to have had wood constantly on their mind. Oh dear.
Indeed.
5 overs to the new ball here. Potts still peppering away. Short ball there and ducked well by Chandimal in the end. He does leave his hands up though.
He does periscope the bat, doesn't he?
He got himself into a few awkward positions yesterday and in the first innings against Woods. I mean, Potts hasn't quite got the same pace, but seemingly the same issue from Chandimal. Could be.
I have to ask you, Toby, whether that was deliberate, you'd been working on it, or just a natural thing to say Potts peppering away.
As I was saying it, I was like, this is going to sound good, so couldn't not say it.
Practicing his media skills.
Nicely done.
Short in there again from Potts and pulled away by Chandimal. Have to come up with a few more. I mean, there was a lot of chat during the T20 Blast of salt and pepper as a possible opening partnership for England.
Jesus.
Oh, we've done those ad nauseam, I can assure you.
There's going to be millions of those, I'm sure. I reckon the YouTube comments will be flooded.
Well, De Kock was the source of endless boyish entertainment for us for years.
It's a shame he's not playing in the 100, not playing in the Blast, and sort of retiring from international, I guess, or slowly taking a step back.
Yeah, he's basically doing the IPL, isn't he?
Yeah,
that's about it.
Well, and the
SA
IPL 2.0, the SA, probably
T20
America maybe might have been over there.
Basically, he's a gun for the most money.
Yeah. Short again from Potson. Pulled nicely down there from Mendes. Gets his hands over the top and just rolls the wrists.
In a way, I think it's commendable. Because he's decided he's not going to get on a complete T20 bandwagon and play anything he likes. He figures I can make I can make enough money a year out of playing 4 months. I'll play
and then play golf.
Yeah, exactly. I can play 3 months in the IPL with a bit of warm up and down, and I can play the SAT 20 in January for a month. And that's all I have to do every year. And for the rest of the year, I can just do what the fuck I like, and I'll be comfortable. And that's fair enough.
Back of a length there from Potts. Just dropped at his feet by Mendes.
I discovered something very interesting about the IPL yesterday. Gideon Haig and Peter Lawler were interviewing Justin Lanka for actually a really interesting interview. But amongst other things, Lanka was saying that when he was coaching in the IPL this year, he was amazed by the camaraderie in the team. But the number of people who are a part of it is amazing. He said every game we went to, 70 to 80 people would comprise the entourage that we took there.
Wow.
70 to 80 people. That's fucking nuts.
That's surely too many, you think, almost. Just the amount of voices around the team.
Exactly. Yeah. Presumably they're sort of management and management mates, aren't they, as well? The kind of hangers on.
Yeah, so anyone who knows an owner.
Yeah, exactly.
Says, oh, yeah, I'll, do some physio work, or just stands around. I'm a tactician of sorts, or a stato.
Exactly. I can operate on a computer.
Yeah. Just there with quick info up.
Yeah.
Mog's providing some prompts for your commentary. Says pot bubbling away here, hopefully not going off the boil.
Oh, lovely. I mean, you've got the pot calling the kettle black in the jingle.
Of course.
Yeah.
Cut away nicely there from Mendes. Going to scamper through for a few. It's been picked up in the deep there by Atkinson.
We can't see England not taking a new ball when it's due, can you? There's absolutely nothing happening in this old ball.
Big question is, can Mendes make it to 100 before then? He's on 90 hours. Drinks come onto the field. 4 overs.
So we are doing extended sessions today, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think after rain and bad light has stopped a good amount of overs. I assume that means lunch at 1:15 as well, perhaps.
Yeah, it looks like lunch at 1:15.
And then
we'll just go on as necessary.
Yeah. Well, Hendo's going to do my spot in the next. The next stint.
Oh, great.
Then we'll have lunch, and he'll be back after lunch as well.
Good one. So it's a little quiet on the socials at the moment. Farong has sent us a photo of somebody sitting at a computer which looks like an Atari, I think it is, in front of his screen. So is this Guerrilla Cricket Central, or is someone pulling my leg? And Ben McCormick says, I have to agree with the porn bot. The lack of wood is definitely something of a metaphor for England's impotent attack.
Yeah, well, as I was saying earlier, it's a very inexperienced attack, and these are the moments that test you. The two batsmen out there, Kamindu, is only in his 6th test, whatever, but he started off very well in his career, averaging, 100 at the moment. Chandimal was very experienced. He's got 15 test tons and, 28 test 50s, so, you've got a very experienced attack against a guy who knows, has been around the block, and someone who's in form, and it's up to them to figure a way through it, really.
Yeah.
It's an experience.
Woi Pom says it sounds like Mrs. Bear is Mrs. Tiger Mum Bear.
Well, she is a little bit, but that's to be expected. African mother, they push hard, much like Asian mums and all the rest, Yeah. And she, to be fair, they do have a point,
Yeah, absolutely.
With the lack of opportunities and ingrained racism, etc., within society. I think in London it's slightly different, but even then, it's hard to break through. So I can't fault her for that, but Christ, it's it's annoying. Because me, I'm slack dad. Just go to the school you were at. Why not? It was a pretty good school as well.
The layback bear.
I'm very laid back.
Rich Turner says, good afternoon. I spent Friday watching Dean Elgar's frustrating Hampshire bowlers. So whatever happens today counts as light relief. And Muttley sent us a video of the young ones on YouTube. We sow the seed, nature grows the seed, then we eat the seed. I'm not sure what that quite relates to, but thanks, Mutts.
Doesn't sound very young ones, either. It sounds a bit...
Anyhow, we're getting lots of love on YouTube, on Blue Sky all of a sudden, which is a good sign. As long as we've got someone on socials who can be bothered looking, Mog.
I've always got it open in the studio, so don't you worry.
That's good.
I keep an eye on it.
Wedge it, Jeremy.
I'll do my best, Mog. Dave Wood says, I did know that note that David Willey bowled to Max Holden earlier in the year, recreating a golden commentary moment that possibly never happened.
Oh, it did happen.
It did, yes.
Yes.
It's a recording of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Except it was Holding rather than Holden.
Yes.
Of course.
It would have been the bowler's Willie as well, rather than the batsman.
Yes. Yes.
Bashir to continue, it looks like, which is hopefully he'll toss up a little bit more as you've wanted, Bear.
I wish he would. Someone needs to get in his ear. Jeetan Patel's the bowling coach. Can't be afraid of being hit. You know, the worst that's going to happen is you're going to get taken out of the attack, and if they're still there, you're going to get another chance later.
Leah says Bangladesh hold the lead of 83 with 3 wickets in hand in Rawalpindi, thus ensuring they basically can't lose from here. I think you underestimate Bangladesh's capacity to fuck up here, but I think in all probability it will be wrong.
Over to you. Describe the ball.
First ball by Bashir, just prodded back down to him. Simple enough for Chandimal. No real turn.
No, and that's the issue, isn't it? There's no real turn. It's a quite claggy pitch.
Up again, use of feet, but straight to Bashiri. A bit of fire in him there. He picks the ball up and feigns a throw at the stumps.
I mean, for all the... I'm not giving him a good time at the moment. I do think that he's got potential, and they should stick with him.
The thing that confused me most as well is he was at Surrey as a young guy, as he comes in again here. Flicks into the leg sides. Looked for a single, but not taken in the end. And he was at Surrey till he was about 17, and then they sort of dropped him, said we don't think you have the materials to be a spinner. But when you look at him, his sort of raw talent, his height, his hand size.
I think the counties kind of treat spinners a bit like hot potatoes, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone tells them they need one, but they don't actually want one. It's like
and he's obviously done well since. Played, I think, at Berkshire for a bit. Played against Somerset in a twos game or a friendly game, and I think impressed massively there. They gave him a bit of a trial, and he trialled against his old team at Surrey, and they've kept him since.
Well, yeah, you got to nurture these guys.
Use of feet there from Chandimal. Down the ground, brilliant shot in the end. Just beats Wokes at mid-off in the end there, but it's actually been cut off. So Ben Duckett has come from absolutely nowhere to, I think he must have been a long run in the end, but tearing around. I thought that was going to just fly away to the boundary, but it's so slow and so wet out there, just not actually really going to be going anywhere.
Nice use of the feet, wasn't it, down the track, right over the top of the ball. Beautiful drive.
Didn't look like he got a hold of it in the end, and obviously it didn't reach the boundary, but I assumed Wokes at mid-off would have just been able to pick it up, but evidently he was fraction wide to get there. Ran 3 in the end, leaving Mendes on strike again. He's on 90, left alone. Bit of turn there from Bashir, using the footholes outside Mendes' off stump.
No, 3 overs to the new ball.
Yeah.
Mendes evidently doesn't seem too keen to get to the 100 before the new ball. So happy enough as.
Looks like the rain is going to be coming soon. They're getting ready for the site screen for the covers.
Muttley says the video was from an episode taking the piss out of the good life. It was in reply to growing the Blue Sky account. You guys were my first post. Oh, we got your virginity basically on Blue Sky.
We're honoured.
And Leah says, I'm definitely not underestimating Bangladesh's capacity for fucking up, but they play the only team that is able to fuck up even more in more comedic ways. That's true.
Yeah, fuck up extraordinarily badly to lose that one, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Short from Potts and pulled away nicely there for a single.
Well, Duckett's in that weird three-quarter position, or was, but they got a single off the first ball.
Mendes on strike here now, just 10 away from his 100. His third, I believe, it would be in Test cricket from just a few matches.
Yeah, he got 2 centuries in the same game, didn't he, in Gaul? That's where most of his average comes from. He scored 92 not out in the next game as well.
He's pretty impressive, isn't he?
Yeah.
200s and 250s in 3 appearances. It's pretty good. Pretty good effort. He's only failed to pass 50 once.
Yep.
And this innings has brought his average back up to 106.
Not a bad effort at all. Potts around the wicket to Mendes, just ducks under it. Also with his bat slightly raised, I would say. Not in the same
way as Chan.
Same way, yeah. But got down nice and early. I think kind of knows that, that a lot of short balls, back of length balls, are going to be coming here with the field that's set.
Yeah, maybe not a bad idea if they can get through the next few overs only conceding a couple of runs. It's a question of whether they take it on or not, isn't it? You could buy a wicket this way.
Short again from from Potson.
What was that?
Comedic ball in the end there. Sort of almost a slower ball from Potson, looks like. Dragged it down slightly. And a big swipe from Mendes trying to hit it through sort of cover point somewhere. But just doesn't get anything on the end.
Well, it just came off the pitch so slowly, didn't it? Ballooned and died again before it got to him. Fortunately, it's a test match, so it's not a wide. But it came out of the pitch really slowly. It was really short.
Scrambled seam from Potts. You wonder whether it maybe sort of just hit the wrong part of the seam to slow it up a little bit. And the pitch obviously isn't very helpful to pace as Mendes pulls that one straight to forward square leg, no run.
Feels like the pitch is getting slower every day, doesn't it?
Yeah. Which I don't think will help Sri Lanka's opening attack much.
No.
Well, as yet the rain has stayed away. They have got. Oh, I say that, and I just see a few spots going across the camera.
It's right on the edge, according to the radar.
That's short through to the keeper, no run,
and they're
off the covers.
You can see it's definitely getting stronger.
Yeah, the wind has picked up, the rain has come in. They'll get the covers on. Hopefully it won't last very long. They might take an early lunch, having said that, because it's 12:24. Oh, it's coming down pretty heavy now. I don't think it's going to last long.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they will take an early lunch though, because it'll take a bit of cleaning up if it's raining hard.
Yeah, exactly that.
And I mean, that's been a fantastic session.
As for Sri Lanka, not so for England.
Yeah.
And I think England will be quite happy with a little break. It always means the batsmen will come out and reset. Again, when they do, if they take a little time to reset, England will have the new ball before they know it. So, which will be good for England.
Yeah, it's almost going to be like they have 2 goes at it. The first couple of overs, bats trying to get themselves in, and then the new ball will come. They'll obviously use that to try and strike.
Again, exactly that.
Sri Lanka 275 for 6 as rain stops play here. Chandimal 57 not out, having returned after going off the field injured. 90 not out for Mendes, who has batted beautifully so far.
Yeah, he has indeed.
They scored 71 in 18 overs today, which is
pretty good.
Exactly what they would have wanted.
Yeah, exactly that. A good rate, nearly 4 and over, isn't it? Well, I guess we should go and chill out then.
Yeah. We'll be back when they're back.
We'll be back when they're back. You didn't send over those Vimeos, did you?
Not yet, no. I was going to work on that this afternoon.
Fair enough. Right. Well, we're going to replay a podcast then, funny enough.
Go for it. Okay.
Our review of the series. We shall restart it and give you the whole thing. It's an hour long. Hopefully we'll be back before the end of it. We'll see you in a bit. Until then, have fun.
Okay.
And the second season of Alan Carr's Changing Ends. ITVX is bursting with brand new comedy as well as all your favourites. So stream Funny today on ITVX, the UK's freshest streaming service.
Sports Social, now on the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Hi, it's Daniel from Son of Chelsea, and this football season you can follow all the action surrounding the club and the rest of the Premier League on the Sports Social Podcast Network. If you are tired of reactionary takes and get beyond the clickbait headlines, follow the pod for a variety of honest and thoughtful Chelsea discussion reacting to the latest around Stamford Bridge. Listen to Son of Chelsea now, wherever you get your podcast.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they're here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. Now, who do you think of when you think about a hard man? Vinnie Jones? Norman Hunter? Mike Tyson? Well, it's none of those we're going to chat about today. We want to focus on cricket's hard men, the toughest characters from the history of cricket. Our guest on the bar stool of bravado is Richard Sydenham, sports journalist and author of a book which is all about that very subject, cricket's hard men. Richard, a huge welcome to the Bishop and Bear.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Delighted. What can we get you to drink?
Oh, Banks's mild.
Banks's, there we go. We're slap bang in the Midlands. That places you geographically based on your beer selection immediately. Now, my first question for you, actually, was you're a lifelong Aston Villa fan. If I think hardmen, I've got to think Paul McGrath. Did he ever play cricket?
Oh, I don't know about that, but he played football bloody well. But
he sure did.
It was never really a hard man. He was too good. He didn't need to be hard because he thought quicker than the next man. He was quick in pace, and he's just the best Villa player I've ever seen.
On next to no knees.
Sorry?
On next to no knees for most
of him. I guess that made him pretty hard, the fact that he is no knees. Did a bit of cycling on a Friday afternoon and went out and was man of the match every Saturday. Yeah, it was pretty special, really.
Anyway, so we got your Bankses. Tell us a little bit about yourself. And then we'll come on to the book, and the idea for it. But just tell us about you.
So I started my journalism career in 1994, which was a good year to start out because I was covering predominantly Aston Villa and Warwickshire for a local paper in Birmingham. Obviously, that became Lara's year, 94.
Yeah.
For a rookie journalist, it was a pretty special time to be covering your local cricket team when, I was talking to Lara pretty much every week. He'd give me a few interviews. All the other guys, I'd call some of them friends now, and they were a really good bunch of guys. There was no press officers in those days, so you could just walk up to a player and ask for an interview, whether it was in the members' bar or just outside the changing rooms. Access was great. Equally, doing the same at the training ground of Aston Villa. Wander up to a player in the car park, they'd give you a phone number, or you just have in fact my first interview with Dwight York in the passenger seat of my Austin Maestro.
Nice.
Which was a theme of the day there. But,
there's a car and sportsman's theme here, Bear.
Yeah.
You and Clive Lloyd.
Well, yeah.
Richard and Dwight York.
That's how it all started, and obviously we are now where we are.
Well, so I mean, I've had a great time, I've got to say, reading the book we're sort of nattering about is cricket. It's hard men, the toughest characters from the history of cricket. There's 22 of them. Did you kind of have in mind that you wanted two teams, or how did the number 22 come about? Just out of interest.
Yeah, it does seem a bit of a random number. I got the point there. Initially, I was looking at 25, and then I just thought it was a few too many, and I wanted to include those other chapters that I'm sure you'll ask me about the mental side of the sport. So I just thought I don't want to overdo it. So I just thought these 22, to me, I felt like they picked themselves. Obviously, had a few opinions from other people I spoke to, and that those were the 22 that we were left with.
Okay. So, I mean, the first question, and you're right. One of the things that really interested us was the fact that you have two very specific chapters on, beating anxiety and depression, and we're beating demons, and then the growing understanding and how it's changed over time of anxiety and depression. And it was quite interesting that to set a context for hard men. I mean, I've got to be honest. Before I picked up the book, I was thinking, in my head, I'm thinking, who are cricket's Norman Hunters, Eddie McCready's, Ron Harris's, Tommy Smith's, name any. I guess in my head, I'm thinking hard footballers who had that reputation for, let's say, pushing the rules beyond. And yet the selection is often more, I guess, based on mental challenges, facing adversity. There's a lot of things in there that aren't about pushing and breaking rules. It's just about the kind of the fortitude or adversity, and coming through that is often something. But you chose to set a context first of exploring the mental side of the game. What kind of led you down that path?
Well, first of all, I'll just say that you kind of touched on the football aspect. That was probably the one thing that gave me the idea initially. I remember watching, because this was an idea that came about over 10 years ago, and it's took me this long to finally put it down into print because of various other projects in life getting in the way, other books and other things work-wise. But the inspiration, I remember seeing an advert on TV about Soccer's Hard Men. I think it was either a program or a DVD or something like that, and I just thought it was a little bit cliched as a football DVD, because I've never actually I didn't see Vinnie Jones, for instance, who's the iconic football hard man. I didn't see him as being hard. I don't see biting the journalist's nose or finishing the player's career with a stupid tackle as being hard.
Squeezing Gazza's bollocks.
Exactly. So I could be here all day about some of the cliched so-called hard footballers I disagree with, but being someone who works in cricket as well as football, I just thought, wow, man, that would be a really interesting idea to translate to cricket. And the more I thought about it, the more I asked the questions of myself: what makes a hard man of cricket, like you've just asked me? And I think it's a lot more about mental toughness.
Yeah.
It would be in football. Football is really physical, isn't it? Okay, you need a bit of mental toughness when you're trying to get over an injury or you're playing with a bad ankle or something like that. But when you take the Mike Atherton 185 in Johannesburg, he's not like Mike Tyson there. He's not a physical hard man. That's pure stubbornness and bloody-mindedness, as well as obviously being a damn good batsman. But there's lots of examples of being a hard man in cricket like that, where it takes a lot more than physicality. So I studied that a lot more. Another one of those first 3 chapters in the book is called Finding the Mongrel, the Inner Mongrel. And I don't think you can be a hard man of cricket without having a good portion of what I first heard the phrase from Mickey Arthur, actually, what he called the mongrel spirit. And I think we all know what he's talking about, that little bit of that bit between your teeth that someone like a Cole Hooper, who was one of the most elegant, graceful batsmen, if he would have had a bit of mongrel spirit, I reckon he might have averaged 45, 46 instead of 33, 34, so it just wasn't in everybody. But all these...
I think you actually mentioned that example. Mickey Arthur's interesting. Mongrel is often something that I always normally think of Aussie mongrel as 2 words that go together in cricket. But he's a South African then who first pointed you towards it, right?
Well, they're two similar things, aren't they?
Did say it as the Australia coach at the time.
Well,
But it was a phrase I hadn't heard, but I think as soon as you hear it, you kind of know what they're talking about. And I just went into that a bit deeper.
You did make. There was one, quite early on in the book. There was something that really interested me. Is when you were talking about beating demons, and you have something. One example you mentioned. You've got Simon Kerrigan in there, which I think everyone who was there or watched it on telly, it's like watching somebody have a really bad theatrical performance or fluff their lines or sing out a tune, and you just feel bad for them in a way. I remember when I used to be given presentation training in my previous work, I was told no one ever wants to see you fail, and you sort of felt like that. But there was an example. You had a Scott Boswell, the Leicestershire player, I think of about 19 wides or something. Completely lost the plot.
Exactly, it's hard to watch. So the reason for including anecdotes like that is not to relive their humiliation, but more about these are things. There were extreme examples, obviously, but these are things that can happen to cricketers. Although it's a team game, ultimately it's 1v1, isn't it? A mini contest in a team game, and if you're that one who's having a nightmare, you really need to show a lot of toughness to get through it. And to be fair to both players, they might not have got through it quickly, but they did get through it eventually. Scott Boswell went through some dark times for 5 years, which he talks about vividly in the book, but now he's a cricket master at a prominent school in England and is a good coach. So it took him a while to work things out, a few years actually, but he got through it. So that's just another example of the kind of toughness that you need to show in cricket. That was a bit of a different kind of example.
Well, you mentioned bowlers, and one of the, it's kind of obvious in a way, but you made the point. I think that bowlers have more time to think about what can go wrong, because they've, they spend their whole time walking backwards and forwards, plenty of opportunity, whereas a batsman somehow surely has the same time, but you seem to feel that bowlers had more. Which I kind of understand,
I guess that fits into the beating the demons chapter, and you're right, bowlers have more time to think about their next ball and all that kind of thing. They're almost in charge of their own destiny in terms of what they're going to deliver if they've got good control of their skills. But equally, I think there's as much fuzzy thinking in a batsman's mind as well, particularly if you know a certain bowler's got the wood on you. I think of the example of when I spoke to Dennis Amiss when he batted against Dennis Lillee in the 1970s. He said he was walking out thinking, I don't know where my next run's going to come from. So although yes, the thinking of a batsman is more spontaneous because the ball's coming down in less than a second, if you're not mentally prepared for it and you don't know what shot you're going to play for a particular ball because you already feel beaten, then that's where batsmen can get themselves in trouble if they've got a real negative mindset. That's where you need that's a bit of mental toughness to kind of back yourself.
Yeah, well, I think I'm a bowler, and I always prefer being a bowler because you get a second chance. If things go wrong, as you say, you get more chance. Even if you have a bad spell, you can come back and you can get redemption the next time you come in by getting a couple of wickets or bowling a really good spell, and just get your mental state back up there as like, I am all right. Whereas with a batsman, you get one chance, you nick off, as you say. And if you start a series like Broad to Warner in a couple of Ashes series in England, by the end of was it 2019? By the end of 2019, he looked completely shot. I didn't know what he was doing against him.
That's right. These things can snowball into a big issue, but that only becomes a big issue if you allow it to. It did, didn't it, for Graham Gooch in 1989 against Terry Alderman?
Yeah.
He was mentally gone and asked to be left out of a test match to sort his technique out. So, again, he came back in a big way. So that would have taken an element of mental toughness to kind of.
Well, there's definitely a few like that. I don't think he ever asked to be left out, but Atherton and Glenn McGrath, was it 19 times?
Yeah.
You have Mike Atherton as one of your 22. We will get onto them, but absolutely.
I think Alec Bedsoff got out Arthur Morris 18 times. Although although Arthur Morris had a lot of success against Bedser, I think when they face each other a lot, those stats are a little bit skewed. But yes, I think Atherton definitely would have. I think he admitted himself by 2001, his farewell series, he knew he was just going to get out to McGrath, and you're beaten before you start when you're thinking like that.
I mean, you referenced the David Frith book in the anxiety and sort of the section on anxiety and depression. There was the Silence of the Heart, which is a shocking read, and the propensity for cricketers to have a much higher suicide rate than other professions. And it is a theme that many of the 22 players, I think, that are on your list have had some kind of challenge that they've had to manage or overcome. It might be physical. You had Atherton with his back. You had Roy Fredericks and his concrete head, and a number of times he got hit. And poor old John Edrich and illness. So often underlying great achievement is doing it despite another issue in their life, a challenge or something that made it even more against the odds, I suppose. So it's not hard in the sense of
lots of different examples.
Bite your legs.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you're right. It's lots of different examples, like the John Edrich one you gave, the example of his leukemia. That was obviously a long time after his retirement. But even when he was playing, he had to carry on playing after the death of his son. And that would take a lot of courage as well. Peter Willey he was told that his knees were shot when he was still a rookie at Northamptonshire, and just through bloody mindedness he got himself fit and came through that and had a good county career and played some key moments for England as well. So you're right, there's a lot of things.
If there was ever a competition for cricket's biggest forearms, he's got to be in the top 5, I reckon.
I think Jonathan Agnew described them as being like tree trunks, which yes.
Well, you do kind of cite it is a range of characteristics, and that's why it was quite interesting to sort of start in a football context, because I grew up in a generation of those players. Horrible pitches, horrible crowds, horrible players. And yet none of the cricketers, it seemed to be so much more multi-dimensional in terms of the way you approach being hard or a hard man in a cricketing context. But you do come up with some quite clear criteria in a way. Never failing to look an opponent in the eye. Defying pain or broken bones, or even spitting out blood in the cause. Character, guts, bravado that inspires teammates.
Yeah.
And they're all common things that you kind of had.
And you could think of clear examples of all those things with some of the players I've featured. Spitting out blood, Anil Kumble, who was one of the more unlikely candidates in there, because he was such a, off the field, I've interviewed him many times, such a genteel, lovely, harmonious gentleman of a guy, but on the field, a fierce competitor. And there's that famous image that's on the front cover, actually, of his face bandaged to keep his broken jaw in place.
Yeah.
He was hit in the mouth by a Mervyn Dillon bouncer, broke his jaw, yet he carried on, spat a bit of blood out and carried on batting. Talk about looking an opponent in the eye. The biggest example I can think of is Steve Waugh.
Oh, right, okay. I was going to go Atherton. I was going Atherton.
Atherton was another one. Atherton was another one, but the example I was thinking of was Curtly Ambrose coming at Steve Waugh in 1995, and Steve just saying a few choice words to Curtly, standing there and then facing the consequences, hopping around all over the place. But even though Australia was skittled out for not very many, who was not out 60 at the end of the innings? Steve Waugh.
Yeah.
Even Peter Willey said, as an umpire, you could just feel the tension and the aggro in the air. As soon as Steve Waugh walked to the crease, he just had that fight.
But you know something else that I think all your examples have, and all your players, there's an element of theatre in kind of in all of them. That is about that sort of gladiatorial side of the game. So I mean, I guess Michael Clarke going get ready for a break and fucking arm is not hard. It wouldn't qualify in any way. In a way, that's I don't want to diss Michael Clarke. You know,
he's a
got a lovely career, but that just seems to me snide and nasty. Not backed up with any of those other characteristics.
I've never liked that kind of. I wouldn't even call that bravado. I'd call that stupidity, and I've seen it in club cricket. I've seen people, you know, get someone out and give him the send off, and then the batsman has a word, and the bowler, I'll see you behind the pavilion later, and all this. I just find that pathetic. That's not hard. That's not playing the game hard. I class playing the game hard as a Kepler Vessels playing with a knee that needs surgery on, or Alan Border making his captaincy debut for Australia with a broken finger because he didn't want to miss the match. To me, or Dennis Lilly bowling with a broken back for 18 months before having surgery. You know, they're my kind of examples of being hard. Even like I said, Mike Atherton getting the job done in Johannesburg. These are hard examples to me. Just saying silly words to make yourself look hard is more pathetic than hard, in my opinion.
Well, I think we'd be 100% with you there. Well, let's chat about some of the players that make that 22. I mean, you start with one other thing that is common, and it's a theme that keeps popping up, and it must be a sort of a generation thing. It's the West Indies attack or it's the Australian attack that they've somehow tangled with somewhere. You know, you can't somehow escape in many occasions from Lillian Thompson or from Marshall Holding, Garner, you know, slightly later Ambrose and the like. Yeah. The ability, despite some form of adversity, to come up against those guys. Hall and Griffith as well, you know, get earlier mentions because you have the wonderful Brian Close in there. Yeah. Who I just wonder if was he just slightly daft, or was he as well as brave in Brian Close's case? What did you tell us about him? Because again, from a certain generation, when I think hard, I think fielding at short leg and just getting smacked and going, you know, the famous quote about the ball's only on you for a moment, you know, I don't know what you're worried about. You know, the bruises after facing Griffith, after Charlie Griffith, I think, you know, and then again facing or coming back at 40, whatever it was, to face the Windies. Brian Close is kind of close to the archetype, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's the most obvious, ultimate example of cricket's hard man. Almost stupidly, you know, because like you just said, he would just take blows on him rather than have his bat or glove nick off and take his wicket. I don't think that's probably anything that we'll see again. It was one of a kind, and to be in his company for an hour, a year or two before he sadly passed away, I was very fortunate to take that interview in the committee room at Headingley, and he was chuckling along while he did the interview with me, and I think I just got the sense that he was reflecting back at some of these iconic stories, and he couldn't actually believe he acted in the way he did, and it was making him chuckle, you know, the way that a batsman would whack the ball against his head and the ball would bounce up in the air and someone would say, "You're okay, Brian." He'd say, "Never mind that, just catch the bloody thing," you know. That was his attitude. And he never sledged any batsmen. It was all about being hard in terms of trying to win, trying to get the best out of his team, which to me is the ultimate. And you could probably talk all day about Brian Close, but the way that two tough cricketers like Viv Richards and Ian both idolised him at Somerset, I think says it all.
Well, there is one wonderful quote, and you know, obviously the book we're talking about is Cricket's Hard Men, by our guest today, Richard Sydenham. Obviously, we're going to include notes and stuff when people get this podcast. But there was a brilliant quote or conversation between Brian Close and Ken Barrington, Brian Close, I think, said something along the lines of pains in the mind, and Ken Barrington replied, "Yeah, but it still fucking well hurts." Which I thought was kind of interesting. And there was another Brian Close example where wasn't he said you better go the physio? I think this was after either the West Indies or the working over by Hall and Griffith, or the later West Indies quick rollers.
Yeah.
And there's that wonderful picture of him. He's literally just red marks turning rapidly blue on his body. And Brian, hadn't you better go for an X-ray? To which his reply was, "No, just give me a scotch, I'm fine."
Yeah, that was in 1976, when he made his comeback I think he was 45 at the time. The famous Saturday evening session with John Edridge, where it was like Dad's Army going out to face the fastest attack in the world, and how one of them didn't die on that pitch. It was an uneven pitch, flying all over the place. I think incredible bravery, really.
It was incredible, but there's other things. So there's no order for my 22 as we go through them. It's such a sort of interesting wander through different types of hardness, but one that leapt out at me again because of other things, or reminded me of things I maybe knew but had forgotten, is Andy Flower. And why and how Andy Flower makes that list, and despite the fact he was a great player and the fact he was a great captain and he went on to be such a successful coach, there's a part of his career where he stepped out of his role or he used cricket to make a really powerful political statement, and against what could potentially have been at risk to his life. And that to me was a very different kind of hard, tougher in many ways than actually any ball he will have ever faced in his life. Tell us a little bit about why and how Andy Flower makes that list, and despite the fact he was a great player and the fact he was a great captain and he went on to be such a successful coach, there's a part of his career where he stepped out of his role or he used cricket to make a really powerful political statement, and against what could potentially have been at risk to his life. And that to me was a very different kind of hard, tougher in many ways than actually any ball he will have ever faced in his life. Tell us a little bit about that, because that was fascinating to me.
Yeah, so like you quite rightly say, it's just another example that cricket's hard men's not all. When I set out with this book, I didn't want it to become a monotonous tone of the greatest batsman against fast bowling, because that wouldn't be cricket's hardman, that would be the best batsman against fast bowling. So I was looking for various examples of hard, and like you've just quite rightly said, that political statement to take on Robert Mugabe's controversial regime at that time, when there was genuine threat to his life, and obviously we shouldn't forget Henry Olonga, who made that statement with him.
Oh, we're back. Not that we were expecting it. We thought they might take an early lunch, but it actually makes things more difficult, I think, for Sri Lanka. I should put out a call for Ajit and Messi, because they've probably been blindsided by this and thought that lunch was coming.
It's blue sky again.
But there's blue sky out there again, and we've got 20 minutes of cricket. The new ball is
due in 3. So will they take it before? I get an over in before lunch.
They probably will take one.
It's only one over, isn't it?
One
Still
over
going to be a brand new
perhaps,
cherry straight after lunch. I'll take it as soon as I can.
Well, in fact, I imagine that they'll start with Bashir, won't they? They might even bowl a bit of Joe Root to get even more quickly to that.
Well, yeah, especially as they've got to restart again, they might not want to take a chance early. And plus, Joe Root is golden arm.
He's got a wicket from 4 balls only.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Got it with his second ball or third ball.
Yeah, that was a strange shot from Lanka, I have to say, in the circumstances. Well, they're not going to go straight to Joe Root or Shoaib, or it may be because they're halfway through and over anyway. When they came off.
Yeah, they are. There's one ball left in this over.
Oh, right. So Matt Potts has to bowl 1 ball at least. I shall jingle him up if I can find his jingle.
Number 8. Number 8. Coming number 8.
There he is.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might too. Let's bring him into the attack.
And he's going to be bowling to... I'll tell you in a minute, because the camera's not on the batsman. It's going to be Mendes, Comindo Mendes. He's got a very long jingle, so I'll leave him out for now. He's batted beautifully, but he's got some work to do. Potts bowls him a bouncer to start with, and it dies in the pitch. And although he does get underneath it, it's taken on the second bounce by Jamie Smith. That is the end of the 78th over.
To the new ball.
So only 2 overs to the new ball. 275 for 6. Chandamal 57. Comindo Mendes is on 90. Now I would say to Messi some tweets, but no, we can't because he's not here. But where were we up to on YouTube?
Afternoon all. Sorry I'm late. The party. I was arguing with the river in a kayak. Good for you. That's Kieran Roseblade. Don't know how new that is, you see.
Yeah.
It might be that was
here,
way before. No.
I hear there is rain, said Stephen Kelk. There was.
Yeah.
But it stopped. Oh no! He's back! Here he is! He's back!
I don't think Ajit's left the chat. He must have gone off to do whatever he was going to do. So.
I think he's back. He's due back later, isn't he, Ajit? I keep saying I've got to talk to him about his podcast. Now, here's a surprise. It's not going to be Joe Root. It's not going to be Bashir, but it is going to be a man who's bowled quite a lot this summer for Surrey. It's this man.
What time is it? Dan time. Yo, I'm Dan Lawrence, new to the scene. I can open up the bat and I'll come down to 3. Those pace bowlers don't want it with me, because our bat is our bat's for a century.
Good jingle. It is Dan Lawrence who's got a rather extravagant action. But he has taken a few wickets for Surrey. In fact, he's probably bowled better than he's batted or been required to. This is just jabbed out into the offside by Chandamal. They'll just jog through for a single. Anyone's got the details of how many wickets Lawrence has got this summer for Surrey, it'd be quite interesting. And that was another thing that surprised me. You know, the notion that Lawrence was going to open the batting for England was that at points when he has played for Surrey, he's been batting at 7, I think.
I know.
Bizarre.
He used to open when he was younger, though, didn't he, at Essex?
Did he open at Essex?
Especially Essex 2s, or where he was before Essex 2s, and then obviously he went to Alistair Cook, where Alistair Cook was opening. So
he was before he was at Essex 2s. I guess he just was in club cricket. Who did he used to play for in club cricket? I've forgotten. Anyway, he's around the wicket to the left-handed Mendes, who sweeps a ball that pitches outside leg stump. Ooh, good effort from Wokes to get round to that. He's looking a little bit stiff, here's Wokesy, but they've got through for 2. But he did save 2 there. I thought for a moment that might get away from him. Comindo moves to 92, Sri Lanka to 78 for 6. The lead is now 156.
Dan Lawrence has taken 15 wickets for Surrey in first-class cricket this year.
At what average?
38.66.
Okay.
Sorry, 36.66.
Righto. That's pretty handy for a man who's not a frontline spinner. And he's going to continue to Comindo, who's approaching 100. And he'll deserve it if he gets there. A slip and a leg slip. He's in, bowls, and onto the back foot goes Comindo. And he plays it very pleasantly through the offside, out to the deep cover. And they take a single to 79 for 6. So it's kind of the calm before the storm. After a little storm, as in the rain, we've got this calm of possibly 2 overs of spin before the new ball is taken. Just maybe we'll get 2 overs of the new ball before lunch. Anyway, it's Chandamal. We're facing up to Lawrence again, the right-handed Chandamal. In comes Lawrence, tosses it up, and it's just met nicely enough and worked through mid-on. Duckett is back at long on, so they take a single. 280 for 6. Chandimal came through a slightly dodgy period this morning, where the ball just seemed to be sticking in the pitch from the seamers, and he chipped one just past Wokes, and then played one really ugly shot that ultimately went for 4 over square leg, but I don't think he was aiming anywhere near there. And, Lawrence is in to complete the over. Around the wicket to the left-hander. He's in, bowls, he goes back, defends, thinks about a single, won't get it. Fielded by Potts. End of the over. 280 for 6. Chandimal 59. Kamindu Mendis 93. Messi, anyone in?
Yeah, well, Matley asked some time ago, were there any rain interruptions in Pakistan, Bangladesh, or has it just been a shit they've gone through for 4 days? Yeah, the first day was seriously interrupted by rain, Matt. Any chance of Manny reappearing now you're on blue skies, says Michael Bedford. Well, Manny puts in the occasional
he popped in during the West Indies
celebrity
series,
appearance.
I don't know if is he still living in Norwood, or has he moved? I mean, I thought the Bear might know, but because he used to play cricket with Manny more. But I always love Manny when he comes in, but I missed him when he did pop in. I would love to see a little bit more of him. I think it's the problem for Manny is that there's been so many changes, so many staff changes. He doesn't know so many people at Gorilla anymore. So he kind of, ideally he would come in when people that he's familiar with were in. So Root is going to bowl the final over before the new ball. It's full and it's driven by Chandimal down to long on. They take a single. Let's have a
His
jingle.
voice is high pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Sorry, what did you say, Ben? They got a new Patreon. Hey. Can you speak that into your microphone?
Ajit is here, so I shall disappear till after lunch.
Oh, hi, Ajit.
I was a couple of balls late. My apologies. I was noticing to see if there would be a restart, but there is indeed. Root has a very successful 1 for 2 in 1 hour. I mean, he's going to start his second over.
Hasn't actually finished an over yet. Here he comes again into Kamindu. Throws it up and he uses his feet, which might be a little bit dangerous in the circumstances, but he drives it all the way along the ground out to deep cover. I think that's where I think we said Charlie Singh, the designated 12th man, is doing the fielding.
Harry Singh, I think.
Sorry? Harry Singh. Sorry, did I say
Yeah.
Charlie? Yeah.
No,
okay,
it's all
thank
right.
you for that. Correcting me.
I recently happened to read an article how his father was a former India cricketer, so it stuck with me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't know.
That's, I'll look that up. Onto the front foot comes Chandimal, plays it out gently into the offside. There is no run. Chandimal's moved into the 60s now.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, he looks all set. We'll have to see how the new ball behaves, maybe after lunch.
Well, I think we're going to get an over or two of it before lunch. This is driven up to wide, long on, and they take another single. 283 for 6.
This is the last over, isn't it? Before new ball becomes available.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got
They might as well
what?
take it right away.
We've got 11 minutes till lunch, so we should get 2 overs in. I'm not sure we'll get any more than that, but we shall see. Especially now because this ball seems to have picked up a bit of dampness and needs to drying on the cloth that the umpire has.
I mean, with that in mind, I would probably not take the new ball. I don't know, just to not damage it or not use it up or use the shine up a little. Maybe give it the other half an hour extra so that it dries out the outfield and then take the new ball. That's a thought process.
They take another single. Yeah, that's a decent point, actually, isn't it? I mean, you normally would think it's harder to bowl spin with a wet ball because it sort of sticks in the hand. But yeah, I take your point, actually, about that. Root in, bowls. Down the wicket comes Chandimal. Was trying to get that on the full toss, ended up almost yorking himself, but digs it out. Anyway, all will be revealed now because 80 overs have been completed. Sri Lanka are 284 for 6.
I would take it straight away.
I think they will.
He's digging in his pocket. The umpire, I think he's going to reach for a new ball while we wait. Ollie Pope is consulting with his...
No? Yes.
Well, Vokes has come back on. It's a matter of time before... Yes, he's extracting his sweater off. We'll see if he bowls a couple of balls before he takes the new balls. Frees himself, air quotes.
Let me jingle him up.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Maybe England are thinking the ball the ball isn't going to go into the outfield too much now, so we are going to take the new ball straight away.
I imagine it will. I imagine they'll try anyway.
And it'll maybe hoop around. It's not as dark as it was, when the rain came. It's cleared again a little bit. There's a fair amount of blue sky. The cloud is quite high, and I'm not sure Woke should be. I hope he's bowling a couple of practice deliveries to a fielder who is out of shot, but I hope he's not pitching that into the outfield.
I don't think so. I think they're full tosses.
I think they're full tosses. Yeah.
No, they're bowling full usually. They don't pitch the new ball.
Yeah. Right, so let's see what we've got. 2 slips in the gully, so England's still moderately defensive. Backward point, extra, mid-off quite wide, mid-on, mid-wicket, and I'm guessing a long leg or a deep square. I can't quite see.
More like a long leg, I would say.
Yeah,
Right.
Wokes then into Kamindu, and he could have done with a long leg finer than that because he's turned it away off his legs. Are they going to get back for a second? They are, and immediately the new ball runs across the damp outfield. 2 runs. Kamindu. Now Kamindu will not want to go into lunch.
Yes.
On 97, 98 or 99.
That'll be my bet.
He'll have 2 overs, I think. This one and the next one.
Yeah, I think he will. But survival has to be his mode of approach, and
cautious.
Yes,
cautious.
exactly. He's facing up.
Looking at opportunities.
Comes back into him ever so slightly, and he defends proficiently, getting right behind the line of the ball, up to Atkinson at mid-on. Now, curiously, with Gus Atkinson, he has, as you've seen, the bleached blonde hair. I'm kind of disappointed that he hasn't bleached the beard as well. He's got still got the dark beard. Most of us have beards now. I've got the grey beards, but anyway, Wokes in again, bowls. Oh, and he has plays a little chop shot, and that will probably be his 100. He won't have to worry. It's slowing up on the outfield. Yes, it is going to go, and it's 100 for Kamindu Mendes. Fantastic knock from him.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
There's a great innings, it has to be said.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
And he has to be a coming man, doesn't he? 3rd Test 100 in 4 matches. So only in 1 match has he failed to get 100. That's a great start to a Test career, isn't it? 12 fours and a 6, 167 balls. He's gone to 101. That went backward a square down towards 3rd man. And now he's just got to see it through, and then he can have a nice relaxing lunch. Wokes in again. Bowls, and that was probing. And he maybe, if anything, it kept a little bit low, but he presented a full face of the bat and defended it back up the pitch. And there is no run.
Well, he looks really Manabon. That's the thing about this individual. He is so comfortable and so confident.
I'm always worried as a commentator to say anything good about people and say things like they're comfortable, because I've been done so many times by the commentator's curse. Wokes in, bowls again, probing around middle stump and gets his bat in front of pad and works it into the onside. Wokes just looks a little bit, I don't know, lacking in energy.
Yeah, he has the whole summer, really. At times he's looked good, but he's not running real pace this summer at all, is he?
I mean, I guess the thing is, he knows he's only going to get 1 over before lunch. If he knew he was going to go into a spell, I mean, while that could mean that you really go for it in that over, it may also be that he's saving himself a little bit.
I mean, having actually got his 100, I think he's taking all the time he needs coming to.
That's a better
try
ball.
And make this the last over.
Defended
defended
into the offside. It's only 76 miles an hour there from Wokes, and there is no run. 290 for 6. Chandamal 61. Kamindu 101. Have we got any tweets or anything on YouTube?
Oh, I suppose that's me.
Is that you? Oh, all right. Okay.
While we wait, I think Vokes is bowling well within himself on purpose here, because he's so used to the conditions. He knows where he'd stick the ball, hoping that the conditions will help him. That's I think the way I see it is he's purposefully bowling well within himself.
Well, I think he certainly has bowled more slowly today, and I think that was partially because the first thing this morning the ball was just sticking a little bit in the pitch. Whether it's because it was the ball was relatively soft by that point, and a couple of times Chandimal nearly popped up catches. So I think there's something to do with that. Anything on?
Mog says, crap, I was meant to be back on now, wasn't I? Yes, you were, Mog, but it's okay. I'm sat here. Afternoon, old salts and heavily seasoned sea dog, says Pirate Badshaw.
Atkinson takes up the new ball attack, and he's bowling to the right-handed Chandimal, who works it away behind square on the onside. They take a single.
They'll be happy to do this as often as possible, at least in the first 5 overs of this new ball, to try and see any lacquer of it immediately. And at least for now, the English bowlers seem to be obliging. Both those balls were sort of hit into the leg. But this one, at least the shot from Kamindu, he looked so poised when the ball arrived at him. I really liked that. They showed a slow motion of that cut that got him his 100. He looked so much ready. He looked still, but absolutely the bat in the right position. I really liked that. So we're going to see more of that now. Now he's on strike.
Atkinson into him, bowls outside the off stump. Good leave. Actually not a lot of movement initially, but then again we have seen this in England that often new balls don't start to do anything really until they've been bowled with for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 overs.
Maybe. A little bit of roughing on one side, and you get a bit of that contrast. But the new ball itself, at least I don't think it's too much different here in the Netherlands. You just put it on a place, hope it hits the seam, and there's movement on both sides automatically. You hope for that.
Atkinson in again, bowls straight, defended by Kamindu. The ball almost sort of stops it dead, just rolls very gently along the ground into the offside. Although you go back and you tend to think openers, opening batsmen, have to deal with the new ball, and the new ball, if it's going to do anything, does things from the start, doesn't it? It's only used to in England. It just seems over the last, 3 or 4 years maybe that it maybe that's something to do with what they were talking about, the Duke's balls now that they're a little bit softer. Maybe that's it does
changed. Since pandemic they've been changed an awful lot, haven't they?
They have. Well, Broad was talking about that this morning. He was saying that Dukes need to do something about these balls. They're a little bit too soft to start with. Don't know why that is. If there's any experts on cricket balls out there, maybe they could
they had
tweet
one horrible season after the pandemic, I remember.
This is pushed. Oh no, there's trouble here. Pushed into the offside, and then indecisiveness as it's fielded by Pope. Mendes started to move, then stopped, but the suggestion that he was coming got Chandimal in a bit of a tiz, and he started to come, and then he had to be sent back. There could have been all sorts of trouble, and that would have been an absolute disaster after they batted so well this morning.
Wouldn't have been for me.
No. They're having a talk now.
I've got the next wicket to be a runner. 25 to 1.
At £5 at 25 to 1.
Nice.
Atkinson again to Kamindu, and he's chopped that, and he's they actually filled that slip cordon that had gone unnoticed by me with players.
3 slips, 2 gullies, and a point.
Yeah, so
exactly.
They're really interested in that sort of little
and
back
2
cut
slips
error.
as well. So they're really looking to target his strength and make him hit there, maybe in the air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not a bad ply. I mean, I like some of these, let's say, imaginative field positions from Pope.
Yes, good fun.
Maybe they'll pay dividend shortly.
Final ball of the over. It might be the final ball of the session. He's in, bowls, and he goes after that one, and he's missed it. And England are desperate to get a third over in.
It's just ticked over to 15 at least on
I thought he'd edged that.
I was a bit worried. And the bails have come off. And despite the fact that Root was racing up the other end, he can't fool the umpire. And that will be lunch. And Sri Lanka have batted extraordinarily well this morning. Really have.
I thought he'd nick that.
He'd have been annoyed if he'd got out to that, wouldn't he? As especially because it was a cut shot, and he's
throwaway wicket. It bounced.
It has bounced, hasn't it? It's bounced on him. That's
the thing.
It's not the movement that's been him. It's the bounce. And I don't know that even if he connected with that, there is that risk because of those field placings we were talking about. So they lead by 169. They've scored 87 runs in this session, and a run rate almost up at 4 and over. They haven't lost a wicket. The leader's gone from 82 to 169, and fantastic knock from Kamindu Mendis, who quite rightly gets the applause of coach Sanath Jayasuriya. Chandimal has backed him up, injured of course yesterday, but he's come back. Last of the recognised batsmen, these two, and he's added 62 himself. 62 not out of 94. Mendes 101 of 175. Still only Jayasuriya and the two Fernandos to come, but it's been made into a moderately competitive game, and may yet get more competitive.
Well, indeed. It looks good, doesn't it? Going into this afternoon, England will start to get a little bit worried. They're going to have to chase over 200, probably anyway at this rate. And that's you expect them to get it, but it's quite a long way off. If a couple of wickets
there'll be some
if wickets start falling. Yeah, exactly.
It won't be all one-sided.
It won't be all one-sided. I'm sure England will go after it reasonably quickly, and they could get themselves on top quite quickly. But the thing is, you can throw away wickets.
You can indeed. We should point out, of course, that those last runs in that session brought up the 100 partnership for these two. They've taken them
that's
from
a very crucial one.
Yeah, taking them from 190 for 6 to 291 for 6. And it's a rare session that England go through in this summer without taking a wicket, isn't it? But there you go. Anyway, thanks to Ajit. He'll be. Are you back again? Are you back again later?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. Listen, Ajit, I'll be in. If you can DM me about some ideas of when you're looking to do your podcast.
Yes. I will do that. I will tell you a timeline.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be back in
40 minutes or
40 minutes-ish for the afternoon session. Hopefully it'll be as fascinating as the morning. But until then, and Bear, unless you've got any other final tweets to bring in.
Nope.
Nothing. He's not bothering anyway.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Ajit. See you soon. And
thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We will be back. We're back to a podcast. Is it the Bishop and the Bear?
It is the Bishop and the
Bear. What are you talking about?
Cricket's Hard Men.
Cricket's Hard Men?
Yeah, with an author.
Okay, an author?
Yes. From Pitch, funnily enough. Alright, anyway.
They're all from Pitch now.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see you after lunch.
I just think it's, I struggle to think of a greater example of hardness in cricket history. Really, when you're not just putting a broken arm at risk or broken cheekbone by taking on a bouncer. You're taking on a dictator. I thought that was an incredible example. That was an off the field example, but I thought Andy Flower deserved it even in cricket sense. When you think that Zimbabwe at that time in the early 2000s were really the whipping boys of international cricket, relatively new to the international arena, and for him to become the world's #1 batsman while being a Zimbabwe player, because he was the outstanding batsman in that team on many occasions, I just thought was an incredible achievement. And I think to carry that kind of weight of expectation for a minnow nation showed that he clearly had incredible mental toughness as well as a great batting technique.
It was interesting though, because he then went on, of course, to coach England. And what was the name of the documentary there that followed the England team when they became #1 in the world?
I can't remember.
It was the first of a really good fly in the wall documentaries, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I've watched it. I should remember the title.
Yeah,
Same here. We've all watched it.
We all watched it. Can't remember the title.
Yeah.
But he kind of he was so demanding on others to the point where he actually ultimately said,
well, he eventually
possibly was too tough.
He broke the side eventually.
I pushed them so hard I broke them.
Yeah.
and I think maybe Mark Gothic somehow fitted into that.
Jonathan Trott as well, wasn't it? I mean, that was
Jonathan Trott.
That was basically the end of it. It was like when Trott pulled out, was it 2 or 3 tests in Australia, and it was that was when it all fell apart, wasn't it? On the return after the 2010 win, and when was it 2014, 15, I presume.
Yeah, well, that might well be one of his failings, because when we look at great footballers, they don't always become great managers or managers.
No.
I think Andy Flower has proven as a good coach. There's no doubt about that. All the amount of franchise jobs he gets around the world, you don't get that much work if you're not a good coach. But man management's a big part of that. And when you're going back 10 years now, I'd like to think he would have probably learned from that experience that you need to know your team and the people you can kind of push, give a rollick into, and the people that need a bit of an arm around the shoulder and a different approach. And maybe he would look at examples like that and think, if I had that time again, I'd probably handle that a bit differently.
Kind of the really management of the likes of Botham and Willis. Well, actually, that's another really interesting example. So if you take, because you have in your 22 Douglas Jardine, and that's fascinating, because if you take a cliched view of hard men, he doesn't quite fit it. He feels like the First World War general who's behind the cocktail cabinet while the troops do the
send them over the top,
do the dirty work, is the misconception, I might point out. But he makes it. He makes it, and you've got some really interesting reasons. So tell me a little bit about him and why he makes the 22.
I researched him quite a lot, actually, because obviously I wasn't around during his career, as most of us wouldn't have been, and found it fascinating that in many ways he sounded quite, to put it bluntly, like a bit of a snob who wasn't particularly likeable, looked down on people a little bit, particularly Australians, because they barracked him, and he didn't like that too much. But
bloody convicts, he called them.
So he's in the book for 2 basic reasons. One, because he was hard enough and brave enough to just change the conventions of cricket and say, this guy Bradman is going to keep beating us every time we play Australia. We can never win the Ashes while he's being allowed to just smash us all over the place. And he was, like I said, brave enough, maybe even innovative enough to come up with this body line. He didn't like the term body line, but leg theory, where we're just going to bounce the shit out of them and hopefully take their wickets. And it worked, didn't it? We won 4-1. And it cost him his England career in the end, because the English authorities turned on him in the end.
As they did with Harold Larwood.
They shafted him, to put it, in a crude term. But in terms of physical way, the Aussies did try and give it back to him in side matches, and he was hurt several times. And I think he actually won the players' respect, because they said, fair play, he dishes it out, but he can take it as well. He was a bit of a tough upper lip kind of general figure, but he was bloody tough as well.
Yeah, we've had a lot of chats about him. Largely we did a special around Percy Fender, and obviously Percy's career and Douglas Jardine's career are sort of massively intertwined, certainly at England level. But there are other examples, that I guess if most cricket fans sat down to come up with their list of 22. I mean, one of the beauties of the book probably is it's unexpected in some of the names. I'm not sure I would have put Ranatunga in my 22, and yet again he was making, as well as being a tough player, he was making a statement about the treatment of Murali, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And you cite that, I think, as being the ability to step out of your role and front up against a different issue.
Yeah.
And he did that. Do you think without that he would have made the cut?
I do, actually, because the Murali example is just it's a small example under the umbrella of the spirit that he gave Sri Lanka at that time, because I am just about old enough to remember Sri Lanka touring England in 1984 at the back end of that West Indies series, and I think they'd been going in Test cricket 2 or 3 years by then. And throughout, although they did well at Lords against England and it was a drawn match, but throughout that era generally, a little bit like my example earlier of Zimbabwe, they were seen as a soft touch, you know. Batsmen would be thinking, God, I'm going to boost my average against these guys. I haven't got any pace, no, you know, spinner to worry about. Yes, they had a few batsmen who could score 100, but generally they were seen as a bit of a soft touch. It was about how much you're going to beat them by, not if you can beat them. And Ranatunga came along and just gave them a bit more of, like we said earlier, a bit of a mongrel spirit. You know, let's not be pushovers. Let's stick our chests out. We're playing for our country, and let's give as good as we get. And he definitely did that. And look, who expected them to win the World Cup in 1996? A lot of that, yes, was down to some damn good players like Murali and Jaya Surya, Aravinda de Silva. But I also think they were playing because of the freedom that Ranatunga gave them to go out and express themselves with a kind of an iron fist attitude.
It was as Sri Lanka was just really starting to emerge as a power as well. I mean, cause and effect. He played his role in that.
Yeah.
But I think
they had a golden generation started then, didn't they?
It did. Yeah. So, it did.
Let me ask you a question. Tony, you've read the book.
Yep.
Were there any players in there that you thought, wow, that surprised me, but having read the chapter, you agreed or you didn't agree? I mean, feel that they were all justified in the end? I'm curious to know your...
Well, that's a really, really good question. There was certainly players I didn't know so much about. I mean, I might put John Reid.
I was going to say, I don't even know who John Reid is.
But I'm not sure I got to the end of that chapter utterly convinced, but that's possibly because I didn't have any real preconceived notions when it came to John Reid. But I thought another one that did fascinate me, well, two actually. One was Anil Kumble, and you mentioned him when we were chatting earlier, because the mental image I have of Kumble is a craftsman of a bowler, obviously, one of the 3 bowlers to take 10 wickets in a Test innings, but a craftsman of spin and a hard man. Didn't really see it, on the list. It popped out at me as going, ooh, but you cite him as being quite an example of white line fever.
Yeah. What was
so you got that contrast.
What was interesting about that, and I obviously wrote about it in the chapter, when I was working on a Test match in, I think it was 2007, India's tour of England. I just remember an on-field altercation between Kumble and Peterson, and I thought, wow, I don't usually see that side of Kumble, sort of having a bit of a aggro with an opposition player. And I specifically asked Rahul Dravid, did the end of match press conference when he was captain, and I got along with Rahul quite well, and I asked him the question about, isn't that a little bit out of character for Anil Kumble to react like that? And he said, absolutely not. He said, I understand why you would ask that, because from the outside you don't see that side of him, but all his players are well aware that he's almost a bit of a nutter when he's on the field. He's so competitive. So, and then when you put the broken jaw example with that, and you start to get a little bit more of a picture of this character that he was.
Well, I mean, I think from our perspective, as a sort of guerrilla perspective, whilst respecting KP's achievements, we've become possibly somewhat disappointed about some of his his social pronouncements, and he's not been too kind to one or two of our members. It's got to be said. So possibly, if there was a clinching argument for Kumble, it was being reminded of the facing off KP. And to his credit, as I recall, though, Peterson said, look, do you know what? We were both tough. He wanted to support his country. He wanted to do everything he could to win for his country. I've got no problem with that. So in a way, Peterson in that occasion, when he's not frantically promoting franchise cricket left, right, and centre, on that occasion, I think he emerged with a fair bit of credit. You got Javed Miandad in there.
Oh yeah, well he was.
Who I sort of vaguely remember as well being a bit of a bad lad. Maybe have I got my players mixed up?
He lived for aggro. I mean, he was one of the
he did.
One of my favourite players as a kid. Actually, I loved to watch him bat, but he wasn't a particularly graceful batsman. He was what you might call an accumulator. He was one of them players that maybe a little bit like Alan Border, where you go to a test match at your local ground, and I remember both batsmen at Edgbaston when I was a kid, and you don't really remember any shots they've played, and you look at the scoreboard and they're 55 not out because they're so clever at just working the field, you know, ones, twos, the odd four. But both Border and Miandad had the ability to go into another gear as well and take attacks apart. But you mentioned Miandad, as a character, he gave Pakistan a real sort of tiger spirit. I know Imran Khan gets a lot of credit about, you know, the tiger spirit for the World Cup win in '92, but Javed Miandad had been like that since the 1970s when he came into the team. I'm good friends with his first captain, Mushtaq Mohammed, and he tells me stories about Miandad, how he was always trying to wind up the opposition, even as 18, 19-year-old, so it just came natural to him. And if you're a rubbish batsman and you're like that, you look a bit silly. But you're winding the opposition up and getting under their skin, and then you're able to go and average 50 in Test cricket after over 100 Test matches, then, you know, I think you're allowed to be a bit of a wind-up merchant. And like I called him, as the original street fighter. I mean, the typical example would be that little spat with Dennis Lillee, wouldn't it, in Australia?
Yeah.
Lillee kicks out, and then Javed goes to wrap his cricket bat over his head. You know, that was typical of Javed, who, if you kick me, mate, I'm going to kick you twice as hard back. That was Javed's attitude, and that was really important for Pakistan at the time, because a little bit like the Sri Lanka example, they wasn't overly known for being aggressive. Pakistan, that they first went to Australia in the early 70s, was swore at by the Chappells, Doug Walters, all these guys, and didn't really say anything back. They were overawed and intimidated by it, but the more of the Javed Miandad influence on them helped them to become a little bit more aggressive as a team.
You've got a couple of Aussies in there. You've got Alan Border. I've got Dennis Lillee out from memory. Dennis Lillee, Alan Border,
Steve Waugh. Steve Waugh is my ultimate. I mean, for me, he is the ultimate. Oh man, in cricket.
Mental disintegration.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the phrase I always have in my head with him.
Yeah, definitely. He was an obvious example. And you look at that 100 he got at the Oval in 2001. He should never have been playing in that match. He tore a calf muscle in the 3rd Test, missed the 4th Test, brought himself back for the 5th Test. Alex Stewart said it was almost selfish and a bit of a gamble, because his leg could have gone and let his team down. I get what Stewie says there, and his leg did go, but he didn't let his team down, because he was a damn fine batsman who was 150 odd not out, and his team, I think they won by an innings in that match. So that was Steve Waugh for you. You know, he just wanted to be there leading his troops.
But there is that mix that you were saying. It's that mix of mongrel aggression, adversity, facing up to injury. Like I said, it's really interesting how many of the players you've cited will have mixed it with either Lillian Thompson or the West Indies attack. Roy Fredericks is fascinating as a character. Kept playing the hook shot, even if it got him out. Didn't care. He just play it again.
Yeah. Well, he's 169, I think it was, in Perth in '76. You know, that wasn't just a slog. You can't score that much of an innings, that higher score if you're just slogging. That was serious batting against probably probably is the fastest opening attack of all time on that pitch. You know, it was incredible bravery. And talk about unlikely characters as well. And the Australian, I would probably almost certainly never have included him myself without speaking to other people. It was Bruce Laird.
Yeah, I was struggling for his name, but you're right, you got him in there.
I found it interesting that his two biggest supporters to be in that list were Viv Richards and Michael Holding.
Yeah.
And I think when you've won the respect of those guys for the bravery, you know, of taking on that attack, like I said, it wasn't just about his technique against playing fast bowling. He took some serious blows, particularly in World Series cricket, when they were playing on outgrounds because they were still out of the establishment. They wasn't allowed to play on the test grounds. They were playing on like football grounds on uneven surfaces. He took some serious blows and still scored a lot of runs, and that was the first name Michael Holding came up with, and I asked him his typical example of a cricket hardman.
And he came up with Bruce Laird. Wow. Well, you've got Viv in there, which I guess from that perspective is I just see Viv as part of that Fire in Babylon generation where you just felt the way they were playing their cricket wasn't just about the cricket.
Yeah.
You know, helped along by the likes of Tony Gregg and Grovel and all of those kind of crazy conversations. Eddie Barlow, I love the fact you got Eddie Barlow in there, because I just remember him. I mean, clearly because he was playing at a time when South Africa then couldn't play for quite a long time. So I remember him probably best for his time at Derbyshire. But a lot of the examples you give, I think, for him are around his captaincy and the exercise drills and the licking an underperforming county into shape to become, you know, a really, really top kind of one-day side. You've got Mike Atherton, of course.
Yeah.
Where everyone will remember the face-off with Donald. There were so many other things, but equally remember he had the back problems all his life, like crazy, as did Dennis Lilly, who was also in there. So I guess an ultimate question then for you before we kind of move on and maybe talk about some other things is, from your 22, or indeed any you may have considered since, is do you have a personal ultimate that you go, well, if I had to just put one of them in front of me going over the top, who would it? Could you do that? Is there one?
I think the obvious and iconic cricket hardman is Brian Close, for reasons we've discussed already. But if you ask me my favourite, and this is probably one you would never guess, even though my childhood heroes were Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, you know, I opened the batting in league cricket, but I'm a much more relatively limited player than those two. I identify with someone like Kepler Wessels, Buck, and I loved the way that he wasn't the greatest batsman of all time. He was a damn good batsman, really good at Sussex in the 70s, and actually limited his own stroke play as he got older, purely because he didn't want to be a flashy kind of player. He wanted to get the job done. Whether he broke a finger, was playing with a bruised knee or damaged hand or whatever, he went out there, he liked to look like a proper leader of men, wanted to lead from the front, whether it was for Australia against the West Indies, whether it was for South Africa when they were new to the, after re-entering international cricket, whether it was a coach. I just loved the spirit that Kepler Wessels played the game with. So he'd probably be my unlikely favourite.
Wow, that's pretty good. Well, I back you up with Brian Close, and I think Bear, you've already kind of gone for an Aussie.
Oh yeah, well,
on.
Well, I just thought that Steve Waugh was. I mean, throughout that period where they battered us the whole time. I remember once I met him at some awards in Berlin. He still had that steely, gritty Australian thing, no nonsense, you know. And I just admired the way that he led that Australian team, and the fact that he was so bloody minded, and he was all about winning, and he was all about, you know, just grinding the opposition down, and he didn't care. And I kind of really appreciated that about him, even though he was a bloody Australian and they kept beating us. But
You know what's fascinating about him though is that I wouldn't disagree with him being the ultimate hard man. That's it. That's your opinion, and I certainly think it's a fair call. But what's interesting about him is that he's what, about 5'9", quite wide.
Yeah.
If you didn't know him, the average man in the street would look at him and not feel threatened by him. But when you know the way he played the game, with the courage he showed in the game, with the grit and determination, the way he batted, the way he just looked at you, he exuded like a coolness, an unflappability. He's a real sort of interesting.
Yeah, and I remember when I remember when I first saw him play for Australia, he was touted as a genuine all-rounder in much the same way that Steve Smith was. Actually, he was a kind of medium pace bowler who then basically stopped bowling. Seemed to be quite a limited batsman, I seem to remember, when he first started. He wasn't exactly, he didn't look, he wasn't technically beautiful like some great batsmen you see, but he, with that limited way he played the game, he just became one of the all-time greats behind the crease as well. In a similar way, I saw you got Graham Smith in there. I mean, he's another one. He's he had about 2 shots.
An ugly batsman, really.
In much the same way that Alistair Cook was basically defend or hit it through the covers or clip it off his legs. He was very, very similar in that respect.
He's not someone you'd say to your son, let's go and watch Alistair or Graham Smith today and look at a beautiful batsmanship.
No.
But if you want to show your son getting the job done, determination, grit, then let's go and watch Graham Smith.
Although I never forgive Graham Smith for the no ball, the hand on the wickets thing when he was out to Stephen Finn. That kind of screwed Stephen Finn's career up as well, I think, a little bit. When he was, complained and ended up staying in the crease after being caught in the slips, and Finney had knocked the bails off the bowler's end. I thought that was all a bit tawdry, but there you go.
Who would make? I mean, it's a joyous read for me because it's a generation mostly. I mean, I don't go back as far as perhaps the very Douglas Jardine, but obviously history I do know. But many of them are that generation who were facing the likes of Donald, and then if you work back the West Indian team, and then if you work back a bit more, you get Lily Thompson, and then before that Paula Griffiths. I don't quite go back to them. They were bowling at Brian Close, but I was only 2 at the time when they were. But of modern players, you have Adam Hollier, of course, which is a really interesting story as a cage fighter. But who from currently playing players would make it in there? I mean, I guess there's one very obvious example. England Test captain.
Yeah, Ben Stokes would definitely come into the equation because of the way he plays through his knee pain. I think Andrew Flintoff, recently retired player as well. I remember a couple of spells, especially against the Aussies, I think it was 2009, where he ran in and bowled really quickly, even though we all knew he was struggling with his knee. Maybe what let him down a little bit, he found him a little bit unreliable as a cricketer. I thought he had a lot more ability.
Freddie, is it?
Showed, yeah.
But again, you've got that mix, that cocktail that includes injury adversity,
definitely
iconic games against a really, really tough opponent.
But definitely had the mongrel spirit and the ability to bowl through injury. Talk about other players that just missed the cut. Ryan Harris was another one, actually. Retired, who had really bad knees, and I just felt that he just a real tough character, just came running in. A very underrated bowler, I thought. The fact that he doesn't get the credit he deserves is probably only down to he didn't play enough games. But when we spoke about that, I think it was 2013-14 Ashes that we lost, when Mitchell Johnson took all the plaudits. I thought Ryan Harris bowled as well as anyone in that series.
Well, I've got one more to throw at you, which hopefully the Bear will endorse, because you've got Jardine in there for playing cricket in a certain way for a certain reason. Clive Lloyd, Clive, he has to be mentally tough because he's had to drive around cricket grounds in the back of Bear's car. Anybody who survives that gets my vote for mental toughness. But as a captain, he really fashioned that West Indies side that became so fearsome, of with Viv Richards was a part and then went on to be captain. Did he and yet he doesn't feature. Is there a reason he didn't make the cut?
I personally don't think he's an obvious example, because whereas England back in Jardine's day were getting pummeled by Bradman. I know Australia had that one series, West Indies had that one series where they were beaten heavily in Australia, but that wasn't really a repetitive theme. He still had a pretty decent team. I think it was more cricket nous about, remember when India scored 406, didn't they? Against the West Indies in '76, and he thought, I'm not messing around with these spinners anymore. I'm gonna bring the quick guys into my team. And so I thought that was more about cricket intellect than sort of hard man spirit. Not saying he wasn't hard, because he obviously had a lot of success in the game over a long period, but he must have had a certain amount of toughness. I guess his biggest example of toughness would be the mongrel spirit, where he doesn't mind his 4 fast bowlers bouncing the shit out of the opposition batsmen. Yeah. Hours every day, you need a certain type of mongrel spirit to inflict that on the opposition.
No, it's never taking a backward step. I agree with that. Did you see the Faf du Plessis body check on Shashank in the IPL by any chance?
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it. But again, that comes down to our earlier chats, like the Michael Clark examples. I don't like all that stuff. That doesn't strike me as being hard. That's
where we ended up on it as well.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to be honest.
I don't know if it's intentional or an accident. I haven't seen it, but
I don't think it was intentional.
These kind of things, that's not hard in any way, in my book.
It's a split-second thing. I go along with that. Well, look, we've been chatting about cricket's hard men. Richard at the bar, drinking his Banks's ale and telling us there's 22, and you'll find the whole list of those in the notes with this podcast. Shall we come on, Bear, just and touch another couple of things in the news this week? I suppose we can't not mention Jimmy. I know it's not on the agenda, but he wasn't in the news at the point at which I sent you the rough discussion point. Has he made the right? Was he slightly pushed? And has he made the right call with Lords? I guess let's come on to that.
Well, I can imagine there being an adult conversation between Jimmy and maybe Stokesy or Rob Key or Brendan McCullum. Between those guys, I imagine a common sense decision has been made. I read a quote from Jimmy about he wondered whether he could go to Australia in 18 months and still be a threat, and he said possibly not. And I think maybe that made his mind up for him. He's got to 700 wickets now. It's difficult to see another fast bowler beat that anytime soon.
Nah,
maybe Nathan Lyon will go, but in terms of fast bowlers, I don't think anyone's going to go past that. Would he be really motivated to go past Warney's 708? I don't see why he would.
Really?
I don't know why you would really be desperate to go over Warney. What's the difference between being third or second? You're not going to catch Murali. Warney's one of the greatest anyway. He's a spin bowler. He's already the greatest fast bowler in terms of Test match wickets. I don't see why he's got to prove statistically. I think he's done that. I think it's all about where he goes from here now, and I think the series that we've got coming up, the next one that will really get his juices flowing is the overseas Ashes, and I think he's been honest with himself and just thought, what, that's probably a year too long for me, and I think he's probably made the right decision. And I imagine that, like I said, it's been a coming together of minds. I don't think anyone's pushed him. I don't think he's the type of player you'd want to push, but maybe you would help him come to the right decision, which seems to have been the case.
What about the selection of Lords for his last game rather than Old Trafford?
I guess that was where it all started from, wasn't it, Lords? And it's double the capacity almost, so it makes sense. So yeah, I haven't got a problem with that. I think he'll get a big send off there, and the one that he deserves.
Yeah, see, I was. You say that about Warner, and I thought if he was, 30, 40 or what, I thought maybe, then it wouldn't have been in his mind. But it seems to me that if he was going to play one last summer or attempt one last summer, he might just think in the back of his mind. I mean, I would, if it was me, I'd be going, well, I could just get 9 more wickets, hang my boots up. I've got 6 tests potentially. Whether he's good enough to be in the side anymore, I mean, it does seem that maybe there was a bit of unluckiness last year in the Ashes, and not so much in India. I mean, I thought he bowled really well at the start of the Indian tour, but he did look sort of tired and a bit over the hill by the end of the series. It was a long, hard series, sort of away from home. I just thought that he might just want to just get past that, and I thought he might play one of exactly that. When I looked at the test and thought, so he's going to retire after the first test of the English summer. It just seemed a bit weird. I thought, why not play the first series and then retire after the first series, or exactly that, go to Old Trafford or something like that. It just seemed a bit weird to just play one test. Why not now then just say, well, sod it, I'm retired. I guess he wants to be sent off on the field.
I think probably Jimmy would agree. He's not a selfish cricketer. He's a good team man, and I don't think he'd want to stay on just for selfish reasons of going past Warney or playing one more series. I think as soon as he's recognised that the time's right to bow out, I just think he deserves that sort of farewell match, just like Broad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So I think it's the right decision.
It'd be hard pushed to stage manage it in quite the manner that Stuart Broad did, but you never know. It is last orders, and the last subject that we had to sort of natter about is actually quite a big one. So let's see if we can trim it down to be reasonably quick. This Friday was due to be the announcement by the counties on whether they were or were not opening up to external investment into the game. The famous 49% of ownership of the 100 franchises. I'm not sure if they came to a decision, have they? I've not seen it if they have. Where do you stand on that, Richard? Do you think it's a huge opportunity, or do you think it ultimately risks the unbundling of the game structure as we know it?
I think there's a few things to consider. When you look at the IPL, obviously it's a huge money spinner for the BCCI. They sold off all their franchises, not permanently, but for certain year segments. They've made a lot of money out of that. It continues to thrive in terms of the success, the watchability, the money it makes. And then you look at the Big Bash, which, well, nothing compares to the IPL, so it's hard to compare it, but Cricket Australia retains ownership of all those Big Bash teams. They haven't sold off the franchises, and I would love to be part of a debate between Cricket Australia chiefs and Indian board chiefs and just hear the pros and cons about keeping ownership or selling off ownership. But I don't really have a problem with the ECB selling the stakes of the 100, but ultimately you can make as much money in the world, but it still doesn't equate to a successful England team or successful county cricketers, does it? It's about how you spend the money.
I'd like to make all the money in the world for guerrilla cricket, and when I become the benevolent world dictator, I will be putting a special tax to ensure that internet cricket commentary can survive. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. We're about to start the second session of the day. Didn't think I was going to say that today, to be honest. We're joined by Hattie. Hello, Hattie.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. Have you been watching this morning?
Little bits of it, I'll be honest. Yeah.
They've done well,
I
Sri
only caught
Lanka.
really the last few overs and saw Wokes get hit for those 2 fours.
Yep.
Which saw not Chandimal. I'm looking at Chandimal on screen, so that didn't help. But saw the 100 get brought up. Terrific 100, wasn't it?
It really was. And as we said before, he's now got 300s in 4 test matches, Kamindu Mendes. which is a tremendous conversion rate. Messi Jez joined us as well. He's back.
I am indeed.
Good afternoon to you.
Good. I'm just in the process of uploading videos that I recorded a couple of years ago with a number of gorillas, which we'll be playing during breaks in the future.
Okay, that's nice to know. Wokes is going to take up the attack. He does, and his first ball just arcs gently away from the right-handed Chandamal, and he allows it to go through. This partnership now worth 101. The lead is 169. I didn't think we were going to get through to last night have any play today at one point. This one a little bit straighter. Chandamal in behind it, defends. Then I didn't think we were going to get through to lunch. So Sri Lanka are showing a lot of battling qualities here.
Considerable resolve, haven't they?
Yeah, and it's really tremendous to see. I mean, you kind of feel that maybe if England get that breakthrough, that the end will come quite quickly. But hopefully those remaining in the hutch will have taken some confidence from this. He's in again. All of that jumps on Chandamal, who's already been injured by one of Mark Wood's incredibly quick deliveries. That would have been a lot less quick than Mark Wood, but it did bounce a little uncomfortably on him, and he got it on the splice, sort of edged it into his thigh. Wokes 2.
Yeah, you kind of feel like any sort of lead is going to be tricky for England because the pitch is keeping very low in places, which will be really good for Sri Lankan spinners if they get it in the right areas.
Well, I also think that you've got to bowl straight. If the ball is doing that a fair bit, onto the front foot comes Chandamal, steers it into the offside to extra cover. There is no run. As I said, we have had a lot of. There was one this morning, I think to Chandamal, that really grubbed along the floor. I think it may have been off Wokes. I'm not 100% sure. I think what has helped the batsman is that very few of those balls have been straight. If they are, then you're in deep trouble as a batsman. But so far, there hasn't been too much damage from them. Wokes in again to Chandamal, a fuller ball, maybe offering it up outside off stump, saying maybe you'd like to have a little drive at this one, but he doesn't. It's left alone. It goes through the keeper, and there is no run. And I think also, talking about, I think I was talking with Anendo this morning about the pitch and whether it was substandard or not. I don't think it is really, but had a few more wickets gone down to those balls, then I think there would be questions being asked quite seriously. 3 slips for Wokes, in, bowls and wide. Thinks about the cut shot, Chandamal, but then thinks better of it. Lets it go through. Maiden to start with, Sri Lanka 291 for 6, and Messi has some tweets.
Pokey Bumfinger says, decent fight back from Sri Lanka. I guess they'll have to spin us out on a low total. We need something out of this new ball. Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say that given that they have scored, 87 runs today without loss, from 18 overs, I think it was, it's a very good start for them. And the other thing that I'm really happy about is it augurs well for the rest of the series. It means it's not going to, not looking like being too one-sided for the rest of the series as well.
And I wonder how much we that Sri Lanka have put in this sort of rearguard action. Do we put it down a little bit perhaps to the fact that they're getting a rare chance? I'll break off as Atkinson is coming into Kamindo, who drives a full ball straight back into the ground and then up into the hands of the quite tall Atkinson. There is no run. When I think, I can't remember when Sri Lanka last played in England at this time of year. Pretty much every time Sri Lanka have played, I reckon since about 2002, they've been forced to play in that early part of the summer. And if you lose a few quick wickets and it's moving around, your lower order loses confidence, doesn't it? Atkinson bowls, driven pleasantly by Kamindo, and in fact timed that absolutely beautifully. It's raced to the extra cover boundary. First one of these after lunch. And I wonder also, I mean, I don't know what you guys think. Do what might be considered the lesser teams get a raw deal of it in England? Because even New Zealand, who World Test champions a couple of years ago, have pretty much played in that early part of the summer. In comes Atkinson again, left alone by Kamindu, who's now moved on to 105. Any thoughts on that?
I think it's a good point, and not necessarily just lesser teams. The fact that the 5-test series against India is going to be finished by the 4th of August next year, it means that they're going to be starting in mid-June, and that's relatively early.
Yeah, June the 20th, isn't it? I mean, I suppose I think of the early part of the summer. We started to have tests, starting mid-May, haven't we? In recent years, chopped away by Kamindu, and despite a well-guarded kind of gully area, Duckett can only get a fingers of that, and it races away for another of these.
And there's one thing I've not heard spoken of. Was last year's Ashes. I think Australia had a terrific advantage by having a practice in the World Test Championship final before going into the Ashes, so that they weren't going in completely green like West Indies did at the start of this series this summer, and indeed Sri Lanka did for this.
Yes, that's another good point. Absolutely. Atkinson in, bowls straighter and defended by Kamindu, back up the pitch, and there is no run. And now I'm not quite sure what Ben Duckett's done, but he actually got nowhere near that. He dived towards it, but it seemed to hit the turf and take a little bit out of the turf. Oh, maybe it did just brush across the top of his middle finger as he was rolling to his left. So that might have it does seem to be in a bit of pain. He's definitely clutching that.
Or else he stabbed the turf.
Yeah, possibly, I suppose. Atkinson in, driven again. Another beautiful shot. There's no one out there. This is a masterclass from Kamindu. It's 4 more.
2 + 2 is a man.
And Sri Lanka go past 300. 303 for 6. The lead is 181. Messi.
He's not a bad number 7, is he?
He's pretty useful, isn't he? Yeah.
That's not new. Ben McCormack on Blue Sky says, don't know about you, but I can see Sri Lanka posting a challenging total here. England not looking remotely like taking a wicket here, never mind the 4 they require.
Well, I think they've been, what have we had? 4 overs with the new ball, 2 before lunch and 2 since, is it?
Yeah.
And England have looked a little bit lacklustre, I have to say. With this new ball. Anyway, Wokes is coming in to bowl to Chandamal. Can he do something about that? He can. He gets that to move away from Chandamal, who was, at the last minute, he looks as if, oh God, I'm committed to this. I want desperately to get my bat out of the way, and just about did. It goes through to the keeper. But, that was a much better delivery from Wokes, and had him feeling for that. So maybe just hints that there's a little bit of the lacquer coming off the ball, maybe. That it's going to start to do 1 or 2 things. And Chandamal's on 62 from 101. A brave effort from him. And he's in again. And he goes on the back foot to this one, slightly surprisingly, because it was reasonably full. And tried to force, but got it no further than extra cover. Now, you'll have seen a lot of Wokes Hattie, won't you? I mean, being a Warwickshire fan.
Yes.
Does he look a little bit lacklustre to you at the moment? What would you just?
Well, he had a delayed start to the season, didn't he?
Yes.
And but aside from that, I mean, he had a not a brilliant start to the season with us.
Yeah.
And but then he started to hit his straps.
Yeah, he has pretty well recently. But as I say, as I said, I thought he bowled really well last night. Just this little spell.
Absolutely.
This little spell with the new ball, he hasn't quite looked himself, to my opinion. Chandamal goes onto the back foot, defends that. There is no run.
Well, Well, this is it, and I mean, everyone takes a while just to kind of settle in and find their feet. No matter how experienced you are, whether it's with the new ball or the old ball, whether you've played 1 test or 101 tests.
Very true. Wokes has 2 for 55. He's into his 20th over. He's into Chandimal. That one dives a little bit in the pitch. Chandimal got into position to force off the back foot, but can't really do anything much more than just guide it up to mid-off in the end. A lack of pace.
And how often has he taken the new ball for England? He's used to coming on first, second change anyway, isn't he?
That's another decent point.
The pitch isn't really, the pitch isn't really doing very much for him anyway. He takes the new ball for Warwickshire quite often in red ball cricket, so he hasn't played much either for us.
This is into the pads of Chandimal. I don't think he got any bat on that. They will run away behind square leg for a leg by, and it's Jamie Smith who has to run from behind the stumps to do the fielding. Just went a bit wider on the crease there, didn't he? Chris Wokes trying to angle it in and then maybe take it away again, but he got the line wrong, really.
I do find it interesting. I know I've been critical of people talking a lot about Australia before recognising the need to deal with India next year, but it occurs to me that long hauls on Australian wickets are one of the biggest challenges for England's fast bowlers. And
totally.
This sort of reminds me of that. Just toughing it out on a wicket that's not doing much for you is one of the tests.
Absolutely. Wokes bowls again. Onto the back foot goes Kamindu. Final ball of the over. Defended into the onside. 304 for 6. Chandimal 62. Kamindu Mendes 113. The lead is 182. Messi.
Camilla Kachia says, in my mind, Sri Lanka have been shit for years. Good to see them batting so well. Ashley Partridge says, any wickets are about? I told you it would be 350. They really miss Jimmy Anderson and Broad. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Having bowlers that are used to being workhorses, because let's face it, both Broad and Anderson were used to bowling long periods of time in unresponsive conditions, and I think there's a long period of these bowlers learning to do that, really.
Now I'm just wondering, is that Camilla, and talking about Sri Lanka, is that the Camilla of old that we used to know and used to listen? Lovely fluent drive. It was a full half volley from Atkinson. That said, it's not going to reach the boundary edge. It's pulled up about 1.5 yards inside, and they will get back for 3, but it was a sumptuous shot. Is that the Camilla we used to know? Reveal yourself. It looks to me as if you've got a different surname. You may be completely new, Camilla.
It's on YouTube rather than Twitter, so that may well be the case. A lot of people chop and change when they move to YouTube.
That's true. Or she might be married. I don't know. It's a while. It's a while now. I'm trying to think if it is the same Camilla, whether when you were last with us. So if it is you, yes, let us know. It'd be great to have a blast from the past. Atkinson's going to come round the wicket. He's going to send a man out of that sort of cordon of gullies to deep backward point. And Atkinson's going to try something different to Kamindu. He's got the edge, and it's gone. He's gone. He's found the edge of Kamindu's bat, and Joe Root, of course, put down Angelo Matthews shortly before he was out yesterday, has taken a very low catch, and just when you thought nothing was happening, Kamindu Mendes, who's batted extremely well, is on his way back to the dressing room.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, I mean, Atkinson had, I think he went for 3 fours in the previous over. He went for a 3 in the first ball of that over, and he switched around the wicket to the left-hander. And I think with his first ball, he's nailed it, hasn't he?
It's a beautiful ball. Yes.
Absolutely, and also a standing ovation for Mendes, who's batted absolutely beautifully. 183 balls he's faced for his 113. Under a lot of pressure, really, because Sri Lanka could easily have fallen away and been beaten in 3 days. But he's really shown not just some great stroke play, but also a lot of resilience and a pretty damn good technique, I would say. Anyway, I'm told I've just seen this is not it's not the same Camilla. This is a male Camilla. Oh, it's a Camillo. Sorry, it's a Camillo. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, that's my reading. Sorry.
Yes, no. I just suddenly saw it come up, so I thought I'd just get that in quickly. But anyway, it's great to have Camillo along, supporting Sri Lanka, presumably. Any more tweets? Any more blue skies? How have you got all these things open, Messi?
Well, I've got 42 tabs open, so I've got plenty of room.
Lame your neck.
Goodness me.
That's the good thing about sitting in front of my own computer and being able to do it all. No, it's actually very quiet at the moment, both on Twitter and on Blue Sky and on YouTube.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. The porn bots come in.
Of course.
And said, Hendo asked Queen Camilla to reveal herself to here.
Seemingly I was asking Camillo to reveal himself. Anyway, the new batsman is Prabhat Jayasuriya. It'll be interesting to see how quickly England can finish this off. First ball is just back of a length, and he opens the face, guides it into the offside. We'll jingle up the new batsman.
All against his play, wickets that he takes, ignoring his skip folds, he's not that fat, you know. Prabhat Jayasuriya.
Of course, he bowled a long spell in the England innings, and he bowled two stunning deliveries to get wickets. Atkinson in again, bowls to him, and he's guided that away. Bat was a little bit away from his body, but he's worked it through the slips, or the gap between the slip and the gully. It's just been pulled back, and Harry Brook gets the throw in. So he moves to 3, Jayasuriya, and Sri Lanka to 310 for 7. The lead is 187. So
did I miss something in the previously, because I've not really been following it? Is Jayasuriya related to Sanath?
No, not as far as I know.
No.
Although he's a left arm spinner, and Sanath, of course, is a left arm opening batsman and did bowl his share of overs. Atkinson in again to Chandimal, bowls, defends to extra cover, and there is no run. Is that the end of the over? No, there's still one ball to go. But yeah, I don't know if you saw those wickets. He got rid of Harry Brook, who was looking
beauty, wasn't it?
Yeah, was looking as good as usual. And then he got rid of Chris Wokes with another one. And it's just extraordinary that nothing else really went off the straight apart from those two balls.
Exactly.
Very strange. Anyway, Atkinson again to complete the over. 3 slips waiting, and Chandimal goes for the cut shot. He may not be thinking that anyone's going to stay with him for very long, but he's put that away really well, and he's picked up another of these.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
Yeah. Oh, no, he really didn't hold back on that. He lifted it into the outfield. He didn't try to keep it down, and I mean, even if
it deserved the treatment, didn't it? Really,
it did. It wasn't a great ball.
Yes.
It was awful. Probably the worst ball of the day, really.
Funnily enough, though, with Atkinson, I can't help thinking that although he got that wicket, and well done to him, he hasn't bowled particularly well today. In general terms, it just seems to be lacking a little bit of the spark that we've seen from him. But that may be because he's had to play 4 Test matches in a row, and he's never really had to do that, has he? Although, of course, there was a massive gap between the 3rd Test against West Indies.
Did he play in the 100?
I don't. He may have played the odd game. I don't know. Wokes.
He was
then.
around and about.
Okay, Jayasuriya is waiting, and he shoulders arms to that one again, gently arcing away at 77 miles an hour. Through it goes to Smith.
Yeah, he was around in the 100. I saw him around, but I don't know how much he played.
I don't think anything
that towering bowling 20 balls.
Well, no, you wouldn't have thought so, would you?
It's a different intensity as well, isn't it? The Test match cricket from county cricket.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the most difficult thing often for quick bowlers against in the 100, as this is keeping low, jabbed into the gully by Jai Surya. I think the most difficult thing often for the quicker bowlers is, well, not even necessarily the quicker bowlers, but you might open the bowling and then you might be taken off again, and then you're moved up to the other end to bowl the next 5, as it is in the 100, and so you never get a chance to really get into a rhythm, do you?
No, exactly.
Even if you were sort of bowling a 4-over spell, you would get into some sort of rhythm. But if you're bowling 1 over at a time, it's kind of hard. Wokes bowls straighter, turned into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
That's kind of one of the things that I think that needs to be learned by some of these bowlers, that you don't have to bowl every ball as if you're expecting to take a wicket, that you can bowl the same ball, 7 balls, 6 balls in a row if you want to. But the consistency, whereas the desire to make something happen all the time is actually counterproductive in Test cricket, in my view.
Oh yeah, and as I was saying this morning, I think there should be a little bit more of variation in Test cricket. Onto the back foot goes Jai Surya from some of the quicker bowlers, when you consider the variations that are available. But I guess the thing is that when a batsman's not thinking, I've got to hit this as hard as possible, if you try to bowl a slower ball bouncer, he just waits for it and hammers it. But there isn't that sort of compulsion to need to hit the ball quite so much in Test cricket. Obviously, I mean, it's different with England because they like to go after a lot of things. Wokes in again, short, and Jai Surya is quite grateful to be able to sort of crouch and get out of the way of that. There is no run. 300.
I think the other thing I feel is less common these days. Bowlers like Anderson or Cummins will spend a long time just working up towards something with a batter and setting them up if they can. Yep. And part of the importance of that is trying to stop them scoring in between, so they've still got them. But just don't feel that same sense of strategy that is involved sometimes these days.
Wokes in again, and I wouldn't say fluently played, but he pushes hard at that one. Jai Surya gets it through mid-off, and they'll hurry back for a second. He moves to 5 at the end of that over. Sri Lanka are 316 for 7. Messi.
Dara Azizi's with us. He says, hi Dara. Sounds like we're missing Stokes with the ball. I don't think there's any doubt about that at all. I think it's such a huge miss for England when he's not there.
And also, I mean, and today, not just Stokes, but we're missing Wood, of course, who brings something different because he's off injured with a thigh strain.
Yes.
So England don't have their full complement.
Yes, and Pokey says, and Wood, yes, absolutely.
And Potts is playing his first Test of the summer. You can understand that England are a little bit reduced in circumstances. It is going to be Potts, though, who's going to come into the attack to take over from Gus Atkinson. I'll just jingle him up.
I've heard from Potts that the kettle's a filthy black. You know he might too. Let's bring him into the attack.
First ball to Chandimal is quite full. Chandimal doesn't go for the full drive, though. He just pushes up to mid-off. There is no run. I thought actually that what I saw of Potts in the 100, I thought he was bowling quite well. He was bowling with a little bit of extra pace. I think perhaps this pitch has just got quite slow now.
It really hasn't suited him, this pitch, at all.
No. Potts in again. Oh, he's offered that one outside the off stump, and without any foot movement, Chandimal has thrown the bat at that and could easily have got a toe end to it and feathered it through to Jamie Smith, but luckily for him he didn't. And maybe Jai Surya is actually having a word with the more experienced Chandimal and saying, hang on mate, you're our best batsman, don't give it away here.
Exactly.
I'm going to try and stick around.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love for Potts to have if the pitch is quicker, in the next game, I would love for Potts to stay in the side because, like you say, he proved himself in the 100 on the quick pitches, which they all were because for bat and ball.
Now you'll hear me purring now because that was a full half volley, and that was much better played by Chandimal, and he's creamed that through the covers for one of these. And people kind of forget what a good cricketer Chandimal's been actually for Sri Lanka. Perhaps because he's often played in a team that's not been that strong. Perhaps his figures aren't quite as good as they might be. He drives the next one. Has he found the gap this time? No, but he'll get a single to mid-off. Wokes has to move a little bit to his left. So Chandimal moves to 74, 321 for 7. The lead 199. England will need at least 200 to win. Chandimal's always been one of my favourite players from Sri Lanka. He came into the team and was quite an attacking batsman even at Test level. And then I think he's because of the weakness or relative weakness of Sri Lanka over the years, he's had to change his game a little bit, I think. And of course he was captain for a while. Potts in again, bowls, and Jayasuriya has a little prod outside the off stump, but again, fortunately for him, doesn't catch the edge. Potts didn't take a wicket in the first innings, I don't think. He's taken 1 for 43. He's in his 17th over. He just doesn't quite look as if he's got the spark in him at the moment. I have to say, none of the English pace bowlers seem to have had today, particularly. I suppose the adrenaline flows if you get a wicket or two, but wickets have been hard to come by today for England. Goes wide on the crease, and that is out. No, it's caught at the second attempt by Harry Brook. Potts has got a second wicket. It was a bit of a wild shot from Jayasuriya. It popped up to second slip. He pushed it up. Had to sort of run with his back to the wicket to take it at the second attempt. And you might have to say that Chandimal will play some more shots now because he's only got two more men to keep him company. That, I'm afraid, is the end of Jayasuriya. And Harry Brook, who rarely puts a chance down, has made sure that he made the most of the second attempt.
He did just lift on him, didn't it? Just a little bit, but I think kind of Potts was just trying to extract as much pace out of the pitch as he possibly could. It just seemed like it was an effort ball, and just slightly wider of the off stump, and Jayasuriya was just trying to force a shot through the offside, but just obviously just edged it through to slip.
Yeah, I part of me thinks that Jayasuriya, I mean, that was a kind of real tail ender shot, wasn't it? I think he would have served his team better by trying to stick around a little bit, because now it's difficult. At lunch we thought perhaps Sri Lanka could even put 250 on the board as a target. It's going to be a tough ask for them to do that now with 8 down, and one presumes that if Chandimal does try to go for the really big shots, that England will push fielders back. Start of a new over is Wokes to Chandimal. He wants a single as he works it into the offside, so he's not thinking about protecting the new batsman at the other end. But his partner says no. Yeah, it wasn't quite there for the drive, especially if you're a number 9 and just reaching for it without any real foot movement. That would have been a collector's item had Brook not recovered to take it. Potts will be delighted. He's showing his relief. Oh, now that's a good ball from Wokes, and Chandimal has a little flirt at that one, and then rather shakes his head in dismay at his indiscipline. It went through to Smith. Now that did do a little bit, and there was bounce as well. So the odd one is still doing it.
The harder ball obviously makes quite a difference.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and now a couple of wickets in short succession. He's in again, bowls to Chandimal. Chandimal covers up in defence, ball just outside the off stump, pushes it up to mid-off. The lead is 199, it's a hell of a lot better than we thought it might be. And, England, hopefully, will be made to work for any victory that they get. Woke's still looking for his first wicket of the day, 2 for 57. He's into a 22nd over. He's running in to Chandimal, bowls him a full ball, but a slow one, and Chandimal just waits for it and then nibbles it up to mid-on quite slowly, which gives him time to run through for the single. Again, that was a slow ball from Wokes, just the 67 miles an hour. And the lead is exactly 200 now for Sri Lanka. 322 for 8. Chandimal has gone to 75, and you had a choice of Fernandos to come out at number 10, and it's this one.
Every delivery delivered by a manic fiend. That is what I want to see. Vishwa Fernando.
He's averaging 8.88 in Test cricket, which will, I will think Chandimal will not be overly confident in him. He's got a top score of 38 against Zimbabwe. We shall see how he goes against Wokes. He's running in again, 4 slips now, waits and well, he moves it away from him, and that's one of those indications that he's not much of a batsman, because although he did try to play it, he got absolutely nowhere near it. Decent batsman when the ball moves, and that's why they often get out, actually managed to follow the ball well enough and quickly enough to get the edge, but he was probably about a foot away from that one. Vishwa Fernando, and if he's only averaging 8.8, you wonder what the other Fernando must be averaging at number 11. Going wide on the crease, hit him on the pad, that's got to be close, and it is. It's out. Second ball, Vishwa Fernando. Wokes says, you told me that I haven't got a wicket today, and 2 balls later I've got one. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. He's gonna review it,
As they do.
But I think that was out. There's a chance it was missing leg.
If you've got a review left for the 10th wicket, then you have to use
it.
You do indeed. This is a batsman's review.
It might be umpire's call on leg stump.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in?
No. That's out. He's completely fronted up by that one. Unless he's got an edge. No.
I'm going to say it all again. No.
Thudding into the knee roll of the pads, which are sort of parallel to each other. It's hitting leg stump, and England are indeed finishing off this Sri Lankan innings post haste, and the review proves unsuccessful. It means that the first of the Fernandos has to go, and we'll give him one of these.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
Right, he's out for a duck. Is it time for me to move? It's looking that way.
Yes, it is.
Who's on now? We've got Bear, Toby, and Messers. So Bear's going to move into the jingles chair, and he's got a beer.
See you in an hour.
All right, see you in a bit.
See you, Eddie. I'll do a couple of socials while we're changing over. Michael Bedford says, I've heard the wood's been destroyed. That's a bit serious. Mike says Sri Lanka have made a game of it now. Now I'm hoping for no rain. Well, I don't think we'll see any more rain today.
I don't think we are going to see any more rain today.
I don't think this game's going to go beyond today.
No, England, how many overs left in a day? At least 50, which is all they should need.
Yeah. No draw, England will go for it, whatever happens, says Pokey. Mike says, wild shot by Jarasiria. What is this, 1999? Pokey just says, thank fuck. Dara Azizi says, will Wood be able to bat if needed? I expect he would.
I imagine he would, yeah.
I doubt he will be. And Michael Bedford says, put that in your pipe, my Lord Otter, and smoke it.
Well, Chandimal's going for it. He's hit it over the top of mid-off, who's halfway back. He's going to get 4 runs. The lead moves on to 204, which ain't so bad.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's enough to give him a sniff, isn't it?
Well, you asked me yesterday at one stage how much I thought Sri Lanka needed to make a game of it, and I said at least 200.
Yeah.
So, it's not out of the realms of possibility that England could do one of their famous collapses.
Very possible. I do think the middle order is good enough, though, to get this done. And they won't.
Yes.
They won't shy away from going for it quickly either. That's cut by Chandimal. I don't know if he'll take the single. Probably not.
Stays put.
Yeah.
Doesn't fancy it.
Asita Fernando's at the other end. He's the number 11 today. And England will desperately try and have a full over at him the next over. And Chandimal, no doubt, will try and get to his ton. And if he does that, they'll probably get about 25, 30 runs.
Asita Fernando has a test average of 3.
Nice. Well, he's gone for it. It's gone way up in the air. It looks like he's going to be out. Chandimal goes. He had to, really. He was trying to get the runs. It's the sub. I don't know what his name is.
Is that Harry Singh or is it the other one?
We think it's Harry Singh, but I don't know what Harry Singh looks like. So, it could well be Harry Singh. It could be another sub. But Chandimal goes for 79, giving it a big heave-ho. He was with a number 11. Didn't want to give him the strike. I was trying to score quick runs. England require 205 to win. If there is no rain, as Messi predicts, I don't think so. When I was looking at the weather, it looked like it was going to be pretty clear for the rest of the day. This game should be over today. We've only had, 30 overs or so, I would have thought. No, probably less than that, actually.
65.4 overs remaining. So they take off a couple, say 63 overs, and then they won't get them all in, of course. So, probably 55 overs at least.
And you'd have thought England could do that. 4 and over, less than 4 and over. God, dear.
Yeah.
Snail's pace for this side.
Yep. Well, Tony will be relieved he won't have to do rotors for tomorrow then.
Well, yeah.
That was a remarkably good innings from Chandimal, though, because after that injury yesterday, we all thought we wouldn't see him again.
No, we seriously all thought his finger must be smashed.
Yeah. It must have been a relief to him to learn that Wood wasn't going to bowl today, though. And I do think he batted beautifully. They had some lovely shots in there. And it just gives me hope for the rest of the series, too, to see some really very good batting.
Well, yeah, and England's bowling has been depleted even further. If Woody has got a quad strain and, it's back-to-back matches, so presumably, if he can't come out today and field, then he's not playing on Thursday. Very likely not playing the last test as well. So they've got to find another bowler.
No, I mean, Ollie Stone's
seemingly
the
next man.
Yeah, which I'm excited for. I think he's a great bowler. Obviously, he's not played a huge amount of cricket recently, a lot of injuries, but I mean, when he bowled out in India a couple of years ago, I thought he looked really, really good. He's got obviously known for being quite quick, but actually he's got quite a bit of skill as well.
Yeah.
Similar kind of bowler to Josh Tongue, obviously who's featured in the last couple of years as well. Obviously injury prone, and his partner at Nottingham as well now. But I'm excited to see if Stone does get a go, how he fares.
Well, I assume he must do, isn't he? Pennington's injured, as you say. Tongue is injured.
Yeah.
Is there a serious possibility of Dan Worrell qualifying for England?
Not until next summer, I think.
Right.
But possibly, in theory, next summer he'd be able to. But I feel like with the way that sort of Stokes and McCullum have been looking to the future, it would be a slightly odd choice to choose a 33-year-old Australian to be your James Anderson replacement. But then again, he is a couple of years younger than Chris Wokes. So actually, it would make a lot of sense in some ways to have him, particularly when the Ashes Down Under are just 6 months after that. He's got India at home that summer, it would be. So actually, those are two massive series, and having someone of his skill could be absolutely crucial.
Who is this Dan Worrell? I know nothing of Dan Worrell.
He'd be more successful in England than in Australia, I think, in general.
Yeah, he's got an ODI average of 100 and something, I think, because he played one game for Australia. He might not even have an average. He's a Surrey opening bowler there, by the way. But he's Australian. He used to play for Worcestershire, I think I'm right in saying. Joined Surrey around around COVID time,
Is he
I think.
quick?
Not especially,
No,
but very skillful.
Yeah, well, he won't get a job in the Ashes. Well, I mean, this is it. I mean, they're obsessed with pace. for the Ashes.
What about Hamid? Is it Hamid who did very well in the 100, and he had a couple of games last year, I think.
You mean the batsman Hamid?
Oh no, sorry, it's not the batsman. Who's
Oh,
the
you mean
bowler?
Saqib?
Oh, Saqib Mahmood, yes.
Yes. Well, he's back,
Yes.
isn't he? He didn't he get 5 for or something in the 100?
Took 3 in the final
Yeah.
in 10 balls, basically, that
Yeah.
changed the whole game. Got Pollard, Deploy, and Laurie Evans, I think, sort of the 3 final Southern Brave batters who are still going. I think he'd be a good option. He obviously played, I think he's played about 10 games.
Yeah, he's
Pretty
another
well.
one. Funny enough, he's injury prone.
Yes, very much so.
I mean, we must have about 10 or 15 bowlers, of which at any time we've only got about 4 or 5 to pick from.
Yeah. And they're generally the 4 or 5 slowest and
Yeah.
dodliest.
Exactly.
It's weird, the injury situation. I mean, Australia went through a phase of having fast bowlers injured, but last summer, all 7 tests, the same 4 bowlers were together for all of them. And it doesn't give anybody else much of a chance. That's the weird thing.
Did Boland feature a little bit? Or am I...
Yeah, no,
he
Boland
was
did,
told-
but he got tapped, didn't he? I mean,
Yeah.
everyone thought he was going to be really effective in England, and they really went after him.
Yeah, I don't think he got a test match last summer in Australia. I think he might have been 12th man. But Stark, Cummings and Hazelwood played all the matches along with Lyon.
Yeah, and I guess Cam Green.
And of course, yeah, with Green and Marsh available as backup, it puts them in quite a strong position as long as they're all fit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Aussies do for the India series coming up later this year. Whether they stick with the
Yes.
same ones or look to move on. Because I think I saw a podcast, possibly Willow Talk, I can't remember, but it's got a couple of the Aussie sort of pros in, and they were sort of talking about the fact that in the next year or two, 90% of that Australia side could retire in theory. They're all sort of aged between 32 and 38. They're all getting towards the end of their career, and they're going to be in a slightly awkward position if they all go at the same time.
Well,
that's true, but I think they'll all want to hang on for the Ashes.
Yes. After that might be an
well,
issue.
yeah, but that might be one Ashes too far. Like, you know, England have done it in the past, haven't they? You know.
Yeah.
I mean, how
I'm
old?
not sure
I mean,
it is.
Hazelwood has finally discovered some form again, but he was injured for quite a while. Pat Cummins is still reasonably young, isn't he? He's the youngest of them. He's in early 30s.
Yeah, early 30s though.
So he'll still be going strong. But Stark's like
That's-
35, 36 now, isn't he?
I don't think it's more than 35. I'll look it up. But as a unit, they so well. That's the thing. I think establishing the partnerships within the unit, particularly for Nathan Lyon, is so important. He's
Yes.
34, Mitchell Stark.
And how old's Hazelwood?
God, you do ask.
I ask questions. You know.
He's inquisitive. It's journalistic instinct.
Exactly.
Joss Hazelwood is born January 91, so he's 33.
They should still be going in the Ashes. I mean, Stark's in most danger of wanting to retire, but he had good form in the last Ashes. Whether he can survive 5 tests on the bounce is, is another question. But I mean, with all these great sides and all these great attacks, like as much as they're great bowlers, it's the mental degradation it puts in the opposition. It's like, oh, not these guys again, and the memories of being out to great bowlers. Cricket's a mental game as well. So, even if you've got the best new bowler, if no one really rates him, they don't have that mental block against them, and it takes a little bit of time to get that into opposition players' heads.
That's probably why this winter will be so crucial for a lot of this England sides.
Yes.
If they can prove they're doing it in flat tracks in Pakistan, in different conditions in New Zealand, then actually they'll have had a sort of year of Test cricket before they face India next summer. And then if they do well against India as well, then if Gus Atkinson has 100 Test wickets, say by this time next year,
that'd be fucking amazing.
It'd be unbelievable, yeah. and he'd be going to the Ashes with an unbelievable record. And they would have to take some note of that, even if he hasn't done it against them yet.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember who took the wickets in Pakistan in that 3-0.
So I looked it up yesterday. Jack Leach was our leading wicket taker with 15, I think. And then a mix of Robinson, Anderson and Woods got about 8 or 9 each, and then obviously a couple of spinners had a few. Jacks took a 5 for Rian Ahmed, took a 5 for Joe Root, took a few throughout the series as well. So it was a bit of a mix really. And I think basically Bashir, Leach and Hartley, whoever they end up selecting, the 2 or 3 of them will probably end up being crucial really in England's hopes of victory, with sort of support from 2-3 seamers whoever they select.
That's exactly how it will work out. Well, here we go. They're coming out. I'll give it some jingles. England's opening batsmen are this man.
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now. He's in with the aces. He was up at Stoke School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
Along with?
What time is it? Dan time, Dan time. Yo, 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 I'm Dan Lawrence, new to the scene. I can open up the bat and I'll come down to 3.
Is this a Hamilton cover?
It could well be.
Those are 2 of the best jingles I reckon I've heard.
The Mog did a really good rap of something, but I can't remember what it was. It was in the last series.
Jingles for younger people.
Yes.
Diversifying.
Yes.
Don't know who's going to open the bowling. They're just coming out now.
I reckon a Fernando of sorts would be a good option. A good guess.
Yes.
Any Fernando.
Yeah.
Fernando Torres, perhaps.
Fernando Torres. He was a great striker. It was shit when he went to you.
He was.
For 50 million or whatever.
I know, crazy. But he did score a goal that took us into the Champions League final.
Well, yeah.
Which we went on to win. So.
He got injured though when he went to you, didn't he? And never came back the same. What a shame. Yeah. Oh well. Anyone out there will be pleased to know, if you're not a Man United supporter, they lost in the 95th minute today. Fortunately, João Pedro scored, who was also my lone attacker in my fantasy team, which is good news. And they had a goal disallowed.
They had a few goals disallowed apparently.
Well, they have one. The one that would have put them 2-1 ahead. Apparently, it was a tap in at the far post, but the guy actually knocked it onto the guy who missed the run in, and he was offside.
Oh, killer!
And it hit him before it went across the line, so he was offside, and it was disallowed by VAR. What a shame!
Nightmare.
Dara Azizi says Suarez was better. Mog says calling what I did rap would have Jam Master J rolling in his grave.
What's the one that you did a passable rap on though, Mog? We had it. I'm sure we had it in the last series. Who did we play in the last
West Indies or?
Was it West Indies?
Ravi Natarajan is with us. He says a nice sunny morning in Southern California today. Pleasantly surprised that Sri Lanka is still batting. Well, that was a few minutes ago.
Yes.
And Pokey says, yes, Mahmood, that fucker can bowl. Wasn't he out all season last year?
Yeah, he was another one with a fucking stress patch, wasn't he? The bowler is going to be.
Delivered by a manic fiend. That is what I want to see. Vishwa Fernando.
And he's going to bowl left arm over to Ben Duckett. As we're just warming up, we haven't got a go signal from the umpire just yet.
For either of the jingles for either of the Fernandos, has there been any ABBA been used for that? Obviously their song Fernando.
No, he's been used for Angelo Matthews. Oh no, that's not ABBA, is it? That's something else. No. Of course.
If a third Fernando happens to feature at some point.
There's lots of ABBA in there somewhere. I'm sure we've had a Fernando who's an ABBA. Well, Duckett is finally going to face up. And Vishwa Fernando is coming into bowl to him. First ball of England's innings. Just knocked out in the offside. And they get a single off the mark straight away.
Absolutely classic from Ben Duckett there.
Yep.
Doesn't bother leaving the ball. Throws his sort of prods his hands at it and is off the mark.
Well, I think England will go after this as quick as they can, can't they? Won't they? I mean, that seems to be the way, especially with the opening partnership. Until you start losing wickets, you just bang away. It seems to be England's by doing it. I don't think there's any real demons in this pitch. The sun is out.
I reckon they could be considering trying to finish it by the end of the session almost.
When did the
Just remember that the outfield is very slow. So
yeah, it is. That'd be tricky. I mean, they're going to try and get 200 in 15 overs.
It's possible. It's possible.
You've been watching too much T20.
Yeah. It's the 16.4, the 100.
Yeah.
Well, that's a wide, and it should be 5 of them. It is a wide. It's 5 wides. That's a terrible ball from Vishal Fernando. Pushes it across way too far. Keeper can't get across. First slip jumps out of the way. Oh, and we have...
They're going at a 36 strike rate here, you know? 36 run rate, you know? It's on. It's on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a terrible ball.
The only reason I can consider it being done in that time is I'm thinking back to a Surrey game where Dan Lawrence actually opened with Jamie Smith. They were trying to chase down 200 against Somerset, I think it was, inside about an hour. And they got very close. I think Smith and Lawrence put on about 100 together. And then there was sort of a mini collapse. They didn't quite get there.
Lawrence works down into the leg side. Up to mid-wicket. Fielded by Milan. And there is a single. So 7 for none off 2 balls. Yeah, we're on.
Pretty good effort.
Yeah.
Be done in no time.
Yeah,
so that's great seam position from Fernando.
Just shoved it out.
Just kept moving away,
yeah.
Oh, actually, who is keeping? Is it Chandimal?
No, I doubt he will be keeping. I imagine it'll be
Kusal
Mendes, won't it? Yeah. That's into the hip, a ducket. I mean, if you've only got 200 runs to play with, they've got a vacant mid-wicket.
Jesus.
That is a bit daft. And Duckett gets another single. Not really having to do anything here, money. Been given 5 off the second ball of the over.
Well, technically not even a second ball.
Yeah, true.
Slight change, and that's just left to right. What, 2 slips?
2
gully.
Slips, gully.
It's not super attacking.
No, it isn't. Long leg, deep square leg, massive open space on the leg side. Don't you know Dan Lawrence is really bottom-handed. Funnily enough, he knocks it into the space there. There isn't a mid-wicket. He wanted to run. Duckett said no. So that was a dot ball.
Yeah, wanting to get down the other end there, Lawrence obviously noticed the gap in mid-wicket that he thought he might be able to use. Duckett obviously didn't fancy it. On his haunches down the other end. Just on his heels even. Relaxing.
Alright. Lawrence faces up. Fernando is in. Driven straight. Nice. Yeah, they're going to get the single anyway. It's a slight. It's a stop by. Did they get a single?
No, they did not get a single.
Lawrence ran 2 basically, and Duckett didn't move. Lawrence was quite happy to go through.
Duckett's only got little legs, remember?
Yeah, that's true.
Lawrence gets well over halfway down the wicket there.
He did indeed.
Duckett barely made it out of his crease.
Yeah, well, he saw him field it, although he didn't field it cleanly. No run. Lawrence facing up again. Last ball of the first over. Fernando is in. It's on his pads, and this time they'll definitely get a single. It sits into the vacant, wide open spaces on the leg side. And Lawrence will retain the strike. 9 for none after 1. Come on in, Messi.
Dara says there's been lots of chat about the Cubs and the Dodgers, which are levers internal. Dara says, I think Crawley is critical to our aggression at the top of the order, so without him we might be a bit more cautious.
I don't think so. I think Dan Lawrence can do that role.
And Farong says, good effort from the Asian Lions. So will the 3 Lions take the ODI approach and try to knock the runs off inside 40 overs?
Definitely.
And he says, yes, the disallowed goal for Man U was amusing. Would have been a goal, however, the player in the centre of the goal couldn't get out of the way.
Yep. Bummer, huh? Asita Fernando, he's a man who likes likes to do a practice run-up. I always think it's a bit amateur, really, at this level.
It's very bustling, Fernando, isn't he? He's quite a sort of squat,
short. He's not tall,
but gets it through a reasonable pace and has a decent record.
I said he's got a little bit of a tummy.
Yeah. You know, cricket's a sport for all shapes and sizes.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
It is Kusal Mendes keeping as well.
Cool.
We've had a look. So obviously Chandimal's
I
taking a break.
wonder if Chandimal's even on pitch. I don't.
Probably no
not.
need.
Well, Asita Fernando is going to come in to bowl. His first ball just knocked into the offside. There is no run. We'll give him a jingle. He sounds like this.
Everybody's a seaman, and that includes a seatham. And everybody's in cricket, it doesn't matter who you are. There are stars in every city, in every house and on every street. And if you listen to Gorilla Cricket, their jingles are rarely complete.
Great jingle.
Asita in. Oh, and Dan Lawrence leaves. It's not very English cricket. It's not baseball.
Half expecting to see Stokes on the balcony shouting down at him.
Smash it. Through to the keeper and there's no run.
Ravi asks, have the Gorillas found a permanent home yet? Any update on that? No, we're a long way off from that so far, aren't we, Bear?
Well, it only takes an offer and then we're right on fucking, then we're in panic mode, aren't we? As soon as an offer comes in on the flat, we'll have about 2.5 months, maybe 3. And I'm hoping, now I've done a few little decorations, that these things might happen. Seater's in. Oh dear, that was a horrible shot by Lawrence. Just fished at one outside his off stump. Better trying to flash at it, but just poked at it way away from his body.
Yeah, not great from Lawrence. Just sort of dangled his bat out outside the off stump.
So.
It's almost exactly what you're told not to do as an opening bat.
Through to the keeper. I think wafted.
Sort of showing why he isn't really an opening batter. He's sort of caught in two minds almost of probably not wanting to try and be over aggressive and over proactive, but it's his best option really, isn't it?
Better to be over aggressive on that one. Probably gone down to flying down a third man for 4. But hey, Lawrence is facing up. Sita is bowling. He gets across and tries to work that into the leg side. Can't beat mid on though. And there is no run.
Yeah, better use of his feet there, trying to get outside of the off stump almost and whip it away. Very bottom hand dominant the player is. That's a couple paces down. Kind of Josh Butler-esque. I remember when he used to play cricket, he often, not cricket, but test cricket.
Test cricket.
Still plays cricket. Often in the first couple balls he used to sort of take a step down and sort of almost get himself outside the line of off stump.
Yep.
And try and flick it onto the leg side, because you kind of know where bowlers are going to bowl when you're just coming to the crease.
Yes, very true. That one's on the leg side though, and it's an attempted pull by Lawrence. I think he mainly got glove on it. And it balloons down towards long leg. It'll just be the 1 run. Feels like he missed out there. Probably did.
Yeah, didn't get a hold of that one, unfortunately. You can see him sort of practicing the shot after. Obviously disappointed he didn't get anything on it. Even then, he probably still would have only got one with a sort of a fine leg and a deep square leg out there. Unless he absolutely nailed it and pierced the gap perfectly, I think he'd have been unlikely to get many more than that.
Crowd's reasonable at Old Trafford. Big old temporary stand there. It's still there. They should just build a permanent one. Maybe they don't want to. Who knows? Have you been there?
It is semi-permanent.
It's semi-permanent, but it's basically just a big stack of scaffolding.
No, I've never been to Old Trafford. I haven't been quite far that way up the west coast yet.
Duckett's facing up. Last ball of the over. It's in his. Oh, is he caught? I think he has. I think he's been strangled down the leg side.
That is an unbelievable take there.
Well, has he gone?
Yes.
They are very, very confident about that, the Sri Lankans. Huge celebrations, and Duckett's walking off the pitch.
Duckett is walking off, so he did know he hit it. I wonder whether it hit his pad. It was there to do the little tickle. He's very upset with himself, and so he should be. That should have been 4 runs. But instead, Sri Lankans get their first wicket.
The crowd says.
Oh yeah, very much so.
The crowd says.
Oh no, he's not out. Sorry, he's grounded the fucking ball there. He has grounded the ball. They should look at that. That is not out for me.
They might be recalling Duckett.
I think they're going to recall him, because I think he's turned his hand over and he's run it along the ground.
The umpires are having a discussion. I think they're calling him back. I thought Kusal.
I thought he turned his hand over and he got underneath it, but I don't think he had.
No, his hand sort of went down and picked up and then down, then up again.
He's just run the ball along the hand, a la Stark in the Test match and the Ashes.
I don't know, because his little finger might still have been under it.
I don't think. Look, he turns his hand over. No, he dumps it into the ground. That's not out.
You can see the ball on the floor there.
Yeah, exactly.
I see.
I think he's going to get away with this because he's just dumped it onto the ground. You can't call that out.
Yeah. I see what you mean by his little finger messes. It's obviously around the ball, but I think the ball just protrudes from the glove a bit too much, and
I'm not convinced that's
not out.
Yeah, it's definitely not out.
Oh, that is, yeah.
Yeah, it's he's got away with that. I mean, initially I thought, oh shit, but he's got away with that. He's pretty lucky.
Yeah, it's not a great shot from Duckett. Just missed out really, and sort of tickle of an inside edge, and what would have been and could have been an unbelievable take from Mendes, considering he wasn't even meant to have the gloves till yesterday afternoon when Chandimal went off to hospital.
It's a good sprawl to even get across there, isn't it? But you can see that he basically catches it, dumps his hand on the ground, and flips it over. Look there, he put very close up. You can see he just turns his hand over. Yeah, and that's what Duckett is saying as well. So England get a life, and the first ball of the next over, Vishwa Fernando bowls into the pads of Dan Lawrence, works down a long leg, and there's a single.
Ravi says, better save the extra dollars I'm contributing monthly to pay for the real rent in the new digs. And Mike says, in order to be financially secure, how much more do you need per month for the new home? And Ravi says, 2,000 a month, I think. Yeah, there has definitely been an increase. Thank you very much to
everyone who has done. Yeah. We like some new people. We had a new one today, actually. We did have someone. I've got my phone. Comb Rainbow. You're getting your name in the Glory Roll of Honour, which goes across our screen as well.
Brilliant.
Became a €10 donor, that's a good shot from a Duckett cut out to deep cover. Milan is quite square, so we'll get back for 2.
It's unlucky not to get more than 2 for that. I think in a sort of less damp and quicker outfield, that might have flown away. Absolutely nailed it. Sort of nice little back foot punch through the covers. But obviously it's going to run away across the square, but a damp square that's not going to be quite as helpful to the speed of the ball.
Yeah, Colm Rainbow. Colm Rainbow? Maybe an Irishman called Colm. Or Colm Meaney? Wasn't he an actor? The guy that was a star.
Cole M. Rainbow, perhaps.
Could be. As Sita Fernando is in, or is that Vishwa? It's Vishwa, isn't it? He's driven square, they'll get a single.
Classic Duckett shot, that. Just sort of leans on it, opens the face slightly and guides the ball through a vacant point region.
Yep.
For a single.
Indeed.
Almost exactly what I would think of when you think of any Duckett shot. It's all going to be through that sort of cover point, sort of third man region. It's lovely blue skies out there in Manchester still. However, here in southeast London, it's anything but.
Thrown wide and edged by Lawrence. He didn't really move his feet, but he got enough on an edge. They moved second slip round to about fourth slip or gully, and it kind of went to the right of first slip, all along the ground, and it scooted down to the boundary. 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a number.
Yeah, it would have been a spectacular catch there from first slip.
That bounced before him as well, didn't it?
I think even if second slip was in there, it would have been
a tough one. It would have been at the feet.
Low to his left hand, probably.
Oh my word! It's absolutely shitting it down in South London.
It's torrential.
I told you.
Oh, we knew this. Yeah, they've told us weather warnings and orange flood warnings. Oh look, we're going to lose the TV signal. It's so bad. That was through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's getting edgy on the old satellite signal.
Okay, if you lose it, I can do it, albeit about 20 seconds behind.
Yeah, we've lost the satellite
yeah,
signal. Oh, you know what does work? Oh no, it won't be. Would it be on Sky? Try flicking to Sky Sports 1, Hendo, if you haven't fallen asleep. Which is 401. It's usually got a better signal than 404. Weirdly.
So there's one ball left in the over. The score is 18 for no wicket, with Lawrence on strike, and Fernando's taken none for 16 off 1.5 overs. Comes in. Oh, sorry, I nearly got Bishoped again. There's a replay.
Is that live?
We are. We've got it up on a phone at the moment. I think we might be another 20 seconds behind your 20 seconds over.
Final ball of the over. Fernando comes in, pitched outside the off stump, and Lawrence is to leave it through to the wicket keeper. End of the over. 18 for no wicket. And over on YouTube, Ravi says, unless England lose 5 quick wickets, the game is done and dusted. I hope they lose 5 wickets quickly. Mike says, party stand in Old Trafford sucks. It's so loud and clangy due to all that metal. Mike has been to almost every major sporting venue in the world, I think. Kate Eleanor says, hi, finally back. Heavens, so all the Sri Lankan wickets have fallen. Indeed they have. And Dara Azizi says, I'm not convinced Lawrence can fill in for Crawley. Well, he's certainly not with the same quality. Kate Eleanor says, been helping my 90-year-old neighbour get online. Need a huge Pinot Noir. No. Well,
the rain's died down a bit. We've got TV signal. I think we missed a ball. I don't know who was on strike, so I don't actually know what happened for the last.
Duckett was on strike and there was no run.
Okay, fine. I can stop Sky Go now.
Yeah, to quote Crickinfo's commentary, full and straight, nudge to short mid-wicket.
There you go.
No run.
Nice. Well, Duckett is facing up. 18 for none. Into the pad. Ooh, that's how he got out in the first innings, wasn't it?
It
really?
was, yeah.
It seems to be swinging a little bit down leg side. I thought it pitched in line.
There was no appeal whatsoever.
No, for the one that got him out in the first innings was a little fuller.
Fuller and a bit straighter as well, I reckon.
Yeah.
And that one only really just
pitched in, but that's beautiful. I mean, that got overturned,
textbook.
Didn't it? Umpire said no, but they decided not to review, but I can't now anyway. The time has run out. And England 18 for none after 3.2. Duckett's on 5. Lawrence is on 7.
I can also tell you Lando Norris is on pole for the Dutch Grand Prix.
And that's what I was trying to find out. That's cut out to point. Are they going to come back for 2? I don't think so, by the way the fielders just throwing that in. What's the grid then? Where did Hamilton come?
Hamilton didn't make the final part of qualifying. I think he's 12th.
Ooh.
I've only sort of been glancing at it as it's been happening. So, hold on.
Signs also failed to get through Q2 as well.
Yeah.
But Lance Stroll made it. So
well, there you go. So people have been making mistakes. Was it wet? Was it a wet qualifying?
No, it wasn't.
Well, Atita Fernando is going to continue in the 4th over. England 19 for none. Duckett is 6 off 8. Lawrence 7 off 13. He's facing up. It's blue skies and sunny in Old Trafford. It's pissing down with rain in London. Very topsy-turvy world we live in today. That was defended by Lawrence, and there is no run. Apparently he's a bad starter, Lawrence, isn't he? For 20 balls, 30 balls.
Yeah, just got to get through, particularly in an unfamiliar position at the top of the order.
Yes.
He's got to really work hard and get through. And
there are plenty of gaps out there. It's not that they've gone with fucking 4 slips and a gully, is it? You know, I suppose the pitch doesn't really enable. I mean, the pitch is still quite good to bat on. I think it's not really offering that much. The odd one's keeping low. It's not particularly pacey or bouncy. There's not a lot of seam movement. What movement there is tends to be in the air. I mean, you get a bit with a new ball. Obviously, that's clipped nicely by Dan Lawrence again in front of mid wicket. He's pretty square, and I'll get back for 2.
Yeah, you would kind of expect a little bit more from the pitch with the new ball, and it's just going to die down as the innings progresses. is kind of what happened with England anyway. But even with the second new ball, they obviously got that breakthrough and a couple wickets, but it didn't look like it was massively, moving, swinging, seaming, in comparison to perhaps earlier on in the summer against the West Indies.
Indeed, we should have had a change. Hendo, you're supposed to be in. Toby, you're supposed to be doing ball by ball. Messrs, you're supposed to continue on. Well, you weren't actually supposed to be doing.
Well, Sudahu has just said Messi with 3 exclamation marks, which means that he was planning to watch qualifying without knowing who won. I'm sorry about that.
Oh dear. Dan Lawrence defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. Hendo! I can't hear him, but I think he is awake.
Mike says one thing that would be impressive and definitely deserve more money would be commentating solely off Cricket Vo's commentary, making it so we don't notice. Well, I mean, Dice Cricket was exactly that, except more so, because it was about knowing what was scored each ball, but entirely making up the description of it.
It was fictional. That was a fucking genius idea. It just didn't. The internet didn't take us up. God damn it. That was we were in lockdown when there was no sport. So we did.
Oh, so you rolled.
How's that? The How's that?
Yeah.
So we did that live. We had a camera over the top of it and rolled it into a dish. We figured we could sell it to a betting company because it was actually live sport in some sort of weird way. But no one took it up. We did have a discussion with some weird company in Gibraltar. But we couldn't manage to. We could get it over the line and sell it to them. Change of bowling already. I'll give a jingle and Hendo will come in and sit in my seat. It is Pranat Jayasuriya and you're going to take over, Toby.
Perfect. Ball against play, wickets that he takes, ignoring his skin folds, he's not that fat, Pranat Jayasuriya.
Jayasuriya in now to Duckett, just prods onto the front foot and defends. Hello, Hendo. How are you?
Yep, hanging on in there. Just checking the football scores.
Anything interesting?
0-0 at Cheltenham, Wimbledon. That's the most important one.
Jayasuriya in again now. Reverse sweep. Absolutely nails it. Is he going to beat the man out there? Yes, it flies away to the boundary. Absolute brilliance there from Ben Duckett.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Just a bit of premeditation there from Duckett. Sort of flips himself 180 degrees round and absolutely nails that reverse sweep. Sort of beating the man out with sort of a wide third man kind of region. And moves on to 10.
Yeah, I felt a bit sorry for Mendes, Kusal Mendes. That catch, I just think it was so brilliant it should have been allowed.
Round the wicket now, and Duckett does the same again. Gets a bit of a glove on it, and it just sort of dribbles to the slip. Who was kind of in a slightly sort of wide region, almost trying to guess what Duckett was going to do there. Yeah, slight glove there, and it could have been a great take from Mendes again behind the stumps, but doesn't really carry. Oh, it was a top edge even, not a bottom edge. Don't know, toe edge?
Yeah, toe end, I think it was, yeah.
Jayasuriya in again, and Duckett flicks off his pads for an easy single out to deep mid wicket.
Yeah, I was trying to think back, and obviously we mentioned the fact that Mitchell Stark's catch at fine leg in the Ashes at Lords last year. Yeah. That was Duckett as well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Playing a sort of uppercut.
Yeah.
And yeah, to be fair, I think it's a tough one really, because how would you then define whether someone's grounding it or whether someone's got control of it? And I think actually just having the rule of if the ball touches the ground before you've got control.
I think so, yeah.
And I mean brilliant shot there from Lawrence. Uses his feet majestically. Huge six there over long on. Brilliant shot, just straight down the ground. And sends it flying, soaring over the boundary. No nonsense from Lawrence there.
Yeah, lovely shot. Lovely shot.
And going back to that Stark analogy story.
Mhm.
I think it's a tough one with him as well, because the fact that he did ground the ball was probably a big reason as to, no, not a big reason, but definitely helped him catch it, because if he'd landed on an elbow, could have popped out, you don't really know
True.
what happens. Lawrence onto the back foot, nudges it down the ground for a single.
I could never understand why anybody could think it was out, to be honest.
Could think
I
it
mean,
was.
once
Oh
it's
yeah,
been
no,
ruled out.
absolutely. I mean, he slid a long way with it, didn't he? That was the thing.
Yeah.
When you looked at the one with Mendes, yes, it did look like he grounded it, but then as he came out of it, it looked like his little finger had got underneath it again. So, it was slightly misleading, and certainly at full speed, you didn't pick up on that, did you? Whereas I think at full speed with Mitchell Stark, you picked up on it. I think at the very, as soon as it happened, everyone said, "Ooh, that doesn't look right."
Yeah, I remember. I remember watching. I think I was watching it on TV when it happened, and just thinking, "Ooh, wait a second!" Just when the first time it came out, because it didn't quite look right. The Mendes one, I thought, unbelievable take, particularly as the way he sort of twisted his hand after as well. Looked like he was making sort of concerted effort to keep the ball off the ground.
Yeah.
I don't think he was trying to cheat at all. Actually,
No.
Mendes. I think it all happened so quickly that he probably wasn't really aware.
Avishka Fernando in again. Lawrence onto the back foot and just drops the ball for a dot ball.
I saw some talk on the WhatsApp group that Tony of all people, was saying, "Are England going to muck this up?" And I said, as prime pessimist in the guerrilla firmament, even I thought England wouldn't fuck this up. And I based that on the fact that the pitches, I mean, okay, apart from the sort of odd one that's scudded through, it's been quite good for batting today.
Yeah, although it is inside edge there. Lawrence gets away with it. Lucky.
Oof.
Just got the ball to nip away a bit there, Fernando, and just takes the inside edge of Lawrence almost onto his own stumps, drags it back and just about survives. Must have missed by barely anything. Yeah, just goes between Lawrence and the stumps.
I don't know if it's just me, but maybe just because they batted a lot, but I have the feeling over the last 2 years that Lawrence and Crawley between them have done that more than the whole of the rest of the team combined. It just seems to be a constant thing.
I guess you kind of it's something that might happen to openers more than other batsmen, because the ball moves around a little bit more. It's a possible explanation.
Duckett defends that one from Fernando.
Sorry,
back
not
to him.
Lawrence and Crawley, Duckett and Crawley, I mean.
Oh, Duckett. Oh, well, then in that case it's... but no, I mean, obviously the point still stands, doesn't it? Because Duckett's opening as well.
Yeah.
But, do you know, I don't know whether it's because, England are playing Sri Lanka and the attack is not as vaunted as the likes of India and Australia and New Zealand. Lawrence almost looks more... Okay, notwithstanding that little inside edge, he looks a little more solid there than Crawley does, to be honest. Ooh!
Is that edge? It's gone! It's gone! What a ball! Just gets it to nip away from Ben Duckett. Edges behind and a great take low to the ground again from Kusal Mendes. And Duckett has to go.
The crowd says,
Yeah, clear edge there. Not been a great test match for Duckett, has it? That was a decent catch by Mendes.
Just sort of in his own sort of way, he often does, just throw his hands at it a little bit and sort of not really defending it, not really attacking it, trying to force the ball down the ground and just a slight nip away, and takes the edge of the bat.
Yeah, it makes it interesting. Ollie Pope didn't really have a very good first innings, and he'll find himself out there after a fairly long time in the field, batting again at number 3. I mean, I did put forward the notion that everyone poo-pooed once we knew that Stokes wasn't going to be playing, that maybe Ollie Pope should drop down to 5, because especially if you're coming in after captaining, and then you have to go out because one of your openers is out really early, that puts a lot of pressure on a player, especially if he's not used to captaining. And even someone like Joe Root didn't like doing that. I mean, that's part of the reason that Root moved back down to 4 was that this notion.
Put Jamie Smith at 3, I reckon.
No.
He's got it. Where does he bat for Surrey?
He's at 4 generally.
Right.
In the prime position. But I think the only reason I'd be hesitant with Smith at 3 is the fact he's keeping as well. It's probably, other than the bowlers, the most tiring position in the field.
Yes.
Up and down the whole time. Pope facing up here. Outside off stump. Good carry there from Fernando. Flies through tremendous behind the stumps.
I'll jingle up the England captain.
We got a Pope. We got a Pope. Take a good hard look. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
My thinking in this series was that actually Root could move up to 3 because he is one of the highest scorers of Test runs in the world ever, and he's not skippering.
Outside off stump again there from Fernando, just left alone by Pope. Yeah, it would have been an interesting one to see how they would have had to shuffle. I think they probably would have had to shuffle it around a bit too much to make it sort of an easy thing. If perhaps, say they'd replaced Ben Stokes with Jordan Cox, for example, then maybe it would have been a bit easier because you only then really have to shift up you can shift Pope down to 5 or 6 and put Cox in at 3 and then only really there moving around. Otherwise you'd have to shift Root up, Brook up to 4, Pope in at 5, Smith's already changing position, Wokes is up 1 as well. It's a lot of movement. I mean, Lawrence opening instead of Crawley just for a sort of 3 match kind of.
It would. I mean, I suppose the other thing is that they've decided that Pope is who they want at number 3, and moving him just down while he skippers, they might feel was counterproductive.
And I mean, many captains have been successful from 3 from opening as well.
That's true. It's true.
Jai back on now to Lawrence. Defends it. No run.
It surprises me when Pope comes in, they show his average that a batter of his talent still only has an average of 35.
Yeah, it's not gone up hugely as well since Bazball's come in as well. I was looking at it recently, which is kind of interesting because you associate him with a lot of success as Lawrence defends that one under Bazball. He's 5 of his 6 centuries have come since 2022 when Stokes took over. His sort of general averages in series have improved, and considering he's moved up to 3, a tougher position as well. Jai again. Oh, slight leading edge there from Lawrence as they scamper through for a single. Slightly uppish, but no real chance there. And then a bit of hesitation with a single as well. Sort of slight stumble from Lawrence as he goes for it.
But I think, Messi, we've talked about this before, haven't we? That my feeling with Pope, I know they want him at 3, and I suppose on those figures kind of prove the point that perhaps that's where he's best. But to me, it doesn't suit him because if he gets out there early, he's jabbing away, isn't he? He's so much more relaxed when he's got a bit more time.
Flicked away there from Pope, off the mark on his 3rd ball, going to get back for 2. Asitha Fernando. Oh, 3 they've gone for in the end there.
It's pretty poor fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think on a quicker outfield would have probably gone away for 4. It was quite a long way in front of square, and Asitha Fernando's down there at fine leg, but shouldn't really have had the option for 3 there. It wasn't like it was a chase out to the boundary.
No.
Yeah, I think long-term Pope will probably end up moving down once Root goes, perhaps. You could have Pope at 4, Brook 5, Smith 6. It's a very, very strong middle order. Lawrence might move in at 3, perhaps, where he's batted before, as he prods that one into the offside through sort of cover point region for a single.
Yeah, Messi. I mean, and Toby. We talked about that Test match in which he got 100 in the first innings and then a 60 in the second innings, Pope, and it was a very poor 100, if you can ever say that, and he was quite lucky. But he looked $1 million when he got 60 in the second innings because of the confidence that he had.
Yeah, that's certainly true. It was a weird century, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he sort of just when he comes in that early, he looks, and I'm guessing particularly if an early wicket has gone rather than the openers have had a good stand. He just looks too nervy and too anxious to get bat on ball, I think, and I think and I hope you're right, because I think that Pope ultimately should drop down. I really don't think 3 is suited to him. But there you go.
Yeah,
Tweets.
Ravi says Old Trafford is called Emirates Old Trafford. Is it just naming rights, or has ownership paid it off? It's just naming rights. But they've bought naming rights for half the stadia in England, as far as I can work out.
Seat Uniques seem to have the other half.
Yeah, it's the way things have gone, isn't it?
And Ben McCormick says, well, all that happened quickly. I'm nib out for a quick spot of lunch, and England are batting already. And guessing Sri Lanka folded after the 7th wicket went down.
Correct.
They 4 finishing the offing? Yes, definitely. It'll be over today, one way or the other.
Put it into the leg side there from Lawrence for a dot ball. Asitha Fernando continues. It's 4th over now. That was a dot ball to finish the other over as well.
I think I saw Sanath Jayasuriya, the coach, talking about Asitha Fernando and what a good bowler he was, that he can bowl the in-swinger and the out-swinger without any discernible alteration of the wrist. And he's bowled well in this test match, I think.
Fernando again, left alone outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence. Talking about Asitha Fernando, was that Hendo? Yeah, he's bowled well, to be fair. He has had a lot of skill. Seemingly has a lot of skill even.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at him and you think of a quick bowler and you think he's a bit chunky. And you think perhaps he's not going to be that quick, or he's not going to be that impressive. But I thought he bowled really well in the first innings.
Definitely. Very bustling.
Yeah,
would be
he
the way
really
to
is.
describe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's,
mixed crowd today, it looks like. A lot of that sort of temporary stands empty. Oh, as that's tickled down the leg side there from Lawrence. Going to run away for just a couple in the end. Slow outfield takes the pace out of the ball there. Get back for 2 for a leg bye.
Never want to miss an opportunity. Roy Palmer's just tweeted, the collapse is on.
We're doomed. Absolutely well and truly doomed, I think. Yeah, Lawrence is quite interesting, isn't he? He likes to go well across outside off stump if he can. And well, he is known as leg side Larry. He's got more shots than just being a leg side player. Nerdler. But he's but he does like to do that if he can.
Does he leave that one outside the off stump? Yeah, doesn't quite get across the stumps and there. Otherwise, I almost sort of think with Lawrence, you sort of see him walking across the stumps and sort of flicking it, very sort of big flourish.
Yes.
Extravagant leg side, sort of Viv Richards-esque almost in a lot of ways, sort of flicking everything through mid wicket.
Yes, he'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, perhaps
comparison, I suspect.
Yeah, perhaps a slightly over-egged comparison, but I'll stick with it.
No, I do. I think Lawrence is. I enjoy watching him. I have to say that.
Yeah, he's a very talented player. I was going to say a very talented young player, is he? Yeah. Another dot ball there from him, but he's not that young anymore. He's 27.
Is he 27 now?
He's in his prime.
I would have said 25, but 27,
yeah.
Right? Aren't he?
It's a weird one. He's played 11 tests, I think. 27, not quite ever been able to break into the side. I mean, Pope's a year younger, Brooks a year younger again than Pope, and none of. I mean, Pope's played a lot of test matches now. I think this is 47th, I think. And I mean, he's third most experienced player. Only Wokes and Root have played more in the side. Obviously Stokes when he returns, and you look back to last time with Anderson and Broad, it was quite an experienced side, but seemingly all gone. Oh, nips away there a little bit from Fernando, finds the sort of splice shoulder of the bat there from Lawrence, but plays it well in the end.
Yeah, that one just turned him round a little bit, didn't it? But there's just obviously a little bit of nip for Asitha. Sorry, Messi.
Farong says, how long until the tea interval? I think we'll go into a third session today. Yes, another 45 minutes to tea, 4:10. Football schools, the Bish won't be happy, considered inside 2 minutes at home against Derby. And then he says, fuck me, Grubby's mob scored. Oil City have just banged in 3.
Yes. Yeah. The good news, Ipswich have scored. The bad news is they've conceded 3 in 23 minutes. Goodness me.
Jesus.
It's an exciting game.
They took the lead. They took the lead in the 7th, and then Man City scored in the 12th, the 14th, and the 16th. So that's what happens.
Is this game going to end up as a Duckworth-Lewis solution? Well, Duckworth-Lewis doesn't apply in red ball cricket at all, and we've got another day tomorrow should we need it, but I don't think we will.
Well, not unless the rain returned in the north, but yeah, I don't think. I think England. I mean, presumably we're going on till what, 7:30 tonight, if necessary.
Yeah, I mean it was 7 o'clock yesterday, and I assume it's the same today.
And we lost a bit.
We're going till 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
So, yeah.
Defended from Pope there, just big stride down the pitch. Jayasuriya continues.
We're actually due a change.
Okay, we'll have one more over then, and when we'll switch it around. Yeah, just a little bit of turn there, I thought, for Jayasuriya as Pope was propping forward there.
He got a few to absolutely rag in that first innings. Wokes and Brook wicket flicked away there from Pope. Going to push for 2, but I'm not sure they're going to get it back. They don't. Yeah, I mean that one to Brook and the other to Wokes were both.
But they were
textbook.
They were from much more middle and leg. This one is, I guess, more off stumpish. Let's see if is this the? Oh no, this is the one that they got to run
flick.
from. Yeah.
Slight change in field, asking his mid on to go a little bit wider by the looks of it. Continues now Surya for his 3rd ball. Flicked through the leg side there. It's going to run away to the boundary, I think. Sure. Oh no, there's a man out there. There's a long on. They've got a very leg side base field. And Lawrence gets back for 2.
There's Karen Naratne out there, isn't it? I think he's been very quiet in this game, hasn't he? He's a former captain. Last time I think Sri Lanka were here with skippering. Very fine opening batsman, generally speaking.
27 in that second innings, I think it was.
Right.
No run there from Lawrence. Just picks out the man at mid off.
I have to say, I haven't even twigged the fact that before I looked that Dhananjaya De Silva had taken over as Sri Lanka captain. I'm not quite sure when that was, so maybe someone can say what series he took over in.
It must have been fairly recently.
Yeah.
Oh, a sort of big swipe there from Dan Lawrence. A sort of half swipe, half sweep. Not really sure what you'd call that shot. Sort of tries to hit it through, sort of behind the keeper almost.
Well, he's trying to hit it with an upright bat almost, isn't he? Rather than the sweep when it was with a cross bat. He's trying to get it fine, I think.
Comes over his shoulder almost.
Yeah.
Final ball of the over here.
I think.
And prodded into the offside there from Lawrence to get down the other end and finish off the over.
45 for 1, it's time for a change. The Bear should be coming back, and Hattie is rejoining us again. Come on, Bear, get yourself in here. Stop shouting. He's shouting something inaudible.
5 minutes.
He wants 5 minutes.
He's watching a race, he says.
He's watching a race.
Dear God. I'll catch you after tea.
Thanks, Messi. Cheers. Let's have a look. Are there any? See if there's any YouTube contributions. It's mainly from Disinterested Handjob and Sutahu is with us, which is good to know. We should say, of course. Sorry, go on. Who was about to say something?
No, I was just saying it's like a hack or a hoik, really, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's a funny shot. But I should start talking about Patreon, as we don't do enough of that. Asita Fernando in bowls, and it's on the line of off stump, and it's played straight up to mid-on by Lawrence. He's gone to 22 now from 35. England 45 for 1, so they're not hanging about. Still going along at 5 and over. So they go along at 5 and over. They're going to take what? I'm going to have to work this one out. 40 overs, 40, 80, 120, 100. Yeah, 40 overs to get to this target, approximately. So in total, so that would take another 30 from here on in, and that will take us what about?
Midway through
2 hours?
Yeah, midway through the next session.
Fernando in bowls to Leg side Larry, who's very annoyed that he didn't get bat on that, but it has come off his pad, and they will get an easy single behind square.
Shake of the head there from Lawrence. He's fuming at himself.
Well, I mean, it's really annoying when you miss out on a run, even a run. I mean, it may have only been one had he got back to that, but he's thinking I should be on 23 rather than 22 now. And this is a good spell. I mean, when you consider that they've gone up 5 and over, Fernando, 4.2 overs, 1 for 5. So he's really not giving anything away. He's bowling to Pope now, the England captain. And, settling down and waiting for the Sri Lankan in bright sunshine, and he waits for that and cuts it, and suddenly some runs are going to come. And they maybe only, no, I was going to say maybe only 1, 2 in fact, hurrying back. Pope goes to 6. That I think is what he got out for in the first innings. 48 for 1. And Lawrence 22 off 36. The man to go is Ben Duckett, caught behind down the leg side at one point, we thought, although proved to be that Mendes had grounded it. Mendes, of course, keeping in place of Chandimal, who, despite his heroics with the bat, is I don't think he's even on the field now, is he? I wouldn't have thought so with his injured hand. Onto the back foot goes Pope, just eases it into the onside.
6 off 8 he got in the last innings.
6 off 8, and he's 6 off 8 right now.
He is
so
indeed.
There you go. And I'm guessing, it's a difficult one, isn't it? As a captain, he'll say, I want the team to win, obviously, and of course there's that reflected glory of the captain in getting your team over the line. But if he was not to get a decent score in the second innings, I guess on an individual level, he'll feel a little bit disappointed. Fernando in again, bowls to Pope, and Pope very watchful to a ball just outside the line of off stump, pushes into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, you'd almost, Pope, the questions perhaps would start to come up again if he goes Test match here without any runs, and no matter if England win or not, I can almost guarantee someone will say effectively, should Pope be captaining if he's not scoring runs, and the questions will be asked, and if he doesn't then in the next Test at Lords, by the time he gets to the Oval, the questions will be, should Brooke have taken over, or someone else perhaps with leadership credentials.
I think the problem is that very few, as Fernando comes in to complete the over, and he has to just grope down a little bit to keep that one out. It was dead straight, but and kept a little bit low. It's the end of the over, 10 overs bowl, 48 for 1. I mean, there are two things really, that there are very few players who don't suffer some sort of what's the word? Impact on their performance as a player. I think there are 1 or 2 that don't. And the other thing is you're absolutely right, Toby, is that it only takes a couple of innings here. But, there is so much comment these days, whether it's social media, the mainstream media, cricket websites. Everyone has something to say, and to be honest, if you were a cricketer, you'd just try to avoid, wouldn't you, everything that's said, because otherwise you just get caught up in it and you'd start to doubt yourself completely.
I think it almost wouldn't help as well if England do win, because then people are almost looking for negatives somewhere, particularly if England win comfortably.
That's true. There's always got to be a discussion point, hasn't there, even if it is a negative one, even if your team's done well. This one runs off a fairly thick outside edge as Lawrence comes forward. Jayasuriya continuing. He's been a bit expensive so far. He's only into his 4th over, 21 runs. Wasn't helped by that glorious 6 down the ground from Lawrence. Will be looking for another opportunity. Just the one slip. He's in, bowls, and it's a little bit short. Gives Lawrence time to go back and just nibble it into the onside. And there is no run. The bear has now finally deigned to join us. No, that's hit him on the pad. A little bit of turn. He's given it, has he? I don't think so. I didn't look out to me. It looked like it was going down the leg side. So Jayasuriya was keen on that one, and they're thinking about reviewing it. I don't think Dhananjaya his skipper is is that enamoured of it. So who won, Bear? Did you win?
No, my nag went round all
Yeah,
the way
my
in the
nag.
front, and then it got overtaken right at the end. But I do it each way, and it was 10-1, so I win.
What do you win? What do you win?
I basically get 2-1. Well,
Okay.
if you bet on places, don't you, as well with horses?
Joshua in again, bowls, and Lawrence comes right forward and pushes straight back to the bowler. No run. Target is 205. A brilliant 7th wicket partnership between Chandimal and Kamindu Mendis today, which is why we're still here, basically. Lawrence whips this past the man at short mid-wicket, short mid-on, and once it's gone past him, there's no one to stop it until it gets to long on, so they take an easy enough single.
Yeah, that was missing by a long way.
There was absolutely nothing there for Jayasuriya to get so excited about. Really, really poor appeal, to be honest. So clapping his hands as if that's out immediately. I mean, I suppose it was the celeb appeal.
They all.
He's brought a short leg in now, and he bowls to Pope, and Pope, using a little bit of bottom hand, steers it past that man to mid-wicket. There is no run. 49 for 1 is the score after 11 overs. There's going to be some drinks, so we can get through some drinks. What, with how long to go?
Maybe there's got a extended session. Who knows how long they're going for? Mog says that was a pretty poor Bear. More head than Travis. I think you're watching me pour my beer. Yes, that was a quick in from you. What have we got here? We got anybody on Blue Sky? Any blueies? Yeah, we have got a couple of
Under
blueies.
the very, very dark sky.
Fuck me, says Farron. Grubby's mob scored. Oil City have just banged in 3.
Yeah, no, we've had that one. I think Messi did that because we realised that Ipswich scored after 7 minutes, and then Man City banged in 3 in about 5 minutes.
It's at City, isn't it? That's
It's at
annoying
City,
though,
yeah.
because I've got a kanji in my defence, which means.
Oh, what you
the
mean?
problem is football becomes all about fantasy league. When
Not
you're
for
in
me, it
fantasy
doesn't.
league. Yeah,
I'm
I
not the
know.
least bit interested in fantasy league.
Well, I was fantastic because João Pedro scored in the 95th minute, and he was my only attacker in my fantasy league side, which is good news. But
Are you a football fan, Hattie? I don't think you are you? Or
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, I am, yes.
who do you support?
My team are playing tomorrow.
are you a Villa fan?
Oh gosh, no. I'm in Geordie actually. I'm Newcastle.
Who are Newcastle playing tomorrow?
Yeah, big Newcastle fan.
Yeah, but who are they playing
yeah.
tomorrow? Can you remember off? I can't remember offhand who they're playing. But
We've got Bournemouth away.
Bournemouth way. That's a pretty long journey for Geordies, isn't it? Actually, to be fair.
Yeah, it's a
one
nice
of
weekend
the longest one.
actually. Yeah, spend the time by the sea.
Yeah, that's the point.
I'm not going though.
If you're if you are a Newcastle fan travelling to Bournemouth, you'd want it to be around this time of year, wouldn't you? When hopefully
Yes,
the weather will be a bit better. Yeah. So, oh my goodness, can you imagine Bournemouth Beach covered in black and white shirts, or actually probably very, very red chests rather than anything else? But
Tottenham have
I
beaten
prefer
Everton 2-0.
Brighton personally, but Bournemouth's all right.
Bournemouth's sandier, isn't it? Bournemouth's got sand, whereas Brighton is all pebbles.
True. Well, London knows, full of pebbles. But they don't play football, do they, in London?
No, I'm afraid not. So Tottenham are 2-0 up. Everton have had a poor start, haven't they? Lost 3-0, didn't they, first game of the season at home to Brighton. So Brighton must be top of the league at the moment.
One presumes so. Tottenham are winning 2-0 at Everton. At home to Everton.
Everton, yeah. Okay, that's interesting to know.
No, Brighton flying.
Yeah, well, that was quite entertaining to see Man United lose again.
Yes, I love
from
that,
a good
yeah.
position.
Haaland's banged into.
He's banged in another one.
He got a penalty and he scored a goal.
So it's 4-1 now.
No. He'd already scored. He scored 2 of the 3 goals.
Oh,
that
did he?
scored,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. All right, fair enough. Right, so away from football, we're back with cricket. It's unseasonably bright in Manchester. It has been pretty much all the day, although there was a little break for rain just before lunch. And Rathnayaka is going to come on to bowl. I'd have to say that he's impressed a little bit more with bat than ball, from what I've seen. He's got a very long run up, and then isn't actually that quick. Is my personal
they're calling him fast medium.
Fast medium or medium fast. I never know what the difference is. Here he comes, Milan. He's got one slip and he bowls down the leg side. Lawrence tries to tickle it, makes no contact. Mendes does the work behind the stumps.
That's distinctly medium.
That was
79 miles an hour.
And it's a no ball.
About the same
That's the England 50 up.
It's brought the 50 up because it's a no ball as well. So not a great start. But he's got incredibly long legs. I think I said this the other day.
Yeah, he's a tall lad.
He's tall, but it's all leg.
He is actually.
It's
got
all
very
leg. I mean, he's basically got legs, then he's got a neck, and then he's got a head. Onto the front foot comes Lawrence, defends to mid-wicket. And he's there at, 79 miles an hour? Which is
pretty much the name, isn't it? Rough-legger.
Yeah, indeed.
Rough-legger.
Indeed. He's very wiry. 50 for 1. Lawrence 23. Pope 6. England need 205 to take a 1-0 lead in this series. And did they win all three against West Indies? They did, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah, we were at 100% at the moment. Atkinson in again, bowls. A hint of away swing there, but quite early. And Lawrence lets it pass harmlessly 8 or 9 inches outside off stump.
Just a tad further than Wokes, isn't he? But other than that, it's not dissimilar.
No. Yeah, I obviously, I mean, he's only, just starting out on his Test career. Much shorter back, yeah. Hasn't sort of impressed me greatly so far.
No.
Maybe unfair. In he comes and bowls, and that's too short and taken off the hip by Lawrence out to deep square, and he takes 51 for 1. That said, I don't think the ball's done a hell of a lot today.
No, it hasn't, and that's the thing. I mean, it's all winning. They got to where they got, but I think it's pretty difficult to bowl. You're either relying on an inconsistent bounce, or essentially the new ball and a bit of crowd cover. It's not done much off the wicket. The only movement has really been in the air, and it's generally when there's been either a new ball or a bit of cloud cover. So their best chance was to get wickets with the new ball. They got one, but they need more than that.
Now that swings away, and it's sumptuously driven by Pope. But to his dismay, he picks out the man at extra cover, doesn't get it past him. And he thought for all money that was going to run away for 4 when he made contact, but then looked up and saw it in the hands of the fielder. There is no run. That's the fluency of Pope. I'm surprised Pope's he's definitely built himself up, hasn't he? He's got quite big biceps now. Outside the off stump, just back of a length, left alone by the England captain. That is up at 80 miles an hour, so just 1 ball to go in this over. 51 for 1, and we have absolutely no idea now what time this session is going on to. I'm thinking maybe 4:30 because they've only just had drinks. And they don't normally have drinks half an hour before tea, do they? So we'll just have to wait and see.
Whether it's extended, that was the missus going, what, they're playing cricket? It's raining. No, in Manchester, believe it or not, it's sunny.
Atkinson in to complete the over. That's a better ball. Pope plays, if anything, slightly outside of it in his defence, and it comes off a very thick inside edge into the onside end of the over. 51 for 1. Bear.
Well, Mark Zipp has found us on the Blueies, on the Blue Sky. He says, after all, getting ready to DJ my sister's 60th under the shadow of Le Mont Aguille here in France. Where in France is that? Looks nice though. He says, please say happy birthday to Elizabeth. Happy birthday, Elizabeth.
Happy birthday.
Elizabeth is the woman who wrote the book about Indonesia, isn't she? Which I read and enjoyed. Thought it was very good indeed.
What, his sister?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Elizabeth Zipp.
I don't know whether is it Zip. I suspect she's got a married name. I'm not sure.
I don't know Zip.
I know Zip. None of us know Zip.
We don't know Zip on here.
No, indeed.
England are now. When Sri Lanka came off, it was quite even, wasn't it? It was about 44-56 to England, or something like that. England now, according to WinViz, at 82%.
Now, what has Legside Larry done there?
He's married it.
He's done something rather successful, but something very unorthodox indeed. He got well outside off stump, came galloping down the wicket, and then sort of whipped it square all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
It's a very strange shot.
You've got to time that, haven't you? You've really got to time
he
that.
really closed the face on it, didn't
Absolutely.
he? To get it that
If
square.
you don't, you're in all sorts of trouble. Kept his head down, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Didn't sort of his head didn't go in the air at all, and that's probably why he played it successfully. But, yeah, you can't really. It's difficult to know where to bowl to a player who can do that. Jayasuriya has now gone for 26. He's only into his 5th over. He's got a leg slip now, and he's trying to bowl into the rough, but again worked by Lawrence. Should only be the single this time. Jayasuriya was coming over the wicket instead of round there. But
they look like their heads have gone down already, don't they, a bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, they realised, much as England, when they were struggling to get those last wickets, it's not fucking easy to bowl on this.
No. A slip and a leg slip. He's in, and oh my goodness me, Pope's brought out the reverse sweep. I think he's going to be all right, because although it's hit him on the pad and he's not actually made contact with the bat, he's probably got his foot outside leg stump.
Yeah, I think so. I think it hit him outside leg.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't review it though, just in case. It was quite close.
Oh, it's hit. No. Hang on.
Did anyone catch it?
Jayasuriya bowls again, and he pads this one away. We haven't seen that for a while. Padding of the ball. The negative line, or you say it's negative. Is it negative if you're trying to see if there's anything?
If you do that, if you manage that for a day and a half, that's pretty impressive. When they've only got to get 150 to win.
He's in again. He's brought out the reverse sweep again, and has he been caught? I think he has. Oh my word, that was a pretty unimpressive display by the England captain. He's gone for 6 again. He's been caught at slip. I'm guessing a bit of an edge, a bit of pad, perhaps a bit of foot, a bit of arm, a bit of tooth, a bit
unnecessary.
of hair. Totally unnecessary and silly. And actually, going back to that LBW decision, he wasn't hit on the pad. He was hit on the
glove.
Well, was it the glove?
That's it was the glove. It was the back of the glove.
Well, we're probably not going to see it again. No, he's just toe-ended that. Easiest catch you can imagine that gully.
He hit it.
Yeah, that's poor.
That's a really shit shot. Why don't you just do a normal paddle sweep? Just hold your bat there and just flick it and let it go very fine past the keeper, rather than trying to reverse sweep it. Nonsense.
I mean, it's the sort of shot that Pope plays, isn't it? He plays it pretty well. But like you say, I mean, as captain, just play normally. It's the perfect opportunity to be like 75, 80 not out, win the game. Thanks for coming, bosh.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're spot on with that. It means coming to the crease is this man.
His voice is high pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
I will just say regarding Pope's shot, this.
Please fuck off, you useless twat.
Yeah. I think that's fair enough.
With regards to that shot and the last 3 shots he played in that innings, actually. I mean, not in general. That might be a bit harsh. But Joe Root has come to the crease. And England England don't need to be silly here, do they? I mean, they could manufacture a defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Yeah, they could, very much so.
He's in bowls to Root, onto the leg stump, and Root doesn't try to play a ridiculous reverse sweep. He just clips it away out to deep square and will pick up a single. He's underway, 57 for 2. Jayasuriya has a slightly unexpected bonus wicket, and Ollie Pope is gone.
Yeah, he knew it straight away. Idiotic, really. It's overreaching somewhat.
Well, is it the pace? Because he's put in a massive stride and he's still not quite able to get there, is he, with the bat? And the ball has come through slowly, and so it's just he's only got it on the end of the toe of the bat.
I can't believe it. Oh well. Yeah, you're going to win a Test match as captain and get 12 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you probably. The last thing he'd want to do is in his first Test match is to lose the game. But then again, playing a shot like that makes it more likely. Rathnayaka will start his second over. He's bowling to Joe Root, just the one slip, and Root leaves a ball that arcs gently away from him and then rather dies on its way through to Mendes. 57 for 2 England. England chasing 205 to win their 4th test of the summer.
I suppose if we win all, say we all win all 6 test matches, we shoot up the World Test Championship table.
Yeah. Now, also, isn't that down? There is a World Test Championship next summer, isn't there, or next year? But when I was looking at the schedule that was brought out the other day, Root comes down the wicket and with good timing turns it off his legs out to deep square for another single. He goes to 2. I know that the India series is down to be between, I think, June the 20th and August the 4th. But have they actually got a date for the World Test Championship final? It didn't seem to me as if they had.
Well, normally it's before, isn't it?
It's normally before.
Well, because presumably India will be off, because normally we end up playing India and Australia as the first 2 series that we play in the new round of the World Test Championship, which always means we start off on a bummer.
Yeah, I mean it's almost certainly going to be an India-Australia final again anyway, isn't it? I think we're going to get a leg bye here, unless there was a little bit of bat involved.
Well, yeah, I mean we got docked about 60 points, didn't we, in the Ashes?
Just for slow over rates, yeah, just for slow over. I mean,
well, considering all the games were completed, bar the rained-off match in Old Trafford, that's a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
It is a bit ridiculous, yeah.
They said maybe if it turns out as a draw, you should have those sorts of deductions. But if a result is had, then they should just get rid of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. Onto the back foot goes Root, and he plays it neatly away out into the covers. They're going to come back for 2. In the end, Lawrence running to the danger end at the non-strikers. Has to hurry, has to scamper a little bit, but gets there comfortably enough. 61 for 2. Now,
do the ranking points kind of depend on who you're playing as well? Because
no, it doesn't. It's basically I mean they weight it, don't they, for teams who play more tests and less tests. So there's a formula to weight your points. I think it's done on percentage wins in the end.
Well, I suppose if England were to win, as you say, all 6 here, as Ratanaika is in again, and, as easy as pie, Root says, "This is how to bat, Ollie. Just ease the ball around. Let's take singles down to deep point and things like that." He goes to 5 already from 5. It's amazing. Root comes in, and suddenly you look up, and he's got 5 off 5. 62 for 2. Lawrence has 29.
It's really not a fair system then, is it, for people like Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, Ireland, South Africa, who just don't play very much?
It's a very difficult system.
Well, it's a very difficult... Well, I mean, this is it. That's why it's weighted as a percentage wins. So, yes. I mean, that's kind of how New Zealand got to the final in the first ever one.
Straight a ball from Ratanaika, and Lawrence plays it off his pad to mid-wicket. End of the over, 62 for 2 back.
There's not really a lot new coming in.
Nothing happening.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you look at the first ever World Test Championship, New Zealand only played 12 tests in the whole thing, didn't they? But because it was weighted on percentage, they were first or second.
It's a very imperfect
system.
Thing is the World Test Championship, I'm afraid.
Oh gosh.
That's why it needs to be a proper sort of championship, even if it's over 2 months in one country or something. You know.
I would love it. When you just have a World Test Championship in one country over 2 months, that would just be marvellous.
Brilliant, wouldn't it?
Marvellous.
It's like kind of have the Test Championship at the same time as maybe the 100, and so it'd be just Test players only.
Oh, yes. Jayasuriya bowls and pushed up to shortish mid-wicket by Root. Jayasuriya staying over the wicket. That's where he got the scalp of Pope from. And, he's in again. Bowls to Root. Root goes back. And they're going to go single here. I think they are. There's a man at square leg, but I don't think he was saving the boundary, but he wasn't in on the single, so they did get through for that. Root goes to 663 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only problem...
That would depend on Northern Hemisphere tournaments, and then change it for kind of depending on which hemisphere is playing what.
Yeah, it would do.
Swept by Lawrence, and swept quite fine. Is it going to go all the way? No. It is fielded by the man out at deep square. and they come through for 2. Lawrence goes past his first innings score of 30. He's on 31 now from 50 deliveries.
I guess the only thing you would have to do is, say it's a draw, then you're going to have to come up with a system to find a result.
Oh my goodness me, he's brought out the reverse sweep. It's hit on the pad. There's an interest. Well, there's interest from behind the stumps, from in front of the stumps. I think it was...
Pitched outside leg.
Yeah, I thought
by
that
quite a while. Quite away.
Let's have a look at the scan. Huh?
Why do that? Why did
Miles outside.
Yeah, you're right.
Pathetic, said. Oh.
Just play the normal sweep. No, he's brought it out again. And he's got it more successfully.
It's only a 1.
But it's only for 1, yeah, exactly. I understand playing a reverse sweep with the... or if there is any spin, with the spin. If you're going to get a 4 from it. But, why not just play the ordinary sweep or just ease it away for 1? If you're not going to get any more.
I guess they're all comfortable with a shot, aren't they?
Yeah, much more so than, I wouldn't know how to play a reverse sweep. But Joe Root does, and he plays it as well. This, again, will only bring him 1, though.
Joe's got, 12,000 runs. Lawrence, he plays it comfortably in the one-day format and, for Essex. So, I guess you've just got to back your skills, haven't you? Whereas I've never seen Pope comfortable playing it in any format.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. I mean, you've also got to know which shots bring you most reward, haven't you?
Yeah.
And if there is a shot that you can't master, or you can't play as well as other people, maybe you just put it away and don't bother with it.
Yeah, Pope was obviously, rather pissed off with the fact that his timed cover drive went straight to extra cover, so he kind of reverted to something that he thought might get him a single.
Yeah, fair point. Back goes Root, new over from Ratanaika. Another single. He's just progressing in them at the moment. Out to deep point. He goes to 8 from 9. 168 for 2. 205 is the England target today. And I'm guessing if I go to 10 past and then at 10 past we'll have a rethink if we're going to go on till 1/2 or 25 to 5, something like that, in terms of commentary teams. Ratanaika in again, bowls onto the back foot goes Lawrence, chops that away into the offside, past the man at cover. He's going to come back for a second
with ease.
With quite, yeah, indeed. Throw came into the bowler. England 70 for 2 again. Then they're not far short of 5 and over. That's 2 overs, 2 balls into the 16th. It looked like a slightly better crowd at Manchester today. I mean, I suppose it's a weekend, isn't it? And it's a slightly nicer day, even though it's not very warm. It's sunny. It's been pretty gloomy the last couple of days. Ratanaika in again, bowls. Oh, he's hit him on the pad. That's worth a shout. Maybe a bit high. And it's been given. It's been given.
He's reviewed it. I think he's got an inside edge.
Well,
I think that's why he's reviewed.
Oh, he's reviewing it. You think because of an inside edge? I thought perhaps it looked pretty straight, but it also looked to me a little bit high. It could be one of those that's clipping, but I suppose the inside edge,
middle and leg,
is the key one. Let's have a review.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Oh no, he didn't. Maybe it's a little high. It's hit him above the.
Yeah, it's hit him on the back pad though, hasn't it? And after he's been hit, he then sort of comes forward on that side. I think that might just be clipping the bails.
I think so as well.
England has suddenly maybe find themselves in a bit of trouble. Definitely no inside edge. Height is pretty much the only thing that can save him now. I don't know why we're looking at the... Let's see if there's an edge. That's got to be out, isn't it? That's got to be out.
No.
Oh my word!
Oh,
well,
yes.
It is, because it's umpire's call. It's clipping the top of the bails. And Lawrence has gone. And Sri Lanka, dare we say it, are in with a chance.
In with a chance.
There was nothing I could change. I was gonna go out strange.
Yeah, and England are England a little bit
Blasé.
guilty of, I was going to say, complacency here, really.
A little bit.
Yeah. Lawrence will be disappointed. He's gotten to the 30s twice in this Test match, but hasn't been able to go on. And you've got to remember, of course, that England's batting lineup is a little bit weaker than it has been.
We've got Wokes at 7.
Wokes at 7, Atkinson 8, and then you've got Potts, Wood, and Will Wood bat.
I don't think so.
And then, of course, who have we got? Bashir. So another wicket or two, and Sri Lanka will feel they're very definitely in this game. And it's a wicket to the much maligned, or at least much maligned by me, Ratnayaka. So well done to him. Again, it wasn't a great shot, was it? I don't think the ball did that, apart from it being straight, which is he's pretty good.
I think it was a scramble team. I think it nipped back a little bit.
Maybe. Anyway, it could be the two Yorkshiremen that see England through from an England perspective. We hope so, but Harry Brook batted very well in the first innings until he got that wonder ball from Jayasuriya. I'll jingle him up in a moment as he comes forward to a probing ball around about off stump and pushes out into the offside. Harry Brook is your man.
Yeah,
you can understand the umpire giving that because, you know, we have said that the ball has kept low today, if anything. Ratnayaka in again, bowls to Brook, who turns this off the straight through square leg. He'll get his first run. 71 for 3. And one ball remaining in Ratnayaka's third over. He's got figures of 1 for 10. I'm just looking at Joe Root. I'm guessing when he was given out to Dan Lawrence that Joe Root looks like he was saying to him, I think it might have been a bit high. Obviously Lawrence was looking for some guidance from his partner. But,
what does he know?
What does he know? What does Joe Root know? I mean, for goodness sake.
I know. Oh, no.
Well, he's facing up now to Ratnayaka, who just seems to have got the bit between his teeth a little bit. Much more accurate, much better length. And it says defended into the onside. End of the over, 71 for 3. Route 8, Brook 1, Bear.
Well, Matthew Cullen says he's listening on his way back from a climbing session in Bristol. Sat in the sun waiting for the train. It's all quite pleasant. Shame Everton are getting battered. Well, yeah, you know. It's the beginning of the season. That's what happens to Everton. Ian H has given us a super chat. Super chat. He says, afternoon, and please wish us all at Whitstable Labour Cricket Club luck at home tomorrow, weather permitting. Well, good luck tomorrow, Ian H.
Yeah, thanks for the £5.
Absolutely, very much.
I should, of course, say, I was meant to say about Patreon. We are in the process of trying to find a new studio, which is possibly going to cost us more money than...
It is going to cost us more money.
It's definitely going to cost us more money than we pay to be here. So, we really need you to support us if you can possibly help. And you can do that by pledging us a monthly amount by going to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Jayasuriya, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Brook. Brook goes back to Fens, straight back to the bowler. And Brook, I mean, he's a confident guy, but that ball that got him in the first innings will just make him think a little bit. Jayasuriya, and again, very flat, and he forces off the back foot to extra cover. He just skips away to his left of field. And there is no run. Now, if Brook was to go before tea, if Root was to go before tea, if one of these was to go before tea, England would be having a slightly uncomfortable tea. The cakes wouldn't taste quite so good. This one goes off a thick inside edge to, well, it's fielded at least by the man running from leg slip. Again, there's no run. Jayasuriya, is he just looking to push him back? That's given a little bit more air, but Brook gets right forward, kills any threat of spin. 71 for 3. Dananjaya, of course, can bowl spin. Opened the bowling, didn't he, in the first innings when it was very, very dark. This one is thrown up, given more air looking to put it into the footholes outside the leg stump. I don't think those footholes are particularly deep or particularly worrying at the moment, and Brook plays fairly comfortably. Jayasuriya in to complete the over. Back goes Brook. He was thinking he was going to get a single there, but there is now a man on the one at square leg, and that stops him. 71 for 3. That was a maiden. Route 8, Brook 1.
Well, Ian H. given us another 2 quid.
Yay!
He says, he's given an asterisk. Bad grammar. Split infinitive. Tax. So he's taxing himself for bad grammar, which I don't spot.
Hang on, basically, if all of you find yourself for bad grammar, as delineated by me as a sub-editor, then we could make a fortune. So get your bad grammar in. Get your bad grammar in, and
we'll tax it.
And we'll tax you. Arathanayaka to continue. He's got 1 for
I'll work
10.
with you, Hendo. Hang on.
Sorry?
I'll work with you on that, so hang on.
Okay. Actually, to be honest, grammar, me, so. Rathanayaka in, bowls to Root. Root goes back. He's hinting that he's found a nice lengthened line. Root defends into the offside.
Do you think he had us?
Actually, I mean, grammar shammer. Obviously there are terrible sentence constructions, and there are rules, but sometimes the rules need to be broken in service of making sense. In he comes again, bowls to Root. This is slightly fuller. Onto the front foot comes Root and plays it straight back to the bowler. So 8 dot balls in a row, which is hardly the Bazball way. But who's that warming up? It's Asita. It's Asita again. And, so he's fancying another spell fairly shortly by the looks of things. He did bowl quite well in his first spell. Doesn't seem to have been off for that long, actually. Is it Rathanayaka replaced him, I think. He's only into his 4th over. He's in again, bowls to Root and plays in front of his pad, but
lovely
tickles
shot.
that really nicely. Very fine. Good piece of fielding out there. Not sure who that is down there. But does well, and where they might have got 4, they end up getting 2.
That's our man Asita, isn't it?
Could be. It's just beautifully delicate from Root.
Exactly.
I was going to say Brute. Delicate from Brute.
That's the polish.
Oh no, he has hit the. He personally has gone into the fence, but not before he released the ball.
No, I don't know. Actually, I think he still had a bit hold of that when his foot slipped into the.
I think I'd give him the benefit of the doubt there. To be honest, it's very, very close. That's the first run or runs that Root has got. He's been going along in singles comfortably, but in singles. In comes Rathanayaka again, and he gets onto the front foot. Rathanayaka is quite interested in the LBW, which would mean it would have had to have hit pad first. But even if it had, he'd also have to be saying that Root was hiding his back behind his pad for that to have any chance of being given.
Which he wasn't.
Which I don't think he was. And Dhananjaya, the captain, shows no real interest. Sometimes the they put up the DRS clock, and it's sort of starting to sit down, and you think, oh, they must have. Actually, it may have been pad first.
Yeah, it was pad first.
Rathanayaka in again. Root steers this wide of gully off the front foot. Another easy single. He goes to 11. 74 for 3. Yeah, so you automatically assume that there must be something in it, because you presume that they're about to review it, or it has already been reviewed, but skippers aren't that stupid.
No.
Some, yeah. True. I mean, I don't think Pope's reviews were that good. I mean, I know he doesn't necessarily have to have himself to rely on. He's taking advice, but it's not brilliant reviewing by England in these Sri Lankan first innings. Forced off the back foot this time by Brook. He'll get a single out to deep point. And that is the end of the year with 75 for 3.
Well, Farong says the most annoying aspect of the Test Championship is it's always played in England. It's true. It seems a bit odd and a little unfair when you get a sort of fast-playing nation, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand playing against India or Bangladesh or whoever might be in the other side of the World Test Championship. They do tend to suffer in England.
Do you think though it's actually? I mean, it's partly because in England it's maybe the only place really that other teams apart from England, if there's no England involved, spectators will still go because they want to see good quality cricket. I think
they would do it in Australia, but it's a question of when you would have it in Australia.
They're much bigger grounds, aren't they? They probably want to play it at the MCG, and then it would look silly because they wouldn't get 90,000 unless Australia were playing.
Yeah, true.
Jai Surya then into his 8th over outside leg stump, bowling from over the wicket, and Brook stretches forward, steers it into the onside.
Well,
there is no run.
Second part of his tweet says, now that with Shah taking over the ICC, the priority will be closure of red ball cricket, so we have 3 months free for the IPL. Collapses on, lovely jubbly. I don't see. It's weird that Shah, it seems to be the opposite for Nat and Shah.
Oh my word! Now Brook decided to come down the wicket, possibly far too early, and it was pinged in a little bit shorter. But not only that, it really jumped. Didn't so much turn as bounce, and he ended up playing that almost from in front of his chest. So Jai Surya again, still just the 2 close fielders. And he goes back to that, and it's not far away from his leg slip. Although I'm not 100% sure there was bat on that, or whether it was just pad. No, there was some bat involved. Wasn't that far away from the leg slip.
Might encourage the pace bowler to come in from that, and given how much lift there was as well.
That's possible.
Yeah,
especially
but
left
it's
arm
only the
over.
one ball, isn't it? I mean, this is the thing. The odd ball has misbehaved, but in general, wicket's still pretty good to bat on, I think.
So Root down to he's brought out the reverse sweep and he's in trouble. Now they may review this. The DRS timer is ticking down. Dhananjaya thinks it might have hit him on the arm, which could still be LBW, of course, if it's not hit the any part of the glove. But he has decided to
What is it with
review
this
it.
fucking stupid bloody reverse sweeping? All the
I
time?
just
That looked close to me. I have to be honest.
I can't work out. I mean, this will be trouble for England if that is
Put
gone.
it away and play normal shots. You've got fucking 2 days to score 200 runs.
You ain't got the obsession, 'cause those reviews exist to extend my career. Not that
Well, I think I might be going past the off stump anyway.
me, but it could be more iffy than it appears. 'Cause if I don't, then someone else might use it, get a second chance and go on to do very well and consign my career to hell. 'Cause that is them and this is me. I have a higher destiny. I think I'll use all reviews every game.
Do they even know what they're reviewing?
I presume it's LBW. I mean,
did they think it was cool?
If it's caught, it's not out because I don't
No.
think it's hit the glove, has it? Now everyone's standing about. I think we're waiting for ball tracking, but there's a bit of a delay with regards to that. Joe Root is asking Paul Rifle, the umpire, what's going on. Rifle's got his arms folded, doesn't really seem to know. And this could be a crucial moment in this match. Root on 11.
Well, it was given not out, wasn't it?
We're looking for ultra edge.
Oh, yeah.
There's a little bit of edge right. Sort of, it's not on the toe end, but it's quite low on the bat. So even so hang on. If it was caught, let's not get excited because from an England perspective, because that has then gone off his arm. And did someone catch it?
I thought they did.
In which case, Rooty
didn't it go straight onto slip?
I can't remember.
I can't remember.
I was so worried about the LBW that I didn't really look for the potential of it being a catch. So what's happening? It's not out. It's not out.
Clearly, it didn't go.
It didn't go into one. Breathing a sigh of relief.
Will you fucking put this shot away, you bunch of twats?
Joe Root.
I always get confused, seriously. I mean, when they do the reviews for like when it was LBW and they actually when it's that close, the reviewing captain should make it clear what they're actually reviewing for, because you shouldn't be able to appeal for both, in my opinion. It should be one.
Well, an appeal doesn't have to be for something.
No, that doesn't. I mean, but Hattie's saying she doesn't think it should be. Which I kind of agree.
Both, in my opinion, you should just choose one or the other.
Yeah, I think I'd go along with that, to be honest. Anyway, Jaisu Ria.
Because then you get one review. So if you're going to go for a catch and an LBW, then that's 2 reviews, isn't it? Surely.
And also, if both were not out, should you lose 2 reviews? There you go. There's a question for everyone. Final ball of the over is defended on the front foot by Root. 76 for 3. England just slowed down a little bit here. Root has 11. Brook has 3. How are we doing for time? Quarter past.
Do we know what time tea is?
I'm guessing it's. I should probably take a break because I'm back on again first thing after tea. So.
Is that 5 o'clock, sweet?
I'm thinking it will be. I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, I think that we're back on again at 5 o'clock.
Or I stay. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is a bit tricky, isn't it? It's going to get a bit tricky now. But anyway, Rathnayaka bowling to Brook. He's going to get a single as he...
There's a very few of us left.
He hit past square leg. He moves to 4, 77 for 3.
All right.
Where are we?
Well, who else is on?
Well, the difficulty is we have 325 to 410 was supposed to be us 3, which it is.
Yeah.
And then we're supposed to have me back on at 4:30, but obviously T is going to be around about 4:30, I think. And then that confuses the issue ever so slightly. Rathnayaka in again, defended on the front foot by Root into the offside. There is no run.
Unless this is the last over of 4-2.
You're off at 4:10, and then I'm on again at 5.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if let's go to the end of this over. If it's not the last over, I'll take over from you. You can go off,
and we'll get
Toby
to come back in for a little bit. Yeah.
No ball.
No ball.
That's his second, isn't it?
One of these.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey.
Quite a long way.
It's difficult for him because he's got such enormous legs, hasn't he? You know, his stride. Huge.
No, it's bigger than his first.
Here he comes again into Root. Root drives meaningfully for the first time in this innings, but doesn't get it past the infield. There is no run. 78 for 3. England need 205 to win. A great 100 from Mendes earlier today. Really good. His third 100 in 4 Test matches. And a very useful 79, a brave 79 in the circumstances, coming back from that blow against Wood yesterday, Chandamal, and he was the last man to go, hitting out. Rathnayaka in, bowls to Root, finds a thicky outside edge, but it's going straight to ground. No real concern, as that's swept up by the man at, I suppose, about third or fourth slip. 78 for 3. We're having another look at this. Oh, he's pitching outside leg as well. That LBW shout. In the end.
So it would have just stopped right there.
So, I mean, you should have lost about 4 reviews for that, to be honest. Nothing going for it. Rathnayaka is into a 5th over now. He's in, he bowls to Root. Root defends the ball just outside the line of off stump. Very studious. And,
playing like it is the last over, really, isn't it?
Ah, yeah, let's hope it is. I mean, it'll uncomplicate things. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it will do. Still raining down here in Sydenham.
Yeah, and it's not actually pissing it down like it did for a while. And we were struggling with the connection, weren't we? In terms of
the TV.
Satellite had gone. Satellite was hidden behind a cloud somewhere. It may be just that Rathnayaka is bowling a pretty good length and line. Here he is into Root. Root tries to come down the wicket and get nearer to the ball. But again, it's still a good delivery outside the off stump. He defends it into the ground, into the offside. And, 1 ball remaining.
So presumably they can go until 7 anyway.
Yeah, we are going to. Theoretically, if they need to.
With the overspill, yeah.
Yeah. Nika is doing some work on those extremely long legs with regards to shining the ball. Root faces up again. He's in. Bowls. Fuller. Head over the ball. Perfect position for the forward defensive. And it's played out into the offside. There is no run. I think that is not T, because the umpire seems to be waddling off to square leg. Toby, if he'd like to come back in, and
does Messi want to jump on for until T? It's no, don't worry about it. I'll sort it out. Yeah,
I'll set it off now.
It's all right. It's a pain in the arse.
Are we still staying till? You talking to me? Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, if you want to take a little break, unless you're happy, but otherwise, Messi can come back. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll take a little break and come back on at 5.
Okie doke. Messi's back anyway.
Alright, see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
So, England in a certain amount of discomfort.
Over the wicket. Oh dear. Attempted sweep by Brook. Gets the back of the bat and it goes out on the offside and there ain't no run. Alright, Messers.
Yeah. I've got to say that England's sort of digging their own holes.
Yeah, they are. They're typically England, aren't they?
And I really think it's not a bad time to put away some of those sweeps.
Yes, I agree with you entirely. There's plenty of time. I mean, I guess it's annoying. You're trying to... a guy's bowling quite a tight line on leg stump, so he's not bowling so negative that he's going to get called for wides, and you've got to still try and score some runs. But I'd have thought just little paddle sweeps. If it's pitching outside leg, just get down on one knee and just dabble the bat. Mind you, I suppose they've got a leg slip for that.
Root I trust much more with the sweep than I would Brook at this stage.
Yeah. Well, I think Brook's more tempted to come down and hit over the top. He seems to be that kind of player, really.
I was going to say, he's got enough shots, generally, Brook, that he probably doesn't need to go for all the different sweeps. Root, on the other hand, has 4 or 5 different sweeps he can almost use.
And there you go. That's hit hard and swept hard. And it could have been a attempted catch. I think it was hit hard and it was aerial for a little bit and might have gone through the hands of a sort of quite backward square leg. He's on it, he's not too deep either.
Yes, Karunaratne backward square leg, definitely.
And it was aerial.
In with a shout there.
Oh,
got a hand to it.
He did get a hand to it. It was a full dive to his right.
Would have been an amazing catch.
Yeah, it would have been. Well, playing with fire
here. And they're batting as if they really are under some pressure.
Oh dear. He's
God.
Smash that into the leg side. It's almost like their head's gone a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to play.
I think the wicket's playing a bit slow, and they're not allowing for that.
Yeah.
Rathanaraka, I think that actually was not Karunaratne. Would have been an absolute stunner. Sweep again.
This time it isn't on the ground.
It's interesting. I can't remember when it was. It might have been in Pakistan or no, it would have been India. Actually, it would have been. England seemed to have a similar kind of fascination with sweeping everything.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the ways you can score against spin, isn't it? It's either that or come down the track and play the straight drives. That one, it's played back to the bowler and there is no run. Give us some messaging.
I've got no idea where we were up to on the messages. Steve Aldersley said, I suspect that they will fall away in the second innings, but they actually have a chance of a surprise win. He also says, I have a theory that people who like cricket tend to be decent people. The Gorilla team backs up that suspicion.
Well, thank you
very
much.
Steve. I tend to agree. You can disagree about all sorts of other things, but when it comes to cricket, it tends to bring out decency in people. I agree. He says, I'd be happy to hang out with almost any gorilla. There you go.
Defended from the crease by Root out to mid-wicket. There ain't no run. We still don't know really, do we, when T is.
I can't believe it'll be past 4:30.
Yeah, I mean, they took drinks at 4:35-ish, so you'd assume an hour and a bit maybe after that.
Well, yeah, it was
maybe 4:45.
Maybe quarter to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked through Cricket Info's commentary for the whole day, and they haven't mentioned it. So yesterday they gave the actual session times at the beginning of the day.
And Tony assumed they would be the same today, which is fair enough. Matt Naika is in, and Rooty works it into the leg side. They think about it, run. They both take 3 or 4 steps down the track and then decide against it, and there ain't no run.
I guess the one difference between yesterday and today is that there was a little bit of rain just before lunch, so half an hour or so. It didn't change the sort of timings of that first session, but perhaps they wanted to get a few more overs in before they break for tea.
Aye. England 65% winning, Sri Lanka 35%. Draw tie is on 0. That must be a possibility. Root comes down the track, a little bit of a weight swing there. Just defends it out to cover, and there is no run. I'm trying to get the monitor to work.
Just turning it off and on again. That's always the key. We'll give it a big smack.
Well, it doesn't. This one just keeps going into fucking standby mode. It's really annoying. I don't know why. I think the connection with the computer's a bit dodgy. I can't connect that. I'll give it at the end of the over when Messi's doing some socials. Nice drive by Root. Finally beats the cover. Is anyone out there? There is someone out there, but they should go back for 2. He's at point. And then they relay field.
It's an interesting kind of under 12 style relay where you sort of throw it 20 yards to your mate who can actually throw the ball a reasonable distance, who launches it in.
Yes. That was a nice shot though.
Yeah, lovely shot. Classic.
That's what more he should do. I mean, that's just quality cricket. I mean, I think when chasing small total like this, I think the bounce ball approach is fine for the first 2 wickets. And then to stop yourself from getting in trouble, I mean, you still need 120 runs. You can easily fuck that up. You see it happen in T20s all the time. Driven nicely by Root, but straight at mid-on, there's no run. You've got plenty of time. You know, these 2 get you to 160, and then you can change your approach again and say, well, we're going to smack the last 40 runs. We've got 7 wickets in the hutch, and we only need 40 runs.
Yeah, well, I think the key really is that everyone plays their own style, and I think that's really what Bazball is about, and perhaps should be about, rather than just everyone goes berserk. And I think you look at it in that first summer, and Johnny Bestow's best cricket always comes when he is being counter-attacking and aggressive. Same with Duckett, same with Lawrence. Brook a little bit at times, but players like Root and Pope,
it doesn't. Yeah,
it's not them.
Well, especially Root scores pretty quickly without needing to do that.
Exactly.
Anyway, last ball of the over is defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. Over to you, Messi.
Kate Allen agrees with Steve. Says lovely, and I agree with both your comments. Sri Lanka have to put up a fight, and cricket tends to draw a gentle crowd. Bethy Cullen says we need a gorilla meet-up, Gorilla Con. I was wondering whether, as a fundraiser, you should do a live recording in a pub or somewhere of the Bishop and the Bear, and it is tea time, and charge people, I don't know, 20 quid to be there as a fundraiser, get a big guest on Bear, and I'm sure you'd get 100 people along, coughing up a bit of brass, and everybody to have fun and a few drinks together. You should give some thought to it after the series is over.
We could do that. We could have a question and answer.
Yeah.
Make ourselves really feel important. Anyway, that is tea. So I don't know really what's going on, but it is tea. England go in at 82 for 3. Brooks on 4 and Roots on 13. Fairly decent little fight back. I guess Ollie Pope gave his wicket away. Dan Lawrence got beaten by 1, and so did Duckett, I suppose. Ball went away slightly for Duckett and nipped back into Dan Lawrence. A couple of decent balls. Ollie Pope just gave it away, trying to reverse sweep. Root nearly got out to reverse sweep. Although it pitched outside leg and it ended up nicking his bat as well, so he wouldn't have been out. Other than that, England have been okay. It's a small total to chase, but they want to get it done today, and we want to get it done today. Not that I'm in tomorrow anyway, so it doesn't matter, but it'd be nice if it's done today. And on that note, I guess we go back to podcasts, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. We've got a limited crew for the rest of the day.
I've uploaded to YouTube the first of the gorilla interviews, which is with Grubby, and I'll do the rest over this afternoon if I can.
Okie dokie. I'm just going to go out to a podcast for the rest of the day today.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out for the next test. Okie dokie. We'll be back shortly.
Okay.
All right.
See ya.
Bye.
And bowler.
But you've got Viv in there, which
the way he batted, the way he just looked at you, he exuded like a coolness, an unflappability. You know, he's a real sort of interesting.
Yeah, and I remember when he first. I remember when I first saw him play for Australia. He was touted as a genuine all-rounder in much the same way that Steve Smith was. Actually, he was kind of medium pace bowler who then basically stopped bowling. Seemed to be quite a limited batsman. I seem to remember when he first started. He wasn't exactly. He didn't look. He wasn't technically beautiful like some great batsmen you see, but with that limited, way he played the game, he just became one of the all-time greats behind the crease as well. In a similar way, I saw you got Graham Smith in there. He's another one. He's, he had about 2 shots.
Ugly batsman, really.
In much the same way that Alistair Cook was basically defend or hit it through the covers or clip it off his legs. He was very, very similar in that respect.
He's not someone you'd say to your son, let's go and watch Alistair or Graham Smith today and look at a beautiful batsmanship.
No.
But if you want to show your son getting the job done, determination, grit, then let's go and watch Graham Smith.
Although I never forgive Graham Smith for the no ball, the hand on the wickets thing when he was out to Stephen Finn. That kind of screwed Stephen Finn's career up as well, I think, a little bit. When he was, complained and ended up staying in the crease after being caught in the slips, and Finney had knocked the bails off the bowler's end. I thought that was all a bit tawdry, but there you go.
Who would make? It's a joyous read for me because it's a generation mostly. I don't go back as far as perhaps the very Douglas Jardine, but obviously history I do know. But many of them are that generation who were facing the likes of Donald, and then if you work back the West Indian team, and then if you work back a bit more, you get Lily Thompson, and then before that Paula Griffiths. I don't quite go back to them. They were bowling at Brian Close, but I was only 2 at the time when they were. But of modern players, you have Adam Hollioake, of course, which is a really interesting story as a cage fighter. But who from currently playing players would make it in there? I guess there's one very obvious example. England Test captain.
Yeah, Ben Stokes would definitely come into the equation because of the way he plays through his knee pain. I think Andrew Flintoff, recently retired player as well. I remember a couple of spells, especially against the Aussies. I think it was 2009, where he ran in and bowled really quickly, even though we all knew he was struggling with his knee. Maybe what let him down a little bit, he found him a little bit unreliable as a cricketer. I thought he had a lot more ability.
Freddie, is it?
Showed, yeah.
But again, you've got that mix, that cocktail that includes injury adversity,
definitely
iconic games against a really, really tough opponent.
But definitely had the mongrel spirit and ability to bowl through injury. Talk about other players that just missed the cut. Ryan Harris was another one, actually. Retired, who had really bad knees, and I just felt that he just a real tough character just came running in. A very underrated bowler, I thought. The fact that he doesn't get the credit he deserves is probably only down to he didn't play enough games. But when we spoke about that, I think it was 2013-14 Ashes that we lost, when Mitchell Johnson took all the plaudits. I thought Ryan Harris bowled as well as anyone in that series.
Well, I've got one more to throw at you, which hopefully the Bear will endorse. Because you've got Jardine in there for playing cricket in a certain way for a certain reason. Clive Lloyd, he has to be mentally tough because he's had to drive around cricket grounds in the back of Bear's car. Anybody who survives that gets my vote for mental toughness. But as a captain, he really fashioned that West Indies side that became so fearsome, of with Viv Richards was a part and then went on to be captain. Did he and yet he doesn't feature. Is there a reason he didn't make the cut?
I personally don't think he's an obvious example, because whereas England back in Jardine's day were getting pummeled by Bradman. I know Australia had that one series, West Indies had that one series where they were beaten heavily in Australia, but that wasn't really a repetitive theme. He still had a pretty decent team. I think it was more cricket nous about, remember when India scored 406, didn't they? Against the West Indies in '76, and he thought, I'm not messing around with these spinners anymore. I'm gonna bring the quick guys into my team. And so I thought that was more about cricket intellect than sort of hard man spirit. I'm not saying he wasn't hard, because he obviously had a lot of success in the game over a long period. He must have had a certain amount of toughness. I guess his biggest example of toughness would be the mongrel spirit, where he doesn't mind his 4 fast bowlers bouncing the shit out of the opposition batsmen. Yeah. Hours every day, you need a certain type of mongrel spirit to inflict that on the opposition.
No, it's never taking a backward step. I agree with that. Did you see the Faf du Plessis body check on Shashank in the IPL by any chance?
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it. But again, that comes down to our earlier chats, like the Michael Clark examples. I don't like all that stuff. That doesn't strike me as being hard. That's
where we ended up on it as well.
Yeah.
Well, I got to be honest.
I don't know if it's intentional or an accident. I haven't seen it, but
I don't think it was intentional.
These kind of things, that's not hard in any way, in my book.
It's a split-second thing. I go along with that. Well, look, we've been chatting about cricket's hard men. Richard at the bar, drinking his Banks's ale and telling us there's 22, and you'll find the whole list of those in the notes with this podcast. Shall we come on, Bear, just and touch another couple of things in the news this week? I suppose we can't not mention Jimmy. I know it's not on the agenda, but he wasn't in the news at the point at which I sent you the rough discussion point. Has he made the right? Was he slightly pushed? And has he made the right call with Lords? I guess let's come down to that.
Well, I can imagine there being an adult conversation between Jimmy and maybe Stokesy or Rob Key or Brendan McCullum. Between those guys, I imagine a common sense decision has been made. I read a quote from Jimmy about he wondered whether he could go to Australia in 18 months and still be a threat, and he said possibly not, and I think maybe that made his mind up for him. He's got to 700 wickets now. It's difficult to see another fast bowler beat that anytime soon. Maybe Nathan Lyon will go, but in terms of fast bowlers, I don't think anyone's going to go past that. Would he be really motivated to go past Warney's 708? I don't see why he would.
Really?
I don't know why you would really be desperate to go over Warney. What's the difference between being third or second? You're not going to catch Murali. Warney's one of the greatest anyway. He's a spin bowler. He's already the greatest fast bowler in terms of Test match wickets. I don't see why he's got to prove statistically. I think he's done that. I think it's all about where he goes from here now, and I think the series that we've got coming up, the next one that will really get his juices flowing is the overseas Ashes, and I think he's been honest with himself and just thought, what, that's probably a year too long for me, and I think he's probably made the right decision. And I imagine that like I said, it's been a coming together of minds. I don't think anyone's pushed him. I don't think he's the type of player you'd want to push, but maybe you would help him come to the right decision, which seems to have been the case.
What about the selection of Lords for his last game rather than Old Trafford?
I guess that was where it all started from, wasn't it, Lords? And it's double the capacity almost, so it makes sense. So yeah, I haven't got a problem with that. I think he'll get a big send off there, and the one that he deserves.
Yeah, see, I was. You say that about Warner, and I thought if he was, 30, 40 or what, I thought maybe, then it wouldn't have been his mind. But it seems to me that if he was going to play one last summer or attempt one last summer, he might just think in the back of his mind. I mean, I would, if it was me, I'd be going, well, I could just get 9 more wickets, hang my boots up. I've got 6 tests potentially. Whether he's good enough to be in the side anymore, I mean, it does seem that maybe there was a bit of unluckiness last year in the Ashes, and not so much in India. I mean, I thought he bowled really well at the start of the Indian tour, but he did look sort of tired and a bit over the hill by the end of the series. It was a long, hard series, it's away from home. I just thought that he might just want to just get past that, and I thought he might play one of exactly that. When I looked at the test and thought, so he's going to retire after the first test of the English summer. It just seemed a bit weird. I thought, why not play the first series and then retire after the first series, or exactly that, go to Old Trafford or something like that. It just seemed a bit weird to just play one test. Why not now then just say, well, sod it, I'm retired. I guess he wants to be sent off on the field.
I think probably Jimmy would agree. He's not a selfish cricketer. He's a good team man, and I don't think he'd want to stay on just for selfish reasons of going past Warney or playing one more series. I think as soon as he's recognised that the time's right to bow out, I just think he deserves that sort of farewell match, just like Broad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So I think it's the right decision.
It'd be hard pushed to stage manage it in quite the manner that Stuart Broad did, but you never know. In his last orders, and the last subject that we had to sort of natter about is actually quite a big one. So let's see if we can trim it down to be reasonably quick. This Friday was due to be the announcement by the counties on whether they were or were not opening up to external investment into the game. The famous 49% of ownership of the 100 franchises. I'm not sure if they came to a decision, have they? I've not seen it if they have. Where do you stand on that, Richard? Do you think it's a huge opportunity, or do you think it ultimately risks the unbundling of the game structure as we know it?
I think there's a few things to consider. When you look at the IPL, obviously it's a huge money spinner for the BCCI. They sold off all their franchises, not permanently, but for certain year segments. They've made a lot of money out of that. It continues to thrive in terms of the success, the watchability, the money it makes. And then you look at the Big Bash, which, well, nothing compares to the IPL, so it's hard to compare it, but Cricket Australia retains ownership of all those Big Bash teams. They haven't sold off the franchises, and I would love to be part of a debate between Cricket Australia chiefs and Indian board chiefs and just hear the pros and cons about keeping ownership or selling off ownership. But I don't really have a problem with the ECB selling the stakes of the 100, but ultimately you can make as much money in the world, but it still doesn't equate to a successful England team or successful county cricketers, does it? It's about how you spend the money, and even then, I think our schedule has been badly. Well, nothing compares to the IPL, so it's hard to compare it. But Cricket Australia retains ownership of all those Big Bash teams. They haven't sold off the franchises, and I would love to be part of a debate between Cricket Australia chiefs and Indian board chiefs and just hear the pros and cons about keeping ownership or selling off ownership. But I don't really have a problem with the ECB selling the stakes of the 100, but ultimately you can make as much money in the world, but it still doesn't equate to a successful England team or successful county cricketers, does it? It's about how you spend the money, and even then, I think our schedule has been badly mismanaged over the last few years. So you can have all the money in the world, but if your schedule's still wrong and you're playing white ball cricket predominantly from May to August, how's that going to produce quality Test cricketers? So with all the money in the world, until you get that schedule right and you don't have an over-reliance on white ball cricket, nothing's going to be permanently fixed.
I've been saying this for years. The obvious thing is it should have been a 20. It should have been a 20-over tournament. And if you're gonna do that, a load of county aficionados would be really upset. And I've said this before, but it seems to be there's only room for one of these short form tournaments. You either have the blast, and you keep that, and you kind of trim it down, or try and make it so it's played over a shorter period. I mean, the problem with the IPL this year is how long have we been doing the IPL? 12 weeks or 10 and a half weeks, or it's interminably long and actually quite tedious, especially towards the back end when you can see where it's going. So you either get rid of the blast and make the premier 20-over tournament T20 in England what is now the 100, but you make it a 20-over tournament, or you should have never got the 100 in the first place and tried to make something out of the blast that was more compact and more watchable and over a short period of time in a time frame for it.
I agree. I don't think there's room for the blast and the 100 and then this 50 over one-day cup in August that nobody watches anyway because it's on at the same time as the 100 and Test cricket. I mean, it's all really badly managed at the moment, which needs all tidying up. I'm like you. I thought, why try and reinvent the wheel? T20 cricket works. Why couldn't we have just had a better 2020 franchise tournament in England, whether we have an auction, draft system or whatever? But I don't see. It was almost like they thought we invented T20 back in 2003. Now we've been overtaken. We want to lead the world again with a new format. It was almost like a little bit of one-upmanship rather than what's best for English cricket.
Absolutely.
We need a few hard men at the ECB to fight their way through it and get it sorted out.
But I wouldn't be against. It seems like the 100's not going away, but all this talk of the money it's going to generate. I wouldn't be against it becoming a 2020 tournament, just keeping the name the 100 because it's almost like a strong brand name now. I think the blast eventually will disappear, which is a shame because I think it was a nice tournament. It should have just been improved. We didn't need the 100, but
it's the division between the haves and have-nots that scares people. I think great for the Test match grounds. A further alienation and penalising of the non-Test match grounds, and I think that always comes back to be the crux of it, and why it's probably a bigger issue than for today.
But surely, in that respect, somewhere like Somerset Taunton doesn't get any 100 games, but surely if you had a franchise tournament, you could split the games between more grounds. I mean, it's not beyond the wit of man to go Warwickshire could play actually at Taunton, or blah blah blah, or move a team plays a couple of games at another venue.
Then Taunton becomes your Dharamsala for the IPL. You get like a couple of games a season. Thank you very much.
But it does. But then at least it brings everyone into the frame, doesn't it? It allows them to generate money. They can get money from. I don't know why that stopped so suddenly. It was the end of it.
Yeah, great. We had a great first 6 months. We are trying to open it up to.
Don't know what happened there. It doesn't really matter because we are back. And,
we're back, baby.
We are back, baby. But I don't have a second monitor.
Have you sent Toby home?
No. He's.
We decided to start at the 5 o'clock one.
Oh right. Okay.
But you can hang on till
till
Hattie
5.
gets back.
Hattie will probably come back at 5. She may not know. We haven't actually communicated to Hattie that we're doing the 5 o'clock one yet.
But because the overspill goes till 7 and the game goes till 7 anyway, we might as well follow the road
Yeah,
from 5 o'clock
Yeah,
rather than
makes
2.
sense.
Makes sense, doesn't it? We'll just do an extra 10 minutes here. Well, we come back after tea. England playing some silly shots and still haven't managed to lose a wicket, which is a bit of a bonus. Jayasuriya is bowling quite intelligently over the wicket, and England are trying their best to get out. Ollie Pope got a stupid toe end. Well, Harry Brook has started straight after tea by defending Jayasuriya. Straight back down the track, there's no run. I suppose we should maybe play some jingles for people as it's after tea. The bowler is over the wicket. He is to Brook, who goes nowhere.
Did he just let that hit his pad? I couldn't
think
really
so. There's actually not a lot that's actually pitched in line with the stumps.
He's playing that risky sweep shot, isn't he? I mean, it's risky in one sense because it might come out a little bit of the footholes. I mean, not that there's a massive amount of turn, but he's determined to go after it. I mean, they could be kicking those away and make him come
round the wicket.
Yeah.
Well, he sweeps again straight at the man. I mean, he's set there for it. I suppose if you get over the top of the ball, it's not a problem. It's when if you play hard and you come down on the ball, it should go down.
But also, I think because the ball is, there's not a lot of pace in the pitch, as we saw with the reverse sweep, or a couple of reverse sweeps have been toe-ended.
This one he just works into the leg side. They probably won't go for a single. They don't.
I mean, Brooks getting frustrated a little bit here.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
what's
is.
6 off 24? That's not his normal score rate, is it?
No.
And he was dropped. I mean, he was doing a fantastic catch by Kamindu Mendes, but that's just a
That
worry
one's
for him.
tossed up, drives. It's palmed by cover wide of mid-off, so he will get a run at the end of all that, and he'll retain the strike. Still can't get his fucking monitor to work. It's really annoying.
Oh right, I wonder whether don't know what's going on there. Messi, you got any tweets? Got any?
There's been some discussion about the nice nature of cricket communities, bird watching communities. We're just nicer people, basically. And Hattie has asked, what is all this blue sky thing? It's basically like a gentler version of Twitter. It's like Twitter used to be. So give it a go. I've sent you.
You're a bit quiet all of a sudden, Messi.
Yeah, Messi, couldn't get
Oh, sorry.
that's
Yeah.
more like that Messi we know.
Yeah, I must have been eating something and pushed the microphone away from my mouth. This tends to be the case. Yeah, give Blue Sky a go anyhow, and follow us, and we'll follow you back.
Always good. Get an early adoption and get yourself a big social media following. Somehow, I don't know how it all works. Do I care?
Didn't they used to have a Follow Back Friday or something on Twitter, and that's how I picked up some of my followers, I think.
I don't know. Well, outside half of the bat, this is where Brook defends. It is Asita Fernando. There's a jingle that goes like this.
Everybody's a seaman, and that includes a Asita. And everybody's in cricket. It doesn't matter who you are. There are stars in every city, in every house and on every street. And if you listen to Guerrilla Cricket, their jingles are rarely complete.
Oh, now that is a shot. He's hit that bloody hard. Cut it nicely as Brook. The guy at backward point got around, got a hand on it, but he couldn't stop it from going to the boundary. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, it was hit really hard, but I also think that perhaps the fielder could have done a bit better there.
See, the only way I'm going to be able to do this is unplug that. If I unplug that, we lose the sound. I'll have to turn the YouTube off, so I'm not going to bother with that second screen. That's guided by Brook down towards third man, and he hits the gully and there's no run.
Does that mean that we can't? It's difficult to get people on that are hanging on outside.
No, because they let themselves in.
Okay.
What I can.
I thought we had to admit them.
No, I'm just going to screen mirror or get rid of second screen altogether. Or just come up here.
Yeah, you do have to admit us.
Yeah, unless they're all.
Yeah, but everyone's here. It's only you and Natty and us.
Ooh,
poked at. There's a big appeal, but the keeper didn't appeal. Only Asita Fernando appealed, and there is no run.
It was a 30-second appeal too, which was impressive.
It was it really jumped on Brook. You have to say.
They're reviewing it.
Are they reviewing?
Well, they might as well in a way, because if they can get a wicket here, even if it's on just a tiny thin edge, Jamie Smith, okay, he's been in great form, but you can't rely on him necessarily to score every time he goes to the crease. And so this is going to be an interesting one. I don't know how many reviews they've got left.
I shall tell you. They've got 2 left. This is one of the 2 they have remaining.
Really hard to say that. If it is, it's sort of just run along the face ever so slightly better. So a look, ultra edge.
Good effort ball, wasn't it?
No,
nothing there. Has it just hit his elbow as it goes through at the back?
No, I don't think it has his elbows inside as well. I think it's the appeal for the hell of it.
It was just because I think it jumped so much on him. It was an appeal for how good the ball was, rather than actually. I mean, they're looking at it over and over again. It's definitely not out.
It's strange that he played it with an angled bat. I mean, that it was upright, but sideways, as it were, which seems counterintuitive if you're trying to get as much bat face available as possible.
I think he reacts pretty well, and he sees the ball so well that he was probably even though it jumped on him, he was almost trying to open the face a little bit.
Yeah.
One review left for Sri Lanka.
There's that through to the keeper, and there is no run.
England still got all 3 to go, so no worries for them. Fernando's bowled well. That's Ether. It's just 1 ball short of completing 6 overs. He's got 1 for 11. And
that's not bad against Bazball, is it?
Not at all. And he got 3 wickets in the first innings, I think, as well. A little bit expensive at times, but he's probably one of those guys. He's a little bit quicker than you expect, a little bit skiddy. Here he is again as the Bears trying to sort things out. This one, I mean, talk about variable bounce. He had one that really leapt on Brook, and then that one that went straight along the ground pretty much. That said, again, it wasn't straight, so Brook can laugh about it. If it had been straight, he might not be quite as sanguine. 87 for 24 overs bowled. The target is 205. Messi.
George McPherson says England haven't played that well in this match. A lot to work on for the next game. I think that's fair. And Leah says, now that I have Hendo at hand, mate, you need to come on my podcast as well. Can't do the Continental Cricket Podcast tour and get on Ajit's pod.
Well, to be honest,
mine.
I don't think I've been on anyone's podcast. I mean, a lot of people go and do the rounds, don't they? I'm pretty sure Tony and Bear have been on quite a lot of podcasts. I haven't been on very many.
And Rich Turner... Oh, wait.
This is Jasiria continuing. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to Root for the first time since tea. He just shuffles that out into the offside. And there's
Rich
no run.
Turner says he's very much up for the Bishop and Bear live. It's a great idea.
This is played away to square leg. They were looking for a single. I'm not entirely sure that they've got one. No, they haven't.
Actually, Richard could provide the music. He's a fiddle and accordion player, interested in politics, history, cricket and trains, and is a green socialist. Sounds a great combination.
Outside the leg stump again, but Root just goes back, defends. Yeah, we ought to do a Guerrilla Cricket Live. Everyone else seems to be doing these things, don't they? I even noticed. Bear, just say when you're ready to take over again. This is sort of more or less padded away by Root, it was pitching well outside leg stump. Almost everyone seems to be going on these theatre tours now, and and talks. I mean, Stuart Broad's going on a long one.
Yeah.
I mean, Sheila Fogarty from LBC, who is with someone from Radio 5 Live. Who wants to pay 38 quid to hear these people?
Wow.
I don't understand it.
Who? Sheila Fogarty.
Sheila Fogarty and I can't remember, someone else from Radio 5 Live. That's padded away by Root again. How much would you pay to see Guerrilla Cricket live?
Oh, 20 quid.
How much would you want us to pay you? Forward comes Root. Again, he just lets it hit the bat as he prods forward. And that's a maiden. 87 for 3. And
well, I'm paying $40. That's 20 quid to go to the final word live with Jeff Lemon and Alan Collins the night before the first test against them.
Wow! How much? $40? What's that in real money? That's about
28.
It's about
25.
3 quid, isn't it?
No.
I'm joking. Oh, hello. You've gone. I can see your mouth moving, but we can't hear you, Messi. Have you accidentally turned yourself off? I mean, you turn off everyone else, but have you turned yourself off now? He's definitely talking, but nothing's coming through.
Hattie, and we can't hear either.
Oh, goodness me. Are you ready, Bear, to take over or not?
Yeah, well, no, actually, everything's gone weird again.
Fernando bowls, and it's tucked away by Brook, who'll take another single. He'll go to 12. He has 12. Root has 13. England 88 for 3. They need 205 to win. And we are having technical problems, I'm afraid to say. We've lost Messi for the time being. We can't get Hattie on. And it's all going horribly wrong. Let's hope it doesn't go horribly wrong for England if you are of that persuasion. Sri Lanka beavering away. It's full. Outside the off stump from Fernando, and it's just stroked into the offside by Root. It's been the least Bazball performance from England, I think, that I've seen, to be honest. It's actually although they have scored at a quick rate, certainly in the first innings, and they started fairly quickly here. It's not because they've been battering the ball around, it's because they've been picking up singles and twos and just rotating the strike as much as anything.
Speak to us, Hattie, can we hear you?
Fernando
We cannot hear you.
Again, bowls. It's a little bit shorter, back of a length. I suspect that Root was trying to manoeuvre that into the onside, but it was on him a bit later than he expected. Didn't time it at all. He was just looking for that another single, I suppose. 88 for 3. And halfway through the 26th over. And Fernando is into his 7th. Still blue skies above Old Trafford as Fernando is in again, bowls, and this time Root will get runs. It's quite happy to have the ball there, line of leg stump. He just leans on it and turns it out to deep square, and they take one. Root 14 off 39, Brook 12 off 32.
Do you want to leave and come back, you two? Because I don't know why. Can you? If you speak, can you speak? Yeah, you're not coming through. Only us, we're going out, which is a bit weird.
Yep, can't hear you. Can't hear you. Brook then to face. Bat aloft, just the one slip. Very straight, quite full, and full respect from the younger of the Yorkshire batsmen out there. Defends it. 12 off 33 for him. So, well, 26 off 72 balls between them, these two. And that's sensible, though, really. I mean, they kind of know that Sri Lanka would take encouragement were one of them to go fairly soon. And it might become a little bit of a struggle for England. Asitha in again, bowls to Brook. Brook defends right behind this one. And there is no run.
Do you want to give some words of wisdom, Hattie? No, we can't hear you. Fucking hell, what's going on? I don't know. Okay, leave. I'm going to stop Zoom and I'm going to restart Zoom now and see what the fuck happens.
I'll do some YouTubes in a minute. I haven't got tweets to hand, but I'll do some. There's some talk about podcasts. Pirate Badger says, I don't understand where the market for most podcasts is. I've been culling my list as I've nowhere near enough time to listen to even half of them. Absolutely. I've only ever listened to a handful of podcasts in my life. I just prefer live radio, to be honest. Jai Surya, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Root, gets it on the full toss, sweeps it, but doesn't get it past the man at backward square leg, who's doing some pretty good work there. And frustrating England just a little bit. 89 for 3. A slip and a leg gully, and now Root goes back, gives himself a little bit of room this time, and decides that he's going to try the offside for a little while. And they got back for 2 there. They did pretty well to do that. Root moves to 16, and England 91 for 3. Is that Leah? I think it must be Leah, that long, convoluted German-looking name, as Root goes onto the back foot. This is on YouTube, saying, see, that's why my podcast is different to the others. I asked you before Tony or Bear. Really? Did you? Not before Annie, though. But that interview was eaten by binary worms, and we don't talk about it. How strange. They will get a single here, as Root is able to find a little bit of space between square leg and mid wicket and go through for 1. Steve Adderley says we need some modest mouse representation in the jingles. Maybe I'll think of some to send in. What's Modest Mouse?
It's a band.
Oh,
right. I can't hear anybody on Zoom. I still haven't stopped Zoom. I'm gonna throw you all out of Zoom. Quick Zoom.
Now, Brooke has finally got hold of one of those sweeps, and he's got it away past the man at back to square leg. There's no one in the deep, and there's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It was aerial, but it was well away from the man behind square, and even had it not be, it might well have just gone over the top of him. Final ball of Jai Surya's over, his 12th, and he's in again to Brooke, and Brooke looks for the sweep again, doesn't make contact this time, and Mendes behind the stumps, deputising for Chandimal, is unable to take that cleanly. They'll run through for a bye. Did they? Or maybe they didn't. I thought they set off. It's just clipped the pad, which is why it wasn't taken cleanly by the keeper. They set off. Did they go through? They did, because that was, as I said, the final ball of the over. So Brooke has got strike at the other end. 97 for 3. Target is 205 for England to take a 1-0 lead. Both Yorkshire England batsmen on 17, and it will be Asita Fernando to continue. 7 overs, 1 for 13. Got rid of Ben Duckett, and he's now bowling to Brooke. Brooke comes down the wicket to meet that one. Still only turns it into a good length ball. Strokes it nicely enough past the diving extra cover, but well backed up by his teammate, moving from mid-off so they don't get a run. There's little pockets of this ground that seem that the crowd is packed in quite tightly, and then there's upper stands which seem to be completely deserted, which is a shame.
How do you speak again? I can't. I'm not getting any audio. I'm going to have to fucking restart everything now.
This is very strange. Fernando in.
We're gonna have to leave YouTube for a second. I'm going to have to restart stuff.